Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends, and thanks so much for coming to hang out with me today. It is Tuesday, June 10th of 2025, and today marks day 30 of the circus. That is the re-persecution of Karen Reed, and we're getting ready to see what fresh hell awaits us today. Dr. Laposata is still on the stand. Oh, thank you so much. Did you guys watch Billy Bush? The thumbnail says that it's about Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, and so I thought a lot of people were going to be confused by that, because I was even confused by that, and I thought, did you guys invite me for the right day? Because there ain't no way in hell that I am going to continue to talk about Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. I think I made the mistake of doing that once or twice on my channel, and when I tell you, the people that are hardcore dug in to either side on that case, it's almost worse than Karen Reed. Like, if you can believe the hatred and vitriol spewing from people who don't even know either Justin Baldoni nor Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. Like, the insanity over there is wild. I love Billy Bush. I've been following him for 100 years. Like, what was he on? Extra? Was he on? Yeah, I think maybe we'll show it during lunch. We'll watch it during lunch. How about that? Oh, you already crashed the donation site today. That's amazing. I heard Jimmy, Auntie Deb, talking about it a little bit ago when I was listening to his morning show, because I do love a morning show with my friend Jimmy. He's hilarious. If you guys listen to him, don't listen to him in the morning, you should. I feel like I'm glitching on my end. I am on Ethernet. I don't know if this is a StreamYard issue. Did anybody ever get a beat on what happened yesterday? Every single channel went dark on YouTube. And I don't know if it was only people who use StreamYard. I don't know if it was only creators who were talking about Karen Reed. I don't know if it was everyone and anyone. I don't know if it was bigger people like, Ryan Hall, y'all, who talks about the weather. I don't know. Does anybody know? And so if I start to glitch, I will have to refresh my browser, which kind of kicks me out. And I get to come back in. And we're just going to have to play it the way it happens today. No, I did not see his song about. Yep, Emily Baker went dark. I think Defense Diaries, like everyone who was talking about Karen Reed that I watch also went dark. It was the universe flexing its muscles. Today's the pink moon. It may only be people use StreamYard. Maybe it was a StreamYard issue. I don't know. So people said they updated YouTube yesterday, and that might have been the problem. But looking at myself right now, I can see that I feel like I'm glitching. So let me know if I'm glitching on your end, because that is super annoying. To me, it's the strawberry moon. Somebody said there was a solar flare yesterday. Let me see what we're going to be talking about this morning. It seems to be they have a motion to exclude certain opinions of Andrew Rentschler who is Crash Daddy number 2, my personal favorite. Who's your daddy, says my thumbnail today. Let me pull up that motion and take a quick look at that with you, for you, together. Because, of course, despite the fact that Hank Brennan has been squealing that he is here to give Karen Reed a fair trial, and that's why he's been hired, and he's going to do everything on the up and up, and he's going to do more than expected on him, and he's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread, he turns out to be the worst thing. Worst prosecutor that I've ever personally seen or had to deal with, and making Adam Lally look like a rock star. So there's that. Here's the motion made. Let's see. This was filed. Today's the 10th. I said tomorrow. Yesterday was the 9th. This was filed yesterday. It is the Commonwealth's motion to exclude opinions of defense expert Andrew Rentschler. Let me get my red pen ready. On Thursday evening, June 5th, the defense, 2025, the defense sent, where are you? The Commonwealth, a PowerPoint presentation comprising 86 slides that Dr. Rentschler apparently intends to use during his testimony. Upon reviewing this presentation, the Commonwealth discovered several slides that contained diagrams, measurements, and further analysis concerning the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the defects in his clothing that were not previously disclosed to the Commonwealth. In addition, that's interesting, defects in his clothing. Okay, hang on one sec. In addition, Dr. Rentschler now offers a new opinion comparing those injuries and defects, which was not discussed in his May 7th of 2025 report. Pursuant to the court's prior orders, this information should have been produced to the Commonwealth no later than May 7th, 2025, which was the deadline for ARCA to turn over its reports and related data/materials. In light of the multiple deliberate Rule 14 violations already committed by the defense in connection with ARCA, they should not be permitted to use this new information at trial. The specific slides at issue are 12 through 33. The Commonwealth requests that these slides be removed from the presentation and that Dr. Rentschler not be permitted to testify to what is allegedly shown or demonstrated in those slides. Because I'm going to break to say, we want to hide the truth. We want to hide the truth from the worldwide audience. We do not want the worldwide audience to know that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car because we have some really, 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 really important people to protect. Dr. Rentschler should also be precluded from expressing the opinions or conclusions that are listed on pages 6 through 8 in his May 7th of 2025 report and numbered as 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. These conclusions are Dr. Rentschler's commentary on the reliability or credibility of Dr. Welcher's analysis. Such commentary is improper and should not be elicited. Well, I'm here to tell you, as a trial lawyer for over 3 decades who deals with, or at least when I was practicing, now I'm retired. I'm not a former attorney. I am an attorney. I will always be an attorney. I will never give up my bar license. I will always be an attorney. I am retired and at this moment, not actively practicing, but I'm here with you, commentating. The purpose of an expert is to battle the other side's expert. That is the purpose of an expert. My expert is going to come in and say, tell the jury, explain to the jury why your expert is wrong. And your expert is going to say why my expert is wrong. And then the jury, as the finder of fact, is going to go back and deliberate, and they are going to decide who they believe and whose theory makes more sense and whose expertise they believe more and give more weight to. And that is the nature of a trial and expert testimony. So that's a ridiculous argument, saying that that commentary is improper and should not be elicited. No, that's exactly what should be elicited. Why your expert is incorrect, why their analysis is flawed, why I'm doing it the right way, and why the jury should give more weight to my testimony. Okay? We already need the binky emoji. It's not even 9 a.m. and we need some binky emojis and boss baby emojis in the chat because we're dealing with a baby. And we saw that in full display yesterday. But yesterday, he actually got up with his tail between his legs and went to that podium and said, Your Honor, I made a mistake, but here's what you should do. And then rattled off a whole bunch of things that, in his opinion, the judge should do to cure his mistake. And we know it was not a mistake. We've seen him get up there and intentionally spew lies to obfuscate the truth, to deliberately mislead not just the jury, as we've seen, but the judge. In fact, one day, his outright lie gave the judge such grave concerns that she had to leave and do a timeout for half an hour, and she came back shaking like a leaf. And all that had to do with was some papers that were turned over by the defense regarding communications with ARCA, who were expert witnesses hired by the FBI, and the fact that after the trial ended, they paid their bill for travel of $20,000. You've seen how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture. Close to $400,000. But wow, did the judge have grave concerns then, huh? And he lied and said, I had to get this from the defense. No, I had to get this from the feds. I had to get this from the feds. The defense did not disclose this to me under Rule 14. They didn't disclose it to me. I had to get it from the feds. And he lied because the defense gave that to him. Did he get up and mea culpa? Did he fall on the sword in front of the judge after that? When she came back with her grave concerns, shaken like a leaf, like she was about to have a coronary? No. No, he didn't apologize. He was not reprimanded for his behavior. And so every mother, every parent knows that what you allow continues. And if you don't nip your child's behavior in the bud and give them ramifications for their behavior, they will continue to act out and do all of the bad things. And we've seen that in Hank Brennan. He's the poster child for no ramifications because he just runs roughshod over the court, and the judge just allows it. Back to the document. Finally, a number of the slides in Dr. Rentschler's presentation contain improper and inadmissible statements. These slides and the bases for the Commonwealth's objections are summarized in the table below. The Commonwealth requests that the objectionable content be removed from the slides, from the presentation before it is used in court. Objections. Oh, and look, he learned how to do objections. And then he lists all the slides that he objects to and why he objects to them, all the way in numerical order. Many of them for an entire little, I don't know if that's even a spreadsheet. I don't know what you call that. Chart of some sort. And says, is it your sound or am I breaking up? If you're breaking up, go out, come back in. Auntie Deb was having that problem too. So YouTube is glitchy. Go out of the stream, come back in. My mods will tell me if there's a problem with my sound. I've got amazing people for that. Okay. Slide number 1, objection, hearsay. So slides 1 through 4 are objected to on hearsay grounds. Slide number 6, improper opinion, assumes facts not in evidence, argumentative. Well, isn't he a fine person? Isn't he a fine one to talk about assuming facts not in evidence and argumentative? Number 9, hearsay and improper bolstering. Slide 24, assumes facts not in evidence and improper opinion about credibility of another witness. I'm not going to, okay, listen, you're sending me emails, people, you're sending me super chats. I cannot, as an attorney, ethically authorize and or try to encourage people to file complaints against a judge. I will not do it. Whether you pay me a super chat or whether you put it in my comments, it's going to be deleted. Ethically, I have obligations, and that is not something that I am willing to do. If other YouTubers are encouraging you to do that, or other even law tubers are encouraging you to do that, that's on them. That is not something that I am going to do, and that is not something that I'm going to encourage and or give any legs to. So please, please don't put that in my chat. That may fly in other chats, but not here. But thank you for your $2, Laura. I really do appreciate your super chat. However, if you guys are going to put, and some people did this yesterday, defamatory things, in super chats or misinformation or gossip and rumor and things. I'm not going to highlight them. So I just want to let you know that in advance so that you don't, if you consider it a waste of your money to pay me $5 to read something defamatory about a person who's a member of a family that's involved in this trial or something else, I'm just not going to do it. Okay. Just so you know, got to put it out there. Okay. 24, 28, improper argumentative commentary and assumes facts not in evidence. Assumes facts not in evidence for number 30. 31, improper commentary and conclusion. Improper bolstering of an opinion. Improper and inadmissible opinion and commentary. And you can see he goes on and on and on with improper bolstering. Loves that one. Give me 1 second, if you would, please, kindly. Thank you. Okay, moving on to all of his other objections that go all the way through page number 2, improper opinion and commentary on ultimate issue, improper opinion and comment on credibility. I mean, listen, that is what experts are for, and this is ridiculous, but we're going to hear them argue it this morning because I think that is one of the motions that is left to talk about. And XOXO, Hank Brennan. Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, and Caleb Schillinger. Boy, Caleb Schillinger looked like he looked very uncomfortable yesterday during the argument for the mistrial, didn't he? He was sitting 2 people to the right of your screen from Bob Alessi. And we believe that is Hank's paralegal that was sitting directly next to the podium in the back row. So just so you know, while that is the Reed side of things, the 10 seats for Reed's, Karen Reed's friends and family, there's also like we call it like a velvet rope, like crime scene tape that separates a portion of those what look like church pews and allows other attorneys to sit there or attorneys that are in the courtroom that want to come in. But that's where Brennan's paralegal sits, and that is where the appellate attorney for the Commonwealth sits. We saw him when we went up to this, in New York, we call it the appellate division. In Massachusetts, I think you call it not the SJC, but whatever the intermediate court was. Or maybe he was in the SJC arguing oral argument on many of the appellate issues that we've seen in this case. One of them was the double jeopardy issue that went up to the highest court in Massachusetts, the SJC. And I believe that Caleb Schillinger is the one who argued that, correct? An improper bolstering objection, I will read to you from the from the Google. An improper bolstering objection is made when a witness is attempting to strengthen the credibility of another witness without that witness's credibility having been attacked or challenged in the first place. It is essentially trying to convince the jury that a witness is truthful when there's been no reason to doubt their veracity. Bolstering occurs when a party tries to improve the credibility of a witness by offering evidence that hasn't been previously challenged. This can involve introducing prior consistent statements, testimony about the witness's good character, or other evidence that suggests they are truthful. When it's improper. Improper bolstering usually happens when the witness's credibility hasn't been attacked or questioned and the bolstering evidence is offered to build their credibility before any reason to doubt it's been presented. I don't know that that's a proper objection here, but I am sure that whoever argues this will let us give us, give us take us out of the twilight zone. Every day is a new day here. There's no consistency in this judge's rulings, and that is what is perhaps for most people out there watching this who are not attorneys frustrating, is that you never know what the judge is going to do from one day to the next. There's no consistency in her rulings, something that Mark Betterow and I have talked about quite a bit. And as an attorney, it's even more frustrating because you know what should happen, and then you watch this trial and you see what does happen, and it is frightening. Court is supposed to be 30 minutes late today, per Bev yesterday. Yes, for the jurors. For the jurors, it is. But that is because she needed to do something with the attorneys. She wants to argue these motions before the jurors come in, and she's tired of wasting their time, as she not so eloquently. Thanks, sweetie. You want to say hi? Okay. As she not so eloquently told the worldwide audience yesterday, the jury's fed up. I can tell by looking at them that the jury is fed up. And then at one point she said, and they just want to get this case and basically get it over with, she might have said. She's consistently inconsistent. That's pretty much the only consistent thing we can say about her, Shaylee, right? She's consistently inconsistent. Here's Hope. Hope's here. She's on a flight to the West Coast, and I had to purchase the internet service so I can watch with you, Melanie, and fellow cupcakes. Hot tip, JetBlue, free Wi-Fi. JetBlue, free Wi-Fi. You just have to be a True Blue member. It's free, and you get free Wi-Fi. I was a Delta girl for years. I was very brand loyal to Delta because I have a platinum card, and with the platinum card from Amex, they would let you into the Delta lounge. They have since rolled back their benefits on the platinum card, and I'm mad about it. But I can recommend JetBlue highly to everyone. The planes are newer. The flight crews are nicer. It's a lovely experience. And so highly recommend, especially if you fly a lot and you get to the airport at the very last minute like I do and don't need the Delta Club anymore. Thunderhorse, howdy everyone. I can't chat because I had to subscribe again, but I'm here watching. Well, thank you very much. I don't know if you were unsubscribed, you have to resubscribe. YouTube has really, really been acting weird, and nobody likes it. And so thank you, Thunderhorse, for being here. It's on a 24-hour hold because of the troll factor. It's got to be done. Thank you on top for your super sticker, Janice, for becoming a new member. Scotland is in the house. Good morning, Amanda. Good afternoon, Amanda. Shout out to Eddie. Amanda's dad is also watching. Hey, Eddie. Good morning. Afternoon, Scotland. Is it sunny there? Because it's raining here. I would love to go to Scotland one day and play golf. That's a dream. That's a dream of mine. Maybe one day. Also watching Happy Father's Day for Sunday. Free Karen Reed. Liz became a new member. Thank you, Scooter. My head has popped off already. Well, try and hang on to it. Tether it. Because who knows what's going to happen today. Every day, fresh hell awaits us in Norfolk Superior Court. Thank you, Scooter. Welcha, Mikey D's new mascot, says, Toto bites the witch. Judge Brennan plays multiple parts, has no heart, needs courage, no brain, no talent required. A beautiful girl just wants to go home. Karen. Oh, she's Dorothy. What's the name of this movie? Oh, I'm going to say, obviously, Wizard of Oz, right? And then Lucky be the lion? Lucky would be the lion. Who's the Tin Man? Love it. The other morning I think it was yesterday, maybe, on Auntie Deb's morning show, they were casting YouTube creators as Disney characters. It was hilarious. Lena SoCal, it's my daughter's 10th birthday today. Happy birthday, Maddie. Happy birthday, Maddie. Double digits, Maddie. Thanks, Lena. Crazy Biz Mom, good morning. Not too busy to become a member. Welcome to the land of the emojis. Thank you, little cupcake. That's what I said. I said I want to be Alice in Wonderland. He wanted me to be the good witch. The good witch in, I don't know, but wait. Or the fairy godmother, maybe? I don't know. But I thought Alice too. But he said he didn't know if that casting would be good because he felt that Alice had a lesson to learn and that I don't need to learn a lesson, but I do fall down rabbit holes. Judd Welcher crash test dummy is here. Nan Shannon was allowed to discredit the defense expert, and Brennan admitted the defense expert's report into evidence. That was the stupidest thing he ever did. I mean, of all the stupid things that Brennan has done, to enter the defense Matthew DeSogra's report into evidence was perhaps the dumbest. Expert reports are not evidence. They're never admitted into evidence. And yet, Hank Brennan said, I'd like to admit this. And Leslie, I think, was caught by surprise. He was like, okay. Send the jury back to the jury room with our expert's report. Good. Let him bring it back there and look at it while they deliberate. Okay. Rookie move. Rookie move. Thanks, David. Maureen, Hank Brennan's repeated arguments that defense's actions are deliberate and in bad faith are clearly a projection of his own moral compass. What, if any, moral compass do you think he has? Thank you, Maureen. I think his moral compass needs a reset. I think it's drifted. I think his moral compass has drifted quite a bit. And it's not the way ethical prosecutors behave. Remember Michael Daugherty, the district attorney of Boulder, when we watched that horrific trial about the mass shooting at the King Soopers, which was my King Soopers when I lived in Boulder. And so it broke my heart. Michael Daugherty is the district attorney of Boulder. Small world fact, he knows Mark Betterow because they work together at the Manhattan DA's office. Mark Betterow says that he is one of the most ethical, amazing guys that he's ever known. And he tries a very different case than Hank Brennan, let's just say. We've seen some really, really great prosecutors. Name some other ones in the trials that we've watched together. We've seen some really great ones. Michael Daugherty would never pull stuff like this in court. And the defendant that he was prosecuting murdered a lot of people that day in King Soopers. I mean, wild. Pirouette, Randy needs a vac. Edmund says, good morning from Southern Cal. I heard YouTube crashed because it couldn't handle all the BS going on in the free care and retrial. Your sound is perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Also, Edmund, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like we're being sabotaged. People, they don't want the world to know about this. Not YouTube, particularly. I'm sure YouTube is very happy with the views that they're getting and the revenue and the ad revenue that they're selling. But somebody out there in the universe maybe doesn't want this truth to be told. I don't know. Am I a conspiracy theorist? The conspiracy theory is that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. That's the conspiracy here. Mama of Seven Monsters says we haven't watched him as a prosecutor, but Alan Jackson was a great prosecutor. I can see that. I can see that. He prosecuted Phil Spector. Yeah. Deleted comment queen. Let's be honest. Yesterday was a dystopian nightmare and very stressful to witness. It was. Thank you for helping us know we're not crazy, Melanie. Love you from the UK. You're not crazy. You are not crazy. You are being gaslit at the highest level. Oh, here they come.
Unmuted.
We are unmuted. Thank you, deleted comment queen.
We're now open and may be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth. No jury yet.
All right, so I received a couple of motions a little while ago. Good morning, everybody, I'm sorry. And there are some things we need to talk about from yesterday. Are the jurors here?
I told them not to come until 9:15.
Okay, good. All right, so the order I'd like to do is, Mr. Jackson, yesterday you were going to take a look at any photographs you intend to put in with Dr. Laposata?
Yes, those have been presented to the Commonwealth.
All right, can I just, are you all in agreement, or are you just looking at them now, Mr. Brennan?
I haven't heard specifically from Mr. Brennan, but the issues that he had, obviously we're not, at this juncture, until we've heard further, we're not going to bring in anything having to do with dog bites,
Yep.
claws, dogs in tissue, any of that information, but we are going to bring in exactly what we indicated yesterday. If there's an issue with, for instance, the ecchymosis, we've got a clean copy of the photograph without any of the narrative next to it, which is explanatory. The only one I think that does have narrative is the one with the Lucas machine, which Mr. Brennan indicated yesterday he did not have an issue with.
All right.
His position would probably agree.
So I need to know just for instructions to the jury about, I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3.
The brainstem?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be, we intend to show that. That shows the.
So what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop the center that shows what appears to be blood cells or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into?
Like, just have no-
Sure. If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I still want to give an instruction, so I need to know what you're going to do with that. I was going to exclude it, but I understand, so if you can crop, yes, yes, if you can do that, I think it takes away some of the sting on the gruesome photographs. All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that, Mr. Jackson? All right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in evidence. I don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
We went back and forth yesterday, and I don't believe that it's actually in evidence. It is not.
Okay, so
it's not in evidence. That was
okay.
Yesterday, we all assumed it was.
Yes.
I'll put it in evidence as.
All right, they've already seen it, so it's
Correct.
less likely to have an impact on them for purposes of the gruesome photographs. But and then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
Correct, that's already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday, the number, right? So those are in. So are you using them again?
I'm going to use them again comparatively and probably side by side.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that, just the Commonwealth?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Those are the ones I was concerned about for purposes of an instruction. If there's objections to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an opportunity to take a look at whatever he's got.
Understood.
Okay. All right. So with that, that's helpful. Thank you. So there is a new motion this morning suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr. Russell to allow Dr. Laposata to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that.
Correct, I'd like to be heard on that briefly.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion.
I'd like to start, if I may, by marking 2 documents with code permission. One is.
Is there really no mic there?
This entire report, and the second
Oh,
is
great.
the entire CD. if that's
Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes.
Hey, pool camera, let's get a mic on the podium for Mr. Jackson, please. I've opened the door
yes.
arguments, me too.
Exhibits DDDD and exhibits EEEE.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. Laposata and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bites, dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper.
After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue specifically of Dr. Laposata and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. Laposata's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. Laposata's opinions, implying that Dr. Laposata had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. Laposata's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. Laposata by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell. She was then asked the seminal question, did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports by Dr. Laposata related to dog bites?
What page is that on here?
On the transcript?
Yes.
He said we pulled the tape. I don't know if he's got the transcript. Do you know how much it costs to get a daily transcript?
Does the court have it?
Let's roll tape
Okay.
on court TV. Judge, put it up on the big screen for the world to see.
I'll just read it.
Yes, too.
Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer. Well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan. Have you ever heard of a doctor named Laposata?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
Yes.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record.
I'm sorry. Didn't she just say what page? Let me hear it. And now she doesn't want the world to hear it. You see, he needs to read it into the record to preserve the many appellate rights that Karen Reed has, the many issues. Push her, Jackson, push her.
Record, Your Honor.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record. I'm not going to let you read 3 pages here.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you're reading.
The colloquy between between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. Laposata had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from Dr. Laposata related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. Laposata had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report, but no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows, that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. Laposata to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites and not providing that report to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression.
An incomplete picture.
They used it tactically as a sword and a shield. And that's burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. Laposata was consulted by the defense, number one, that she wrote a report, number two, that the report was about dog bites, number three, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number four, and the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. Laposata's opinion, would be harmful to the defense. That's the only reasonable interpretation of those facts.
That's right.
And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that.
And come back to your screen for a second. Look who knows he's right. Caleb Schillinger, two people to the right of Alan Jackson on your screen. He's the appellate attorney for the Commonwealth. He knows. He's an assistant district attorney. He knows Alan Jackson is right.
Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell because they didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. Laposata on the stand. Her credentials are
Impeccable.
peerless, absolutely peerless. They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away, and the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy. How is the jury going to conceive that? How is that going to land with them? The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is, if Dr. Laposata's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. Laposata says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata and imply that Dr. Laposata had opinions about dog bite wounds, and then they have it the other way, which is, let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. Laposata from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell. That cannot stand. That ensures, it reasonably ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. Laposata about her expert opinion, especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second, and that has, by the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. Laposata's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case, or in that course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University School of Medicine, taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7, forensic pathology course director in pathology, course 205, taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites. Pediatric forensic pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. Laposata on the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals. The one that stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11, the one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries, New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified. I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert, and that's exactly what Dr. Laposata testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They cannot walk up and say, and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. Laposata opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. Laposata's opinion has never wavered. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury.
Yes.
Ms. Reed is entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
That's right. Perpetrating an intentional fraud on this jury, if you don't allow it. It's a powerful argument.
The pattern of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders, and deliberate. And that is, the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility. They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible. And they use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay.
Pot, meat kettle. You have done nothing if not deliberately lie to the court. Wow, he's got some cojones this morning, eh? It's too early for my head to be popping off and jumping on the ferry to Connecticut. It actually might float itself today. This is insane. Get out your binky emojis, your boss baby emojis, and your handcuff emojis.
Dr. Russell took the stand and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility. Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions,
She is an expert.
as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell, and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. Laposata, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. Laposata. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. Laposata. She denied it, and then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan,
That is
involved
not
in
what
a
she
previous
said.
proceeding, believed that the
That is not what she said, and that is exactly why he wanted to read that into the record so the worldwide audience could hear it before this guy got up and started misstating all of the evidence like he does. Okay? See what's going on here? The fix is in, the jig is up, and hopefully, very quickly, very soon, the jury is going to come back with a not guilty verdict, and we are all going to be vindicated, and Karen Reed can get her life back, and this guy will face some serious consequences for his blatant, intentional ethical violations that have now gone on here.
bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay.
Okay, now you're accusing Dr. Russell of violating the sequestration order, watching testimony on her own, or maybe watching it from last year, which may not violate the sequestration order. Just like you insult, oh, do you have memory problems? And the gasp heard around the world came out of her mouth. How dare you impugn this woman's integrity? How dare you? We have a how dare you emoji too. Listen to that again.
Proceeding believed the Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions. And so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. Laposata, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion of Dr. Sheridan. Dr. Laposata was voir dired briefly. She did not provide qualifications that she has a history of education or training on pattern wound recognition analysis as it pertains to dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis, and so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
Wow. Wow. Where are the grave concerns now, Judge? Get back up there and read that into the record, AJ.
That speech.
Mr. Judge.
Mr. Brennan literally.
Hold on, I want to hear the first part of what he's just said.
Two things stand out about that speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse me.
No, I'm not going to.
So
Oh, fight.
I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I
argument.
quote his words? How about that? Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. Laposata? Those were his words. Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question. She didn't just elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. Laposata was being hidden from Dr. Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. Laposata to talk about the very dog bite wounds that I asked Dr. Russell about. That cannot stand as a scorecard.
No, the jury's not
It's
there.
helpful if you read the entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create an error. It's improper.
All right. I'll be out in 10 minutes on this, and we'll get started right away with Dr. Laposata.
Yeah, she's got to go make some calls. She's got to go make some calls. She takes time out for this one. When she denies something, like she did yesterday, right from the bench, she doesn't need to go take a time out and maybe make some phone calls, perhaps, as such, in my opinion. This whole case has been by design. This whole case, that was a great comment. It just flew by, so I couldn't highlight it. Everything that you have seen here in season 2 and season 1 has been by design. This man gets up, openly lies in open court. You've been here. I've been here. We've heard it. We are being gaslit to think that he did not say any of these things. And that is exactly why Alan Jackson wanted to read that into the record. Exactly why. And the judge said, you don't have to do it. I have the transcript. When first she said, what page is it on? They don't want the world to see this. Do you think I'm wrong about that? Let me know if you're not watching, wherever you're watching from. Let me know where you're watching from, especially if you're outside the US. The world is watching. This is outrageous. She's worried about wasting the jury's time. However, she's now going to go take a 10-minute powder to figure out what the hell she's going to do now, because she's got to overturn herself. She's got to overturn her decision from yesterday in which she said Dr. Laposata is not going to be allowed to talk about dog bites because she's not qualified enough. She's not qualified enough. Then she went on to say how qualified Dr. Russell was, which we find amusing because she subjected Dr. Russell, did I say Dr. Russell? To a 2 full day. When was the 2 full day voir dire? Was that this year or last year? I can't remember pre-production from season 1 and season 2 anymore. I think Dr. Russell's voir dire during season 1 was in the middle of trial. Dr. Russell's voir dire during pre-production of season 2 was 2 full days. She had this woman, doctor, come in and was grilled for 2 days. Oh, she's back already. That was quick. Thank you, Welch, for
So
gifting
I'm
10.
not going to allow Dr. Laposata to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction
The fix is in.
regarding burden shifting.
The fix is in.
So
Wow.
I just think it's outrageous. I think the conduct is outrageous. And I don't think that a curative instruction can do anything except bring the point home again.
okay.
But
Okay.
if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, that it's consistent with an animal? Can we at least split the baby?
I will do that. I'll allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
Then I look to have the cross-examiner.
Oh boy, she's panting.
Consistent opinion with the dog.
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
Wow.
That will include, I'll come to sidebar before I display anything. That will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No. No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
Wow.
No visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen is an animal bite.
One
A brief
sentence.
foundation, because I'm letting that statement in as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson? Okay. All right. So there are 2 other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past the break without this anyway. I may have left it in the... I left it in my office anyway. So let's just bring the jurors in and move forward with this.
Does anybody else feel physically ill right now? Physically ill. He said that is outrageous. We're gonna take it back and listen to Alan's argument again because they're bringing the jury in anyway. We have a minute or two.
This is consistent with what she.
Hank Brennan opened the door on the dog bites and Dr. Laposata by asking Dr. Russell improper questions about it and burden shifting to the defense. Alan Jackson's argument is you have to let Dr. Laposata talk about dog bites, Your Honor, because Hank Brennan opened the door and talked about Dr. Laposata's report with Dr. Russell, and now the jury's going to think that we're hiding it from them because Dr. Laposata must have thought those are not consistent with dog bites, and it's an unfair burden shifting. The judge left. She said she was taking 10 minutes. She took about 2, and she came back with this ruling, and listen to what Alan Jackson says afterwards.
So I'm not going to allow Dr. Laposata to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction regarding burden shifting. So
Your Honor, I just think it's outrageous. I think the conduct is outrageous.
I don't know if you can hear him, but he says, I think it's outrageous. I think that comment is outrageous.
And I don't think that a curative instruction can do anything except bring the point home again.
okay.
But
Okay.
if the court is not willing to allow her to testify
Look at David's face.
to her full opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, that it's consistent with an animal? Can we at least split the baby?
I will do that.
So she's going to be allowed to look at a picture of the arm and say that it's consistent with an animal. Split the baby, he said. And she said, okay, I'll do that.
I'll allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
Then I look to have the cross-examiner, because if you're going to allow a consistent opinion with a dog,
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
I'll take what I can get, he says.
Her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
And that will include, I'll come to sidebar before I display anything. That will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No. No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen is an animal bite.
Just one
A brief
sentence.
foundation, because I'm letting that statement in. As long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
Take the instruction too. Take the instruction on burden
right.
shifting too. Now she's taking her little time out. Jury's coming back, and you are watching on full display in front of a worldwide audience what we who were here for pre-production of season 1 and season 1 have been shouting about and enduring and watching painfully. A woman who could be you, could be me, could be your sister, my sister, your daughter, your girlfriend, your wife, be railroaded and forced to defend herself in front of a kangaroo court, Kim Jong-Kanone presiding. And John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And yet Karen Reed has lost everything. She's $5 million in debt to her attorneys. They are all working for free right now because they fiercely believe in her innocence. She has sold her home to pay them. She has liquidated her 401ks, her savings. She moved back in with her parents in her mid-40s. Her life has been ruined. She lost her job. She was a financial advisor. I'm not sure finance. She was in finance. And
You are unmuted.
And if this can happen to Karen Reed, this can happen to any one of you, and you should be mad as hell.
Prize for the jury.
Thank you, Mike from Providence. It's outrageous. The fix is in. She's not elected. She was appointed by Patrick Duval. I don't know what the hell his name is. Patrick Duval? Duval Patrick? I don't know. Never trust a man with 2 first names, by the way, ladies. Hot tip.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw name,
Val
give your
Patrick,
attendance, and you
okay.
shall be heard. I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience this morning. I know we brought you in late, maybe should have brought you in a little bit later, but we've been working in an effort to sort of streamline things for you. So I do have those questions I have to ask you. Is everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. All right, can we have Dr. Laposata back, please?
That's right. May points out it was supposed to fall on Lucky. I thought Lucky was supposed to be the fall guy too. Lucky would still be rotting in jail and no one would even see this corruption. You are correct. I agree with you, May. Mayflower. I can't believe it's getting more and more blatant. I thought they would at least try and hide it a little bit. Yeah. Maria wants to know, who does she have to call? Marcy? I don't know. I don't know who's giving her the marching orders, but good morning, Eugenia. Oh, that court officer, Eugenia. Everyone smash the like button, please, while you're here. It helps the algorithm.
Good morning, Doctor. Morning, Your Honor.
You don't look at her screen. I did this last night. I was listening and not watching. Her voice, she sounds like such a young Disney princess. I didn't describe it, but she has such a lovely voice, Dr. Laposata.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Laposata. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
And before you get started on her breathing, chat, please, let's have a little bit more class, okay? The breathing that you are hearing is this witness breathing into the mic. I don't know what her medical conditions are, and I don't really care, but I think that we can talk about other things than her breathing. Please stay on topic. Let's talk about the testimony, not the person. Thank you so very much. I know you can do it. I know you can.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Could we have Exhibit 165 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look at a specific area. If I could. There we go. Right here on this exhibit. Do you see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoon-eyed discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Could we have Exhibit 13, please?
If photos that come up are graphic, I'm taking them off the
draw your
screen.
attention to this area of the vehicle. First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Could we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about? If we call that a
Yes,
spoiler?
yes, I do.
Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at, say, 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded, thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If, in fact, a person were hit at, say, 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what
kind of what kind of injury
Injury.
would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and it would go across the eyeball, it would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down.
Not consistent with the eye injury.
We talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as Coup Contre Coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a coup contre coup, a significant coup contre coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain, and the brain is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brain stem herniation, and that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
This is perhaps the most important testimony of the entire trial. So pay attention. This is the penultimate witness for the defense.
That I'd like to approach with.
She explains it really well, you're right.
Yes.
Doctor, can you take a look at that document that I've just handed you and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brain stem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T with there's a little accent somewhere there.
Caret over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of the next, that document is next in order subject.
Brainstem herniation equals immediate death.
Okay, so we'll take that into evidence. Yes.
Present the...
Not yet.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, with the redaction, may I present the...
Not yet. 1 minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't pleasant. And you may find that these photographs are graphic. And I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already
Here come the sirens. Shout out to
already
Dedham
been
Fire
introduced into evidence. So you're not to, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it.
If Court TV shows them on the screen, I'm going to take them down. You will just see me, but you will be able to hear what's happening in the courtroom.
So now you can display it.
Sometimes they
You want
show
me
them,
to
sometimes they don't.
Very briefly.
Yes.
I know, Nancy. I think a lot of people feel the same way.
If you
Sick
wouldn't mind taking a look at that
for
document.
Karen
Oh,
and her
yes.
parents.
Redacted version or a close-up version of just the brainstem.
Yes, this photograph shows the cross-section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next in order rather than the unredacted version.
All right, is there any objection to the, switching the exhibits like that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, and the arrows point to that on there.
So this is going to be the next exhibit,
That'll be it.
exhibit 225, Mark.
Thank you.
This is-
The other one will be for identification, the
Thank-
first one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll be FFF for ID. Another F.
Hey, Tammy in SoCal. I don't think Brennan's trying to blow the case on purpose. I think he has too much of an ego to even do that, but a lot of people think that. Thanks, Tammy. Joanne, this is not fair justice. It's not. Scuba Dan, what would happen if Jackson brings up dog bites anyways? He could be sanctioned by the judge. He doesn't want that. He wouldn't just flaunt the rules the way Brennan does, because he has more integrity than Brennan does, don't you think?
Okay, you can display it now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Walt? Do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
What is that?
Excuse me, that's a cross-section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe, and it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed, and that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
Wow, what a horrible way to go.
Laser pointer?
Oh, thank
Could
you.
use the display to your right, so the viewers can better see it. Could you point to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the swelling?
Okay, so, okay. Is that going on the?
It is. It's
Okay,
probably
thank
hard
you.
for you to see.
Oh, that's okay. So this sort of roundish thing is the brainstem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled, with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding with the blood being looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation.
Yes.
How quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contre coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, excuse me, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness.
Immediate unconsciousness. Got that? He couldn't look at his phone. He couldn't lock his phone. The Commonwealth knew that she was going to say this, and that is why they kept changing their timeline.
Then the brain would start to swell, and within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem which control the heart and the respiration then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual...
Couldn't been stumbling around. He was immediately unconscious. 15 to 20 minutes later, muerte. Dead.
Your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity. He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then as the brain continues swelling and that brain stem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop. And within 15 or 20 minutes, then he could be dead.
Would he vomit?
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
You testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your giving your qualifications. What is a patterned injury?
A patterned injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation because I can say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that object makes on the body, I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
She's a real life case Scarpetta. If you know, you know.
I'd like you to look at another photograph, an exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please, with the court's permission.
Yes, jurors, this may be one of the photographs as well. Right. Or there'll be a series.
Dr. Laposata, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it, informing your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is all.
They're not going to show the photo, I do not think. If you want to see the photo, just Google back of John O'Keefe's head photo and it will pop up for you. It is graphic. There's also a J next, there's a pattern J next to that wound. And I don't know what it is, but I hope she talks about it.
Also a patterned injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below. So what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks. And then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So we have two parts really to this pattern injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scraping of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it, with each little sort of granule making those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
Okay, picking up what she's
What is
laying
the
down.
significant-
Whatever the back of his head hit something with a ridge and then also something that had a pattern on it. She's incredible. This is mic drop testimony. If you watch nothing else today, watch this.
Of the pattern, when you say ridged pattern, and there's two things we're looking at, the laceration or the abrasion versus the defect above and below that laceration.
Yeah, so what this injury tells me, and what I would tell the investigators, is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin, but that ridge also had, it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy grainy things sticking up on it that would make each of then these little things. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
We can take that down.
I would bet my bottom dollar that the photos the investigator took yesterday that were not allowed into evidence of the interior of that garage might have shown a step inside that garage that was made of cement, that might have had some granular surface to it, and perhaps mystery solved. The judge does not want the world to see those photos because whatever reason, the new homeowner let the private investigator in to take those photos just a couple of days ago. And I will bet my bottom dollar that that is what those photos showed. But we're not looking for the truth here. We're just looking for a conviction. Based on what she just said, I'm pretty sure that was the foundation that they were laying for this testimony.
Did you, in furtherance of your investigation, coming to your opinions and conclusions, look at the area of 34 Fairview?
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained.
There he goes. Interior of garage.
There is disregard that comment, that question.
What part of the area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
Excuse me. I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of.
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Laposata. Jurors, I'm striking anything afterward.
They don't want to let
from
the
outside.
jury know
Mr.
about the inside of the garage.
Move
Here's the
on.
thing. Here's the thing, Commonwealth. You had every opportunity to inspect the inside of that garage. Your law enforcement personnel who responded to the scene did not go in the house. They did not go in the garage. They did zero investigation. In fact, your own lead investigator, Michael Proctor, former trooper Michael Proctor, disgraced, disgruntled Trooper Proctor, never even went to the scene of 34 Fairview on the day in question. Never, ever, ever went inside that house. Nobody looked inside that house ever. They had every opportunity to do it. They could have had those photographs themselves. They could have done an investigation. And this is bullshit. The defense has done more of an investigation on this case than law enforcement ever did for a dead, murdered brother in blue. And for her to not allow the jury to see those photos now, maybe because, you know, the steps may not be in the same condition that they were on the day of January 29th of 2022. Make no mistake, they do not want you to know the truth. There are some very, very powerful people out there that are behind this. Very, very powerful. Was the dog kept in the garage that night because Chloe was not good with strangers? They could have done it. They didn't do it. And now they're using it as a shield. You can't show those photos because it's going to hurt our case. It's outrageous. It's disgusting. And I hope you all see it. Taking it back. She said, I looked at photos from inside the house and inside the garage.
I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of.
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Laposata. Jurors, I'm striking anything afterward. The pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside of the home. Did
Yes.
you see the
Move on.
front lawn area?
Yes, I did.
How did you, what did you note about the front lawn area?
Well, I
handle
was
the
looking
truth?
at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that.
He's not going to get up and move around. Why? Medically, it would be impossible because once he slammed his head, he would be rendered unconscious. Hank Brennan is objecting because that's really, really, really bad for his case and his theory.
Yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that.
Here's what she
Came
said
back
again.
and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just answer the question specifically.
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll try.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing there. It was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass was very cold and very hard, the dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No,
Why do you say that?
because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound.
Right.
Or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
No grass pattern on the back of his head. I don't care how rock hard that ground was. You say there was grass underneath his body. There should have been grass underneath his head too, right, Mr. Brennan? You can't have it both ways. Brain doctor didn't testify to that, did he? The end.
Do you have any training or experience
Bang, bang.
in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who've suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more, and then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
at least 100.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner?
I just had a thought, and I have to tell you this thought before I forget it because it's relevant right now. Do you remember the rock that appeared on the lawn when the jury went to do the site view at 34 Fairview? All of a sudden, there was a rock there, and it was painted, and it said Alberts on it. It had never been there before. Nobody knows who put it there, but it was there when the jury did their view. I wonder if that coincides with around the time. Well, no, they received Dr. Laposata's report all the way back in March of 2025, but they knew this is what Dr. Laposata was going to say. And when I say they, I mean the Commonwealth. They knew she was going to say that he couldn't have fallen on frozen ground because it would not cause this type of injury. There would be grass in the wound and there was nothing on the lawn to cause that type of an injury. And then all of a sudden that rock appeared on the lawn during the site view. Media caught it. It was all over the media. The judge then instructed the jury after the attorneys brought it up, oh, disregard that rock that you saw on the lawn. Just like she's been telling them to disregard a hell of a lot of things that have shown unfair prejudice to the defendant in this case. But it just occurred to me, so keep that in mind. The satanic rock.
File.
And also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scordi-Bello's file, as it related to, well, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scordi-Bello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case?
She did put that on the death certificate.
Along with something else?
Along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury
Yes,
as a cause of death?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're...
More very important testimony. If you have tuned out, tune back in. A lot of people have asked this question. What does that indicate? His body temperature was 80 degrees when he was brought to the hospital. Isn't that hypothermia? Listen, there are two ways the temperature could go down to 80. Listen up.
Rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
I'd like you to take a look. I'm
Show
sorry,
Mr.
may I approach you?
Brennan. Yep, show Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, I apologize.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
We have a little room to scooch right here.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this a fair representation of what you were just looking at?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this, I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature, and this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the normal appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are little tiny craters, and they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Remember that she was involved with the victims of Egypt Air, many of whom was that plane crash into water, I'm assuming, may have had contributing hypothermia to their cause and manner of death. And she is now showing, this is genius, what these spots look like in a real hypothermic patient. And she's going to compare it to the photo of John's, and she's going to explain to the jury why he did not die of hypothermia. This is genius.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we could have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up.
And I'm
as well.
on real time with you. Didn't know he was going to say that, or this is what they were going to do, but we can smile.
Do you see the photograph on the right?
Yes.
What is that of?
This is the Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up when we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach is kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see?
Bam. Bam. He did not die from hypothermia. How else can you get those spots, doctor? What else would cause those spots?
Or do you see any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No, no.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen. When you open the stomach at autopsy, you can see some redness of the normal lining of the stomach.
Did you?
Normal.
Let me ask this first. Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
There it is.
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas.
Indicates his body was not outside in the cold for very long. Because if he was out there for 6 hours, like the Commonwealth wants everyone to believe, he probably would have had signs of hypothermia. Let's keep listening and see if he gets into that.
Is in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right.
Yes.
That's Exhibit 164. Can you describe what those are? What are those darker areas?
Well, here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach. And there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion, or were you able to form an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to see its eyebrow for just a minute here.
We can take that down.
Yeah, let's come to sidebar because, we really, really, really don't want the jury to know the truth. The truth is that heavy drinking can cause Wisniewski spots too, because we looked it up last time. Oh, what did Leslie just looked over at the gallery? Look at this. Somebody say something over there?
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the...
Yanetti's still looking there.
It's my word, not yours, doctor, so forgive me.
Oh, it's the screen?
The
Okay.
defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the
Don't start any Twitter rumors. I think it's the screen.
rugae, or in and around the rugae on the gastric mucosa. Did you note that there was a machine that was used for life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a mechanical device to administer chest compressions, and the company that makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies, so it's called a Lucas machine, and it can be attached to the body. Your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back, and so it just plunges, and it does mechanical resuscitation and chest compression, compressing the chest right over the lower sternum, about 2 inches or so, and it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions where the attendants and the ERT people, they get tired continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
When you mention the sternum area of
Yes.
the body, are there, let me go without saying, are there organs beneath the area that's being compressed by the mechanical Lucas machine?
Oh, absolutely.
What do those organs include?
Well, ideally, they include the heart because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out, but it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as, in addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
Best witness for the defense, hands down so far. She's so credible. She's so likable. She's genius. She's brilliant.
There's two documents that I'd like to
Scooch a
show
little
you
bit.
first.
Yes.
That document, and then after you're finished, familiarizing yourself. First one and the second one.
Yes.
How do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
These are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses those organs between the resuscitation paddle and the vertebral body and the backbone.
Doctor, are those photographs and graphs taken from peer-reviewed literature in the medical field that's normally relied on by other medical professionals?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that first document.
Right, subject to redaction?
I don't think so. I think that that one is not objected to.
Okay.
Yes.
So would you hand that to?
Sure, thank you.
Yes, Kate Mick, the women are taking no hostages in season 2.
Exhibit 227.
It's like the rebellion of the handmaids. Gilead was in Boston. No coincidence or coincidence? I'm going to scooch a
I
little
know
bit.
that's a little bit small and far away. We'll enlarge it as you need.
Okay.
It's not an eye test. Can you tell me what we're looking at? Yeah, let's take the top half of the document. What is that to the left, and then what's the machine in the middle.
Okay, so what you see on the left is a anonymous patient showing how the Lucas machine is placed onto the patient, where the
dead body. I don't wanna
arms
sit
are
on that.
pulled
Finish
up and
out.
clasped against these rigid mechanical bridges. And then here is the engine which puts the pump, and that's the pump which just goes up and down to do the chest compressions. And so that's how it's affixed to a patient.
To be clear, doctor, that is not Mr. O'Keefe. That is
No, this is
could be a model.
an unknown
Okay.
person.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machine to the
Yeah,
right?
this shows the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it has a spring in there that the engine above it gives a certain number of compressions per minute.
And you said on average the compressions per minute would be about what?
Now, they should be around 100.
Okay. If we could go to the bottom half of the page of the graphics on the bottom. What are we looking at in this photograph?
And we're looking at, on the left side, we're looking at a CAT scan, which scans a person who's had some injury from the Lucas compression machine, and it's a cross section. So the arrow here is pointing to the head of the pancreas and the area of the esophagus, and then the machine would compress down onto that. And the important part is that I don't know if that's working on there. The little thing that looks like at the very bottom, that's circular and then has a little, looks like a little steer head, that's the vertebral column, and that's bone. And so the pump is pushing in that area where the arrow is pushing those organs against the bony vertebral column. Excuse me. And that's on an actual patient that had that. Then on the right, it shows the schematic of the blue arrows indicating the force coming down. Then we see the organs, and the red arrows show how the pancreas can get hemorrhage, and also some of the esophagus that goes into the top part of the stomach. And we see that's, I can't really see where that, I think it stopped.
Oh. May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, no, you've got it. Okay.
Maybe a battery issue.
Okay. And then we see at the bottom with those three little things projecting from it, that is the vertebral body, which is made up of bone. So you can see how the chest compressions, not only hoping to save the life by keeping the heart blood functioning, can also cause some injuries and damage, not life-threatening usually, to the other organs there.
We can take that down. Doctor, taking a look at the second document that's in front of you, do you recognize what's depicted in that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe, his chest, while he's at the hospital, which shows a lot of the resuscitation equipment.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of of Mr. O'Keefe at the hospital based on your review of the medical file?
Yes.
I'd move for the admission of that.
Okay.
Oh.
Exhibit 220. Then,
At the display briefly.
Okay.
Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that is suggestive that where the Lucas machine was situated?
Yes, as I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression pump compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe, and it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down.
Oh, that's what caused the pancreas
Doctor,
hemorrhaging.
based on your review of
fractured
the
ribs.
medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 in the morning, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around, over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
There it is.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia or complications associated with hypothermia and a body that's already passed away just cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe
No hypothermia, rib fractures, pancreas hemorrhaging caused by the Lucas machine.
any signs of frostbite?
No.
Did that have any weight concerning your opinion, overall opinion, as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
Well, if someone dies due to exposure to low temperatures, you expect to see not only the Wisniewski's ulcers, but you expect to see some frostbite changes in the extremities.
That's it. No frostbite.
Based on your overall review of the medical records associated with Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
What is that opinion?
he died of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I want to shift gears.
That's what he died from. Blunt force injuries to the head. No hypothermia. He was somewhere else when he died. Picking up what she's laying down. I know, I thought my math was wrong. It's 100 beats per minute. 37 minutes would be 3,700 compressions. Either way, caused rib fractures. And it caused hemorrhaging to the pancreas. That Dr. Irene Scordi-Bello was an indication of hypothermia. Was not, according to this doctor.
For a minute.
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a minute, Dr. Laposata, and talk about patterned injuries elsewhere on Mr. O'Keefe's body. You've obviously talked about your training and experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
You've taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 167 with the court's permission.
Okay.
I'm taking it down if it's the arm, which I think it is, 167. If you want to see the arm photos, you can Google them.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you review and consider this photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
In order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of that? It may be obvious, but explain that for the jurors, please.
Well, when you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Huge.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
Tell us what it is.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds, generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just
Correct.
in general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches a body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes.
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
Yes.
Great time for this question. Randy is no dummy.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you can see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change. The other thing you see in an animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
The incisors, not the incisors, Mr. Brennan. Let's see if he gets up and says incisors. Do you hear that, everyone? Do you hear that? It's the sound of silence. Have not heard one objection from Brennan during this. Not one. Those are dog bites, my friends. Those are dog bites. Because if Dr. Russell didn't convince you, maybe Dr. Laposata did.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Now he's objecting.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They were, oh yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Prior to death.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you.
It's consistent
We can take that down.
with a dog attack prior to his death. Before the head injury, because that would have incapacitated him, or
May I
he
have
was
just a
just
moment, Your Honor?
unconscious
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
and may have been attacked by the dog in the 15 to 20 minute period. She said it would have taken him for him to die after he was rendered unconscious from the blow to the head or the fall backwards on top of a ridged object. Wow.
Okay.
Approaching. I think the themes from Cops is on our mixtape playlist, which is below in the show notes. If you have Spotify, you too can listen to it. I think it's song lyrics, and we've made a mixtape for this trial. Season 1 and Season 2 are together.
Indicated that, may I inquire?
Yes.
You indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct? His right arm, I should say, were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is something called post-mortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make, quote, injuries to the body. But we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through, so you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of
They're bloody.
medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
Wow.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Excellent.
Sustained.
That's part of her analysis.
Do you believe it's important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
No, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you.
Loves to work as a team. I like how they're getting some police procedure in
talked
through
about-
this witness. You're supposed to be working as a team with the investigators to figure out how the person died. Did they work as a team with Dr. Irene Scordi-Bello? No. They told her to say it was inconsistent with a fight as death. They tried to get her to change it to homicide from undetermined, but it didn't work.
The theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause this same finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
Go.
Were you able to
Bring it
rule
home.
that out?
Absolutely.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
Were you able to rule out a motor vehicle accident? Absolutely. Objection sustained, strike it. She said it did not happen from a car accident.
Tell me about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you come to an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were produced by a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
It's not going to let her go there.
You indicated that you've done thousands of autopsies yourself, correct?
Yes,
You've supervised many times more that.
correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
Now, hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes,
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
yes,
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I,
Sustained.
Ridiculous. She's
What are some of
conducted
the injuries that you would expect
hundreds of autopsies on pedestrians. Hundreds.
generally? What are some of the injuries that you would expect generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed? Not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour.
yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or a SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue, it gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Guess who had no bruises?
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over to sidebar.
Yeah, come to sidebar. She's done hundreds of autopsies on pedestrians, and they have certain injuries. There's no one better to testify about this. other than this witness, perhaps Dr. Russell, who too conducted thousands of autopsies. This is the medical doctor. Dr. Rentschler is also going to testify about the injuries to be expected from a pedestrian collision, and he's not a medical doctor. So again, we're in the upside down, inside out, Narnia matrix of Norfolk Superior, because during season 1, the judge made a ruling that unless you're a medical doctor, you're not allowed to opine about the cause of injuries. And she's overruled herself here.
May I inquire?
Yes.
I forgot where I left off, so I'm just going to pick up.
Okay.
As best my memory can serve me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Objection.
No, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you. As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as
Praise be, under her eye, she's letting it in. It has been suggested that John O'Keefe's right arm was made contact with the taillight. We're going to hear that again because I am so floored that she is allowing this that we need to play it from the top without my interruptions. Listen.
It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Objection.
No, I'm allowing that in.
Nope.
Thank you. As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think about.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
I'm sorry, what?
Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask you a different question. Do Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Why do you say that?
First of all, those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going to strike that, and
Out
let's
there.
see what sidebar.
Not at all. They do not correlate. That is the whole theory of the Commonwealth. With that, may the Lord open. It says FBI ice cream truck, which is a nod to Jennifer McCabe saying the FBI coming to visit her was just like, you know, when you're a kid and the ice cream truck comes, no big whoop. And yet she lied to the FBI. Jennifer McCabe did. She said she had to go make a phone call. And during the 10 minutes that she said she needed to brush her teeth, she made something like 5 phone calls and then got caught in a lie to the FBI. Who knows what's going to happen to her, if anything.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In your report, Doctor, you indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I
And
wrote that.
Do you stand by that?
Yes, that's my conclusion.
And you also wrote his arm had no tissue bruising from impact injury. Do you remember writing that?
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. Do you remember writing that?
I did.
And do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote that you noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you indicated that that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
Yes. Sorry, what's your objection? It was done. Dr. Irene Scordi-Bello did it. She opened up his legs to look for fractures, among
You
other
reviewed the
things.
entirety of the medical records associated with the autopsy,
Yes,
including photographs,
taken to the hospital, yes,
okay, and autopsy photographs?
yes.
and other data and documentation, correct?
Yes.
Are X-rays an important part of an autopsy generally?
Oh, yes. Usually there are x-rays taken of the body prior to the examination.
What do X-rays show? Why are those important?
They're important because they show foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
X-rays are taken before the autopsy, before the dissection. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. Now you know why they're not calling in Higgins, Proctor, Albert. Doesn't matter. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Keep it simple.
That may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Take all the moments, Mr. Jackson. Oh, he's got some giant blueprints. Maybe they're X-ray pictures. They look like blueprints. Showing to Mr. Brennan.
Yes.
Oh, yes, he doesn't want the X-rays to be shown. Of course he doesn't want the X-rays to be shown because it's going to show there's no broken bones. I think that's what it is. It looks like giant blueprints, but I'm assuming that it's X-rays. I really don't know for sure. But it's because they were talking about X-rays right before he went to get these giant exhibits. They call them chalks in Massachusetts. I don't know why. I thought they said there were no X-rays. Says unfair view of justice. Yes, me too. Me too. D Fox says the Commonwealth didn't see that coming. Didn't see this coming. Thanks, D, for your 10. Taillight Bite says, I feel like I'm finally hearing the truth for the first time and not in my stomach released to hear her.
Recess.
Oh, there's going to be a recess, of course.
Please rise for the jury.
I cannot imagine being Karen's parents or John O'Keefe's parents, Welcha. Me neither. Give Me 3 Steps is on the playlist. It's been there for 2 seasons. Been there since the first season, Sidebar Chick. It'll happily take your super chats, but you might want to check the playlist before you pay for a super chat because it's something like 130 songs. It's like well over, I think by now, 14 hours of music. And it's in the show notes below if you're interested in a mixtape for your travels.
May be seated.
Dr. Laposata, you can step out, okay? All right, I
Send
did
her
receive
out.
another motion this morning
another
for a
motion.
curative instruction. I'm not going to even consider this today. We can consider this at the charge conference. So that's where we're at with that.
Oh, yeah.
All right, work it out. If you can't work it out, let me know. I'll come out before the jury.
Work it out.
Rise to the court, please.
Just work it out. Curative instruction has to do with Hank Brennan lying to the jury yesterday when he held up the hoodie sweatshirt in the plexiglass and told them that there were holes in the back of that hoodie sweatshirt that corresponded with being hit by a car. The defense has made a motion or suggested a curative instruction that they would like the judge to give, but she doesn't want to hear it now. She doesn't want to hear it now. Carol Grant says the guy didn't go in the house, but did go in the garage or the basement. The evil of this cover-up is mind-boggling. I live in Norfolk County. So sad. I'm sorry, Carol. I don't think you might change your username to something that doesn't identify your real name, but that's just me. If you'd like to sell your house, maybe you want to get out. I don't know. Depending on which way this goes. Kathleen, thank you for your 20. Mr. Randy's mobility scooter says, gruesome topic aside, this witness has such a nice voice. Permission to ask her to read me C.S. Lewis before bed on nights when my anxiety is acting up. Maria, John O'Keefe was allegedly found on his back. However, there was in the 911 call, Jennifer McCabe said they just flipped him over. It's never really been dug into, but We don't know what that means, but according to all medical reports and EMT reports and first responder reports, he was found on his back. Now we find out with allegedly his phone underneath him. So there's that. On grass. What can the defense say in closing regarding the holes in the back of the shirt? We have not gotten there yet, the other Karen. And so the judge said she's not ruling on that motion yet. They can certainly, well, I don't even want to opine on it yet because she hasn't ruled on that motion. And then you never, ever, ever know. Tina Talk says, how about we ask Judge Bev a few questions about what she was watching and who she talked to last night after leaving court? Wouldn't that be great if the jury could ask questions of the witnesses? They can do that in Florida and certain other states. And I'm sure they have a lot of questions. A lot. D. Fox says, Cannoni lied from the bench about not knowing any witnesses in this trial. Cannoni's deceased brother served in the military with Brian Albert. Don't know that, D. Fox. I got no receipts on that. I can't be spreading rumors. A lot of people are talking about how Kelly Dever is related to certain people, and I can't give any of this stuff legs. I'm sorry. I'm a fact-based channel. I don't know anything about that. And then people will report that I am reporting that, and I am not going to spread misinformation. Not that that's what you're doing, but I just can't do it. Via Barrows Truth Daddy says, no wonder the Commonwealth is terrified of Dr. Laposata. Medical mama is educated, honest, relatable, and easy to understand. Oh, yeah. They're afraid of the truth. They can't handle the truth. They just can't handle the truth. Kimberly says via Venmo, 3 things. Bev and McCabe's and Alberts, time to take off your crucifixes. God doesn't like ugly. 2, how sore is Bev's back from all the bending she does for the Commonwealth? 3, Dr. Wolf walked so Randy could run. That's amazing. That's amazing. What a great comment. Olivia, thank you for thanking me via Venmo. I thank you so very much for spending your days with me, each and every one of you. I'm very grateful for your presence here because without you keeping me sane, I too would lose my mind. Paula, thank you, says by any means she will exclude anything that will implicate Colin, McCabe's, Alberts, and Chloe. They have the key to the corruption she is a part of. Thank you for your dedication, Melanie. Thank you, Paula, very, very much for being here. Betsy says, keep on keeping on, Mel. Your channel gets me through the day. Oh, I appreciate that, Betsy. You guys get me through the day too. The feeling's mutual. Tiffany says, thanks for your daily commentaries. You're amazing. No, you're amazing, Tiffany. You are. Lori says, I've been in and out. I had to take a break for my mental health, but love you with all of my heart. You guys, if you need a break, take a break. But today's a really good day for the defense. A really, really, really good day for the defense. Dr. Laposata has given us practically everything. And now you know why Proctor is not being called. Higgins isn't being called. Brian Albert isn't being called. Because why complicate things? John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Car did not hit John O'Keefe. That was just spoon-fed to the jury by Dr. Laposata. He did not die from hypothermia. The blunt impact injury on a ridged surface with a pattern right above it caused a blunt force trauma to John O'Keefe's skull, causing massive skull fractures in all parts of the skull and massive brain hemorrhaging and bleeding that would have rendered him unconscious immediately and dead within 15 to 20 minutes. And do you think the jury's picking up what is being laid down in that the Commonwealth objected to those photos being showed of the garage, shown of the garage to the jury? From all accounts, it's a very young jury. Somebody said it was something like maybe 70%, I don't know, under 40, with a great number of the jurors under 30. They understand technology. And now they're getting to understand the cause and manner of death. Something happened to John O'Keefe, but it was not a car accident. Hopefully they're getting it. Thank you, Bia Barros, Truth Daddy. Everyone, please smash the like button. I don't want to have to turn off the fan. It really helps the channel. It really helps the algorithm, and it's easy to do. Just close out your chat and just hit it, and then hit the subscribe button while you're there because that's free. There's 25,000 people watching, and we don't even have 30% likes. Come on, you guys, we can do better than that. You can do better. I know you can. That Mama says a winter boot scraper, Matt, and I am not sure I can handle watching this train wreck. Question: how does the attorney stay composed Do you learn that in school? No, they don't teach you that in school. You learn by watching other great attorneys. You learn by having a mentor, trial lawyer to teach you, but they really don't teach you that in law school. They teach you the law. They really don't teach you a lot about the practice of law. Many law schools, such as mine, University of Denver, shout out, have a student law office where people in the community can come for free legal advice and free help. And so I did do some trials during law school. You're supervised by an attorney that oversees you. And so I did get some trial experience in law school, but that was something that I volunteered to do. Maybe I got small, like 2 credits for it, but they don't teach you that in law school. Just a little bit of trial practice, not a lot. That's a thing you got to be thrown into. I used to go to court and just sit in court and watch great trial lawyers. That was before trials were televised on YouTube. BJSF, what new homeowner would keep a rock on the front lawn with the previous owner's name on it? Not credible, no. No, they wouldn't. Somebody put it there. Somebody planted it. Will we ever find out who did? Did Tom Kelleher's Ring camera work that night? That rock may or may not have been planted there. Karen 2.S says, remember what Jen McCabe said. How long has he been out there? I don't know, a couple of hours maybe. Will the truth ever come out? Laura, not from the U.S. Does anybody oversee judges? Feels like she can do whatever with no punishment. She's got wide judicial discretion and judicial immunity for things that are within her judicial powers. If there was any sort of bribery or corruption going on, she could be prosecuted. But her decisions have all been within the bounds of the law. As far as we know, the appellate rights have been preserved. So if there is a conviction, there are several things that could be appealed and she may be overturned on appeal. People have said that this is only her second murder trial. The first was the Emmanuel Lopes trial, who was on trial for killing a police officer. That first trial ended in a hung jury. They did bust the jury in from somewhere else. Tell me, like Worcester or something. 2 hours a day, they bust that jury in. The first trial was a mistrial, hung jury. Second trial, I believe Lopes was convicted, but I think this is only her second murder trial. She was rotated out of, it was the Chesna trial. Chesna was I'm not even sure if that's how to pronounce it. Chesna was the victim, right? But wasn't Emmanuel Lopes the defendant? She botched that one too, people say. I'll see you at side boss, says seizing after brain stem injury equals steps recorded on the iPhone. Deleted comment queen says, I can't stand the way Hank says literature instead of literature. Just needed to vent. Well, there's so many things. He says corroborate instead of corroborate. He said hematoba instead of hematoma. He calls it a coup injury. And many, many other things that he has mispronounced. Penny McGee. Well, Penny McGee was a manslaughter trial. And that was not a jury trial. You're right, Cuzco. That was a bench trial. But Penny McGee was never charged with murder. It was manslaughter. And yes, she would not let Chesna's mother cry in court, Jay and Hull says. This judge, Beverly Canoni, would not let the victim's mother cry in court, unlike Mrs. O'Keefe. She's never reprimanded, as far as I know, Mrs. O'Keefe, for crying in court. He mispronounces lots of things. So if that's the worst of the worst, I'll allow it. Waremouth says, what a witness. I'm totally engaged and understand every word. She's very easy to understand. Very easy to understand. Emanj, can Bev, as an appointed judge, be sued on specific circumstances, primarily for actions outside their official role or for judicial misconduct throughout the trial? Judicial misconduct is handled by a judicial board. She was sued by some of the people saying the buffer zone was unconstitutional. She was named a defendant in that case. Anything that is done outside her outside of her role as outside of her judicial role could be perhaps something she could be prosecuted for or sued for civilly. but the grounds for that or the causes of action for that would be very slim. Derp Derp says, someone please introduce Dr. Laposata to Dr. Russell. I feel like they would be great friends. Cynthia 1880 points out that the third-party culprits are currently packing their bags. Tina Talk says, Melanie, what about them tearing up the floor in the basement? I always thought that would be where he was killed. Well, it's never been brought into evidence. The person who jackhammered up the basement has not been cooperative, allegedly, from what I've heard out there. It wasn't just something like the carpet was torn up down there. I heard it was, or the flooring was replaced. I heard the floor was actually jackhammered, but apparently whoever that witness is not cooperative, and so it's not been brought into evidence in either trial. BJSF, how would bruising be different when occurring during a mortal blunt force trauma event? Well, she said the wounds would be bloody if they were caused before death, as we see in those arm photos that YouTube doesn't like me to show. Did she talk about bruising? Did she talk about bruising to the head? She did talk about the bruising to the head. She said it had happened from a ridged surface, rendering him unconscious. So in the 15 to 20 minutes before his death, he could have continued to bruise. Did she talk about bruising after death? I thought she was only asked about the arm wounds and whether they were caused before or after death. And she's still on the stand, so we may be hearing it. Money, 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 says Abba. Thanks, Dennis. By Abba, says Dennis. I think it's on there. There's Deb. I hope they mentioned the vomit. Me too. Show Randy versus Card. Detail expected injury. Well, Dr. Rentschler is going to come in and talk about that. Show blue paint and explain expected injury at 24 miles an hour. I believe that is exactly what Dr. Rentschler is going to do today. Crash Daddy number 2. Llama Mama from Texas, the jurors, please disregard the truth. Thank you. Kay Willis is here. She's gifted 5 memberships. She is a realtor south of Boston. So if you need to sell your house, Kay Willis is your girl. She's also a very generous contributor to the channel. Thank you, Kay. Churicity says, if the rules of the law are making it so the jury can't hear what the truth is, we need better laws. Yeah. And better jury instructions. Oh, Angela, I'm so sorry. Says, I was just hit Friday night. I was on a motorcycle and hit by a car. 20 miles an hour. My right arm is all bruised. I am loaded with bruises. Thank God that it wasn't worse than that. And I hope you were wearing a helmet. And thank God. You're very lucky. Song suggestion, Rise Against BS. Thank you, Contenta. Christine, thanks for becoming a member. Tracy Davis says, if anyone wants to move to Southwest Florida to get away from Massachusetts, I'm a realtor down here close to Naples and Cape Coral. That's lovely. Tracy Stedman gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Well, so before Hanky gets in the upright position, can we play Don't Speak by No Doubt? No, I can't play any music on YouTube or they will strike me immediately. That is a copyright violation and they take their music rights very, very seriously on YouTube. But you guys can play that in your own house on your own phone. Not Fade Away Kai says, I don't know how Karen holds it together. I have tears in my eyes over the misconduct happening in front of me every day. Total insanity, all of it. Love you, Mel. Love you back. Love you back. There was another Grateful Dead quote in here. Did I save it for later? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Hang on. We'll always allow a good Grateful Dead quote. F and Hippie says, Brennan equals loser, the Grateful Dead version. And you know I'm only in it for the gold. Thank you, F and Hippie. Norman, I don't know anything about this. Any truth to Bev talking to her hand, then looking right at the camera like she got busted? What did you think? I saw the clip, but not sure. I didn't see it. So I cannot opine. Susie said, I'm starting to think the judge wants to see the defense team work triple hard and helps poor Brennan. She's lost her way. I don't know. This was from earlier. This was from 9:15 a.m. So this was before Dr. Laposata's testimony today. EFP said, I'm so worried that the jury is not seeing this. She always seems to blame things on the defense and the eye rolling of the court reporter. It's all too much. How can she get a fair trial? Well, the fair trial is one question, but do you think the jury is seeing it now after Dr. Laposata's testimony? Right? Kelly Gray said something felt off yesterday in the courtroom, especially yesterday morning. Both Brennan and Bev seemed off and short-tempered, like they've got some outside stresses going on that we don't know about yet. You might have good intuition, but I don't know. I have no inside information to that. But there's another song on the playlist that is awesome and it rocks, and you should play it really, really, really loud. It's called it's by Five Finger Death Punch, and it's called A Little Bit Off Today. I'm a little bit off today. A little bit off today. It's a great mantra. If you have never heard of it, take a listen. Karen DeSalva says, what a long, strange trip it's been. It has been. It's hard to believe that this is Witchy Woman is definitely on the list. Just take a look at it. It's right below in the show notes. Hey, it's me. Says I'm not as confident this trial. I wish they would call more people. They're leaving so much out. Still so very hopeful. I gotta say, based on Dr. Laposata's testimony, why complicate it with all the extraneous BS, all the noise, the Proctor, the Higgins, the Brian Albert noise. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Car did not hit John O'Keefe, and I've been saying this forever. It is as simple as that. If the jury goes back there, they have one question to ask each other. Was John O'Keefe hit by a car? If the answer is no, we all go home, because without a car accident, there are no charges. There are no charges. There are no standalone DUI charges. Why complicate things, right? I think this testimony is very strong. Tell me what you think. You guys getting kicked out of here again and going into other chats? Somebody just said they got kicked into Grizzly. That's so weird. Eliza says the jury's probably fed up because they're never on time. Brian says, will Karen sue the city or state to recoup lost money? Well, there could be some very major civil suits. If Karen is acquitted, if it can be shown that this was a malicious prosecution, if exculpatory evidence was withheld from the defense, there could be very major civil suits against the state, the county, and others. It's what I do. It's my wheelhouse. For violation of her civil rights. Yes. Yes, it is. Masters of Criminology says, is it typical for appellate attorneys to sit in on the trial? 100%. 100% typical. Or is it because they have that many issues? No, it is 100% typical. Not uncommon at all. Scuba Dan said earlier, this is a waste of time. She's going to deny it. Swear jar down payment for the Bupkis button. Love you, Melanie. You helped me get through Bev and her little dog, Hank, too. Well, thank you, Laura. Thank you. Can we get a gag order on Brennan? Says kick the cactus. Wouldn't that be nice? He has a gag order, but can't talk to the media. Thank you, Mangled Randy. Mangled Randy says, I have been saying this from the beginning and that I was spot on. Coffee Lovers kicked out multiple times yesterday. I mean, I heard that YouTube was updating yesterday, and that may have been the thing. I used to get like the Auss snap on other people's streams, and it would just kick me out of, like, Google would kick me out. But people said that they've been like forcibly kicked into other chats on other channels, and that is just weird. Mishkal says it's sad when someone has to use slimy tactics to win his case. Brennan is so insecure of his trial capabilities and that he has to cheat. Hey, it's me, says Bev, and the prosecution now use Signal. That's funny. That is funny. Let's see if we're doing any better on likes. Oh, come on. Only 9,000 likes and 24,000 people watching. You guys, it's really not hard. It's really not hard to hit the like button. I mean, we spend out 8 hours a day together. It's the least you could do, right? 30 Buzzard, are they going to address Bev's jury instruction yesterday or lack thereof? She said she doesn't need to discuss that today. They're going to discuss that at the charge conference, which will be before closings. Janet, is it really hard? It is really hard to know how far off this is, having very little experience in how courts work. Can you tell, chat, just how common this is? Is it always this hard to just get defense witnesses. No, no, there's nothing not normal about this trial at all. Nothing that you see happening here happens in real life in other jurisdictions. It is an abomination. Shouldn't be this hard. An ethical prosecutor will look for the truth, not a conviction. And you have seen in this trial, especially in season 2, Hank Brennan do everything possible to try and hamstring the defense, prevent every single expert from testifying for the defense. And that is not the way it's supposed to happen. There are judges that are unfair. There are judges that don't always agree. But the level to which this has gone on here is something that the world needs to see. Hillary says, my baby loves when you're on. He gets excited and claps and smiles when he sees you. We keep it on in the background of our day. I love that. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hillary, just enjoy. I have 5 kids of my own, and the days are long, but the years are short. The years are so short. Enjoy every minute of the babiness. I could watch like videos of babies laughing all day long. Like there's like a creator who has like quintuplets, and she just has her babies laying on the bed and they laugh and laugh and laugh all day. And I love it so much. Hurricane is on the playlist. It is Dylan's Hurricane is definitely on the playlist for sure. Thank you, Cynthia. What if she says dog bites by accident? She didn't, but she did get in animal bites. And I think that's good enough. The jury knows about Chloe. Jen McCabe says Chloe wasn't there that morning when she went inside the house. Sarah Levinson was asked about Chloe. Sarah Levinson, despite the fact that she's known Brian Jr. for years, has never met Chloe. Chloe wasn't good with strangers. We heard Yuri Buchanan talk about his quest to go find Chloe, who is now named Cora. They know all about that dog being rehomed. And I think they're connecting the dots. Thanks, Julie. I put this up earlier. Welcha, get the judge a Kit Kat bar. Mr. Grinch by the Brian Setzer Band. I don't think that's on there. Seashell? Seashelly? Thank you. Shane, can AJ ask the witness if her report is missing anything from when she originally wrote it? Typically not. Typically they can ask about new opinions if they haven't been exchanged with the other side. But that's a great question. Please, can we have a swear word hour during luncheon break? Sorry, I can't allow it, Patio, because it's not me, it's YouTube. They scan chats with their AI programs. AI is a thing now. And if there's too much profanity or names of drugs or words that they don't like, they will strike your stream. They will take it down. They will shadow ban it. They will say that it's unfriendly to advertisers. And so we try and keep it clean here for many reasons. That is just one of them. T-Bone, when Jen McCabe needed 10 minutes before talking to the FBI, she made several calls. Bev only needed to make one call. Yep, just one. Just one call. Maybe. In your opinion. Hope the jury sees all this afterwards and talks about it publicly. Me too, Terry. Me too. Michigan Megs, when this is over, can the defense release information that was impounded during the course of this trial, such as Carrie's text with the witness advocate? That would be up to the judge. The judge would have to unseal the record, so it wouldn't be, the defense would still not be able to just release it on their own now. Chastity finds this outrageous, disgusting, sickening to watch. Officer John O'Keefe deserved better, as did Karen. Smurf Paint, can any of her ridiculous rulings in this trial become case law and affect other defendants? Well, case law is created when an issue goes up to the appellate court, and then that is where case law is made. So this judge cannot make case law herself. These rulings could be appealed in the event of a conviction, and those rulings could go up to the appellate courts. And then if the appellate court overturned them, that would create case law. When Karen Reed is acquitted, the mindset there will be no need for appeals in this case because the appellate issues will be moot. And so that is not a stupid question at all. And it is not Supreme Court. Every state calls their courts different things. In New York, our lowest court is the Supreme Court. So our equivalent to Norfolk Superior Court is, let's say, Nassau County Supreme Court. And then in New York, we have the appellate division, which is the second level of appellate courts. And then our highest court in New York is the Court of Appeals. Here in Massachusetts, it is Superior Court. I forget what the middle court is, But I think the highest court is the SJC, the Supreme Judicial Court. So it's called different things in different counties, in different jurisdictions, and there's no such thing as a stupid question. Welch says, no worries, feds, eyes and ears everywhere. Lori Ann, that fake sweet smile when she talks to the jurors, yeah, it's fake. West Virginia says, I can't wait to hear what the jurors think about the bias of the judge. It'll be interesting if they talk. They don't have to talk. They're not required to talk. They can talk if they want to. It's 11:43 here on the East Coast, and just sitting here waiting for this short break to be over. Grace says, above all else, it's Bev's lack of reaction to the Commonwealth. Yes, where are the grave concerns? There are none when it comes to the Commonwealth. Hold on one second. One second. Got to put in my order. Okay. Where are the grave concerns when it comes to Hank Brennan's behavior? There are none. There's zero. Thanks, Kelly, for becoming a member. I don't know anything about a petition, Jody, and it's unethical for me to suggest as an attorney that anybody go sign that petition, but thank you for your 5. Aggressive Carpet says Auntie Bev wants to get this over as soon as possible so she can retire with her pension intact. Hank also needs to get going on his run to replace Morrissey. Lord knows his defense days are over. He's run unopposed for the entire time that he's been district attorney, is my understanding. He's spent his life, I believe, in public service, and hopefully he will not be reelected come 2026 is when he's up for reelection. So there's that. Alicia says, your rights are saved is the B. What, if any, Law and Order is a procedural documentary compared with this investigation and trial? Your rights are saved. That's what she means. For appeal. For appeal. Your rights are saved for appeal. Not going to preserve your rights now on the spot in real time, but, just in case you get convicted, there's that for you. Enjoy my little gift to you. My little pretty. Are people really complaining about this elderly woman breathing into the mic? Yes. Yes, yes, they were. Arthur's one of our amazing mail carriers out there, right, Arthur? Show some respect. Hi, Arthur Barak. How are you this morning? I'm doing pretty well. How about you and your friend Chris? I remember. You're out there doing the Lord's work, rain, snow, sleet, or shine. Actually, Michelle, it was the Norfolk County Bar Association made the judge Person of the Year. She did get an award a couple weeks ago. And then there was no court on Thursday. That was a Wednesday night. You are correct. She's not a federal judge. Hank is repulsive, but I'm picking up what you're laying down. She's not a federal judge. She's a state court judge.
So why don't I see you while the jury's coming in?
Of course, I'll see you while the jury's coming in. Private Info, thank you so much for your 20. Says, I've said it before, this judge and prosecutor are disgusting. Bonfire 24 said, Dr. Laposata sounds like Georgia Engel from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I'll allow it. Love that comment. Loved Mary Tyler Moore. USMC Cowgirl, that's what she means. Your rights are saved for appeal. For appeal, you've made your record. Now go sit down and shut up. There's Turtle Boy. There's Matt Johnson from Court TV. The high top behind the O'Keefe family and friends section is the media section. And there's a random drawing each week of who gets to sit in those 10 media seats. They're coveted, highly coveted. Some media people have won that random selection lottery every single week. Some have won none of the weeks. Interesting. Shannon Merlino, can the FBI pull the phone records from the courthouse to see who or if the judge calls anyone? Oh, the FBI can do whatever they do. Many people believe that the FBI has been wiretapping the district attorney's office for a very long time. That is just a rumor that is out there, is speculation and not really gossip. People have a good faith basis for saying that. And you can see that we did a whole pretrial season 1 where we read Michael Morrissey's letters to the DOJ, in which his desperation and his anxiety ramps up and ramps up and ramps up about what the FBI knows, because he's fully familiar with his Brady obligations to turn over all evidence to the defense in the Karen Reed case, and he needs to know what the FBI knows. And he knows that some of the people that are called to testify in the Karen Reed case were being called to the federal grand jury, and he was nervous. He was going nuts. When the walls come crumbling down, that's on the playlist. It's been there since season 1. The walls are crumbling down today for the Commonwealth in the re-persecution of Karen Reed. Can you feel it? Do you hear it? So they can do whatever they want, Shannon. You betcha. Nancy Rolfe, I've watched you since you started way before trial 1. I've given grace, but now believe that Bev is in with the fix/DA, and I am outraged. May God be with Karen and her parents. I am praying the jury sees through this BS. Love you too, Nancy. Thank you for that. Julianne, we should do a fundraiser for Karen when she's acquitted. Love your so much. Yeah, people are putting things together all the time. They do a lot of fundraisers in the Massachusetts area and all over. Thank you, Julianne, for your 20. Thank you, Kelly Mack. Maybe at lunchtime we'll watch my appearance on Hot Mics last night. Did they ever change the thumbnail, or does it still say Baldoni Lively? I don't know. It's confusing to people who want to go watch it. Red's daughter, cheer up. This is from way early this morning. Don't be hard heavy. It's coming. The FBI is still watching, in my opinion.
Yes.
We'll see. Keep the faith.
Court's bench, or is it item right up, retreat back?
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
I need all 3 of them marked for identification.
Okay, and we'll do that afterwards. Just please go ahead.
Shout out to Mr. Table from Big Boy.
I did.
What were the X-rays of?
The X-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office, and they were X-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
Did you specifically review X-rays of his right appendage? Hand, forearm, arm?
Yes, they were included in the X-rays.
Have you seen X-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review X-rays?
Oh,
To make
absolutely.
a determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, it's part of the medical legal autopsy to study the X-rays of the deceased.
Yes, they took X-rays. They did X-rays.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained on how to read X-rays?
yes,
You have to be a radiologist to read an X-ray as a medical doctor?
no,
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an X-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's X-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes.
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
No bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
No, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No breaks,
Correct, no breaks.
fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at the upper arm X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
yes.
Did you note any defects in the bony structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
No, the bones were 100% intact.
2 trials we've been through, 2 trials, and this is the first time the X-rays have ever been brought in or discussed. People are saying that Brennan lied about the X-rays. Somebody can find a timestamp for me. I'm all ears. 100% intact, the bones of his right arm.
No breaks, fractures, hairline fractures.
Correct, none of those.
Was there any indication in your mind, based on your review of those 3 X-rays, the hand, forearm, the arm, that that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Sustained.
Was there any indication, based on your review and your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact, no breakage, no fractures.
Thank you.
Bam. 3 different X-rays, all parts of the arm, all parts of that right arm. There were no fractures. Rentschler will tie a bow on this and say his arm would have been absolutely fractured, if not shattered, if it hit that taillight at however many miles an hour. And we are done here. Case over. Mic drop. Do your little rebuttal dance with dog DNA. It doesn't matter. The dog bites didn't kill him. The head injury did. That's all he has. Here comes the cross.
Examination.
Best witness of the trial, hands down, by far. He's going to try and discredit her by slimy tactics, I'm sure.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Good afternoon.
That's okay.
Good.
You wrote a report in this case, doctor?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand, you had your hand in front of your mouth.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had, that
Yes.
he suffered from,
Yes,
that caused his death.
yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
Like he was
I don't
punched
know
or pushed.
about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
What do you mean thrust?
Must be in her report.
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Must be in her report.
I'm showing you page 2 of your report, Dr. Laposata.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question after we take it, but I want to...
Yes, yes.
Are you familiar with that?
No, absolutely.
So, Dr. Laposata, what did you mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analyses.
And you can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
What do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fracture.
Massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
That's what she said?
Yes, significant force.
Get your papers away.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure,
MRIs.
yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and
Ask Brennan why he didn't call Dr. Renee Stonebridge, who did the examination of the brain for the Commonwealth Medical Examiner's Office.
MRIs show contusions on the brain,
Well, they might.
subdermal hemorrhages,
Subdural hemorrhages. Yes, they can.
herniations?
They can.
Do
Subdermal
you have
hemorrhage.
any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. Laposata, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at all where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
I understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake?
To do what?
To try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury.
I'm sorry, how many times does she have to say, I'm not a neurosurgeon and I don't treat living patients, for you to understand? This is the perfect example of an attorney who has a list of questions that he's going to ask and cannot follow what's happening in front of him in real time because he's going to go through the questions despite her answers, which makes these questions then irrelevant. Do you see what's happening here? Yeah, that's what's happening here.
I'm going to allow it because of prior testimony.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
And can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
And a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon, it would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're focused on the brain, yes?
A neurosurgeon does brain surgery.
And so, how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help you?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the interns and residents.
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
Maybe once a month we would have a routine conference.
And again, the neuropathologist, that's dealing with a person's brain after they're already died.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved, yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact,
Don't ask
every
the question
day,
you don't want to hear
when
the
people
answer
get
to.
the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously,
And
yes.
so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
She's a
When
professional
you-
witness. She knows how to do this.
Gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for. Are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries, but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a GUZMA coma score?
Glasgow?
Glasgow, you mean?
No, it is Glasgow. Have you heard of GUZMA?
Hold on.
It's called Glasgow coma score.
How many of you in the chat, medical professionals, legal professionals, anybody who knows anything about anything, know what a Glasgow coma score is? That is hilarious. We said it at the same time, the witness and I, and that is fantastic. We were just talking about his mispronunciations, and I'm going to play that back for all of us in front of his worldwide audience. Here you go. For your viewing pleasure, for your listening pleasure, listen again.
Observing him, I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering
world's
brain
laughing.
injuries, but there's an attempt to save them?
The whole world is
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a GUZMA coma score?
GUZMA?
Glasgow, you mean?
You know, it is Glasgow, but you've heard of GUZMA?
Oh, that's a different one?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
I'm generally
Did he just make up a new term, or is there something called a GUZMA coma score? Because it's GLASGOW, spelled how it's pronounced, unlike most towns in Massachusetts. Is there something called a GUZMA coma score? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Goomba coma score? Wow, just wow. His paralegal hates him. I told you that. He probably wrote it in his notes, spelled it wrong. Is there a GUZMA coma score? Anyone?
familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever read any statistical studies attempting to correlate the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I am aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and die of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer Coup Contre Coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and many of them pass after time, don't they?
Now, and every case is different.
Right. Some might live for an hour, hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury. Isn't that fair to say?
It depends on the case.
In this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull, and there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be
Got any more questions, Hank?
saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clivus fracture, Coup Contre Coup.
Clevis?
Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show, have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have
depends.
you-
Oops. Okay, go ahead.
Please. Did you want to say?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, but that's not the case we have here.
And so in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the and the progression of the brain stem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
And you can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his post-mortem photos.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean?
laugh at her.
Quantify medium
So I'll
to
strike
large,
the comment.
please.
Ask the question, Mr. Brennan.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For you to give that opinion, I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and there's a lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
because of the extensive number of skull fractures.
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
Medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
What other objective criteria do you have to support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
My training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
And in this case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
I wasn't there.
You had-
The body told me what happened to it.
You have no assessment.
The body told me what happened to it. She is Kay Scarpetta. The body tells the story. The body told me what happened to it. She's Kay Scarpetta from the Patricia Cornwell novels. If you know, you know. Sit down, Hank. You're not going to rattle her. She's like, I don't know what you're talking about. She's a queen.
Of the development of his brain injury.
What happened to it.
You have no assessment of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night, do you?
I do, from understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled. And there's no, after injury, tissue swells, and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Undoubtedly, but it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You see inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I know there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures that the brain would swell rapidly.
Dude, child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Children. How many times do you want this witness to say massive skull fractures? Massive skull fractures. Massive skull fractures. massive skull fractures, brain bleeds, multiple brain bleeds, massive skull. Keep asking your stupid questions, and she's going to keep saying massive skull fractures, massive force applied to cause the skull that many fractures and that many brain bleeds. Keep asking your dumbass questions. Children, do you want some candy? Wow, this is better than ARCA. Whoever thought that Hank Brennan would turn Dr. Laposata into the best witness Karen's ever had? Keep going, sir. Keep going. She's not here to play. She's not here to play.
You would be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, I do know the amount of force because of the amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes.
Melting, he's melting.
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis?
Yes.
And that's sometimes called raccoon eyes.
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you saw the bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photographs?
Well, it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basilar skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in the person's eyes?
No, as soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries. And it starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes, you can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes at least 1 to 2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. It starts immediately.
Do you have any studies that you've relied on or
How about the
literature or
studies?
support for that?
I understand the physiology of what happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies or literature to support that?
That's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this time. I could certainly go look it up and bring it to you.
Okay. Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr.
She's like, on the lunch break, I'll go find you something, dude. I've been doing this for 40 years. This ain't my first rodeo. You will not break me. And if you keep asking me your dumbass questions, and that is right, he's trying to out medicine a master. Crafty councilwoman is loving this, as am I. There is no GUZMA coma score. And those raccoon eyes would have happened right away within the 15 to 20 minutes that it took him to die. You want to study. Because if somebody didn't write a paper about it, you're not going to believe what she's saying. Okay.
O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
You see a linear abrasion?
Yes, vertical lines, yes.
Now, would you characterize this as a classic wound caused by falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean every wound is different?
Every wound is different?
Yes.
Sure, every person's different, every way you get injured
No.
is different.
GUZMA is a Pokemon character. Is
And
that
so
real?
if somebody falls backward on their head
He's a Pokemon?
and suffers the basal fracture, the wound from your perspective can look different.
It depends on the impacting surface.
Wounds on the same surface, say two people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
In theory, if they fell, if they rotated their body, if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
With a ridge.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it
Oh, okay.
hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
The
No, what
frozen
happened here?
ground
Keep asking.
is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
It could be, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes.
didn't you?
Yes.
The area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
In the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah, yeah, sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs of when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass, so it was some green, some brown that was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs,
Well,
yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the ground?
There was no photograph taken of the exact area where John O'Keefe was found. Tell us you weren't here for season 1 or any of the pretrial investigation or read any of the police reports without telling us, Hank. There's no photos of that because nobody knows, because nobody took a picture, nobody measured, nobody did a proper investigation. But go ahead, keep going.
Where his head was. Can you identify?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the ground where his head was? Can you identify that?
Yes, with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
And you had never had a chance to go out to
The
that
leaf
scene
blower.
yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth the front lawn was a
It
smooth
was a
surface?
flat surface
Flat.
covered with grass.
Okay. Do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any pebbles, rocks, debris
I didn't see any.
from the photo?
Correct.
Do you
you don't have any
do you
firsthand
want to
knowledge.
dance?
That exact area where he ended, what the turf was like, do you?
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body from.
So you're relying solely on the photographs, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything that could cause abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause the pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
Could be. If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
And if they're on an incline,
What if they're thrust?
well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
Well, what if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think their head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
Okay. And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
Okay. And they're all within, what, about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions,
There were maybe an inch, inch and a half.
inch and a half. Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on their head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp. And then with a little bit of movement, those vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you mean? It is
Gross.
soft.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of
Well,
it?
it depends on what kind of
Gross.
tofu you have.
Okay.
Gross.
Do you think that the orbital could have broken when the break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures, if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you
We have a
think
new
the base of the
mascot. We have a
skull-
new mascot. You may see him in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. That is GUZMA. GUZMA is a Pokemon character. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Robin, and others who have told me that. I just made that in the minutes that I was sitting here on Canva, and we now have GUZMA overlooking this trial and Hank Brennan because we know that he is a Pokemon fan. Have you heard of the GUZMA coma score? Thought he really had something there. She's like, you mean Glasgow coma score? No, GUZMA coma score. Well, it ain't a thing. You can't make this up. You just can't. Kangaroo court.
break when it separates?
Part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break when it separates could have caused those orbital fractures?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
Yes.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye, when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the
quit
basal
like
fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact to the back of the head, radiating to the front of the front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those. But in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front. But it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess my question is, when you've provided the opinions generally of what you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions, or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
But when you told us about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
They're both.
It could have been both?
Sure,
Okay, could it have been just the basal fracture?
that's possible.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay.
Nothing nefarious
Was
about
there
it.
any depressed
GUZMA.
fracture to Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could leave a depressed skull fracture, couldn't it?
Certainly, you can hit somebody on the head with a hammer and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
Bring a hammer into
There
it.
was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
So he wasn't hit with a hammer.
You gave some opinions today about your, well, you gave some opinions about wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
Sure.
Could we have that photo brought up, please? Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned
Not going to show the head.
injuries.
Right. Would
the
you
arm,
agree that
actually.
they're superficial abrasions?
It's a picture of the arm.
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify in that photograph?
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing, most of them
For a guy who didn't want her to talk about dog bite wounds, he's now asking her to point out the dog bite wounds. Okay? Keep that in mind.
are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the cause was. I'm going to ask you just about the wound.
You don't get to have it both ways. I'm not going to ask you what caused it.
Well, this doesn't show, there are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas, you could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Are you hard of hearing, sir?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay.
He's going to try and say that Dr. Russell was wrong, but he didn't want her to be able, this doctor to be able to opine about dog bite injuries, but now he wants to get her to contradict Dr. Russell and say there were less punctures than Dr. Russell found. Can't have it both ways, dude.
You've written a report, haven't you?
I what?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your report, you describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yeah, yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
And according to you,
Point-like.
there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
6 or 7
Can medical
punctures.
professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct, they weren't caused by that.
Weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Dude,
Could.
you're so-
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south or east and west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
She's going to school you. And you're not.
I'm not quite clear on your
Okay,
question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about
Do your worst.
shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there is no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
They can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
wouldn't that change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
That's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Okay. When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Did you know if there was any?
Do you notice how every time he thinks he gets an answer that's positive for him, he pretends he didn't hear it? And he asks her, I'm sorry, what was that? What did you say? So the jury can hear it twice. And meanwhile, she said 500 times how massive the skull fractures were because of his stupid questioning.
Hair on the vehicle?
Wait, hold on.
DNA.
Did you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Are you going to lie to the jury now about what the back of the pants show? Hank?
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
I'm sorry.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data
See
you
your
find on a
face,
cell
hold on.
phone?
I don't even mean data. Like, watch. Watch your face. Come back to your screen for a second. As long as you're not operating heavy equipment or on a scaffolding.
Evidence other than physical evidence. Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you would find on a cell phone?
Contempt.
No.
Did you look at any of the data evidence from the defendant's Lexus?
No, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Time out. It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Queen Elizabeth Laposata, what do you think she goes by? Betsy, Liz, Betty? I'll allow all of it. It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Let's roll tape. Back to one, everyone. Most important testimony maybe of the day. I mean, she has been so full of nuggets that it is hard to pick just one. Save this freeze frame for later. My freeze game is on point. Say a little bit louder, doctor, for those in the back who don't know about the GUZMA Pokemon up there in the corner. The GUZMA coma score. Listen to this.
See if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
Listen.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Mic drop. It Didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. That's the title of today's thumbnail. It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Your case has been decimated. The bombs are going off, and you are done here. This case should be dismissed with prejudice, but it never will be. It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Praise be unto her eye, regardless of all of that. Our Savior, Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, is here, and she has saved the day. Let's see what he has to say next.
Okay. So you didn't care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already formed your opinion?
Kind of like Proctor?
It did not hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Wow.
Is that a different way?
By looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with a vehicle.
Yep.
Is that
So whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
and so you didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle? It was totally irrelevant to you?
Correct.
And did you also disregard, well, let me ask you, do you ever look at statements?
I look at witness statements if they're available to me.
Were any of the defendants' statements made available to you?
Oh, really?
I did hear some
You're
of
going
them.
with that? You want to get back into acute
Did you
grief
consider
reaction?
the ones that you heard?
God,
Of course.
Which ones did you hear?
I really can't answer that. I don't know what you'd have to give me an example.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe first incurred his injury, you think that he was unconscious?
bang,
Yes, I
bang,
think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
Bang, bang.
So if hypothetically
Amen.
Mr. O'Keefe incurred his injury sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head, but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
Tick, tick. Boom.
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
Why? Because your case has just been completely and totally decimated by this woman who you tried to disrespect? Are you going to dismiss all the charges, Hank? Are you going to withdraw all the charges? Are you going to just say, we want to withdraw all the charges right now? What's going to happen next? We're a little bit behind, so we have room to scooch. Did you want to know about the speed of the vehicle? Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. I could say that all day. Didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Somebody please clip that and just put it on loop.
Through the afternoon. We're going to do about 15 minutes here while we do something.
Hold on, what?
Right? All right, so jurors, rather than keep you here while we do some things, I'm going to excuse you for
Do some
lunch.
things.
Lunch will be about 50 minutes or an hour, and when you come back, we will go straight through the afternoon. We're going to do everything we need to do.
Excellent. Let's do all the things we need to do. I mean, what's the over-under on whether he's just going to say, I dismiss all charges? The Commonwealth would like to dismiss all charges, Mrs. Reed. Ms. Reed, you are free to go. Never. Slim and none, and Slim just got on the bus, so.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, if you can briefly tell me what it is you want to introduce through this witness.
To remind the court, on direct examination, the defense promoted Dr. Laposata's credentials, including specifying her successes with the Station Nightclub Fire and her running of her office. We have an audit from 2005, State Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health. In that audit, it paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination. In that audit, they investigated the chief medical examiner, and they compiled the history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. Laposata. There were no reports, incomplete reports, and unsigned reports of over 1,500 individuals between June 30th, 2000 to June 30th, 2005. So in that 5-year period, there was an extraordinary number of individuals that weren't properly attended to, showing negligence, if not malfeasance. It was recommended that the standards, policies, and practices of Dr. Laposata's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies. In addition, it was noted that the incomplete reports confirmed that there was significant concerns with the historical management practices of the medical examiner's office shortly after Dr. Laposata resigned. In addition, it was promoted that in the Station Nightclub Fire, Dr. Laposata had a heroic effort, and in her testimony, she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf in front of 34 Fairview Road. She suffered the same criticism for hours and hours after the Station Nightclub incident. She was contacted with a request to come to the scene. She refused to come to the scene, did not appear for at least 17 hours, directly on point to the claims that she's making against other people is the same conduct she engaged in on a more extreme scale.
The defense had to know this was coming. This has been out there. This is 20 years old. I can't wait to hear what they clap back with and whether or not she allows it. But good luck with that. Even if the jury hears it, they're not going to unhear it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Think she was understaffed maybe at the time? Okay.
Testified in Commonwealth versus Tompkins. In Commonwealth versus Tompkins, she was listed and testified as an expert, attempted to testify as an accident reconstructionist, which was denied. Inevitably, the court made conclusions. Actually, in that case, her efforts to be an accident reconstructionist were denied. Then she testified in a case called Patino. And in Patino, after testifying, she received great scrutiny and criticism from the court. The court noted on page 1025 of the transcript, when Dr. Laposata gave the testimony, she knew the boy wasn't like this because he fell off a bed. She knew the mother was lying. She read the text messages and knew the defendant had beat the boy. The only reason I conclude that she offered such testimony was to distance the defendant from causing those bruises, setting up an argument against malice, but instead destroyed her credibility. On cross-examination, she came across as a hired gun. Sometimes it's seemingly small things that impeach a witness's credibility. Inevitably,
why is he allowed to read all of this into the record when Alan Jackson was not allowed to read into the record things that actually happened in this proceeding? Remember when they tried to do that with Jessica Hyde, and Jessica Hyde was not qualified as a witness in another case in Massachusetts? Yeah, okay. What's good for the goose? Is it going to be good for the gander? We'll see.
The court would agree. The jury gave greater weight to the testimony of Dr. Gilson and Snelling than they did Dr. Laposata for the reasons I addressed previously.
She doesn't say to him, I've already read all these cases that you gave me. I've already read all this, Mr. Brennan. You don't need to read it into the record. No, she just lets him go on and on and on and on for the media. This is about a conviction, not the truth. What's good for the goose is not good for the gander. And you are seeing it in real time.
Counting her testimony and concluding the other doctors testified apparently impartial. While she appeared as a paid advocate, at least on this occasion, without impugning the witness's integrity, because that witness is known to the court, but in this case, when she testified, she was not credible. And that's a direct credibility determination by another tribunal about her testimony. So I would like to, and that's why I came sidebar.
What's good for the GUZMA?
To give the court notice that I'd like to get into the criticisms regarding her run as medical director that led to resignment after she was audited and left 1,500
Resignment?
bodies unattended or incomplete.
Did it lead to resignment or did it lead to her resignation? Is there anybody out there who's like a grammar snob or a spelling snob or a pronunciation snob? Raise your hand.
Get into the criticism she received for her handling or lack of handling of the Station Nightclub Fire, and finally get into the credibility, adverse credibility determination in the Patino case.
So I'm not familiar with the Patino case. So I'll need a copy of that.
Oh, but she just let him ramble on.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll hear
Lord,
you.
I was born a rambling man.
First of all,
It's been on there for a long time.
Mr. Brennan said that the audit established that, as the chief medical examiner, the audit revealed that she left 1,500 bodies unattended, was his quote. Bodies unattended. That's absolutely not what happened in that situation. It was a political situation. The medical director for Rhode Island came in and took over. He began to change protocols and cut quality control. He said he did not want a second set of eyes on any of the reports, not the autopsies. There was never a suggestion, ever, that an autopsy was not performed efficiently and timely. Never. The reports that were attendant to the autopsies it was a two-tiered set of criteria that Dr. Laposata put in place to establish quality control and quality assurance. First, the medical examiner conducts the autopsy and writes a report. Then the doctor herself, the chief medical examiner, because she is a perfectionist, determined that she was going to establish a protocol in which she would put eyes on every single report. Hundreds and hundreds of reports per year. In doing so, she had to prioritize which reports were going to take a priority, which ones were being subject to litigation, which ones were going to be subject to criminal cases, and which ones were never going to be subject to any review at all. For instance, if somebody was found, let's say somebody that was without family, etc., found and unidentified, there's no litigation attendant to that report, she would put that report aside and get to that report after she dealt with the reports that were on sort of on the front burner, if you will. After, by the way, none of the reports were ever not done. They were all completed. There were a small fraction of reports, according to the audit and according to Dr. Laposata herself, that had to take a back seat. When the medical director came in 2005, by the way, this is 25 years ago, right? These are autopsies that were performed, and the audit was performed for autopsies and reports dealing with the year 2000. It's 2025. This is 25 years ago. When the new medical director came in for Rhode Island, he said, I don't want any review of any of the reports because it's more efficient and it's faster to get the reports out in a timely fashion. She resisted and said, I will never, ever, and she was published saying this, I will never, ever sacrifice quality for speed. I want the highest quality coming out of this office. They had a difference of opinion. She walked away because he was asking her, the new medical director was asking her to sacrifice quality of the conduct that she was undertaking as the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. So it's a very different circumstance than was just suggested. No bodies were ever left unattended, ever. Certainly did not involve the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance. It was a backlog, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number two, with regard to the Station Nightclub fire, her staff was on location immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner, was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her opinions and conclusions in this case. The Tompkins case, we've already talked about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing with accident reconstruction, which she's not undertaking. I'm not asking her, and she ain't saying.
I've excluded that part of it, based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right, and I don't know anything about the Patino case, and what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were. We don't know what the trial was about. We don't know what the cross-examination was about. We don't know why she was called. We don't know what she looked at. We don't know why she was looking at what she did look at. We don't know why she didn't look at things that she might not have looked at. We don't know why her opinions and conclusions were ultimately rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that. But I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that. Also, I will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. Laposata personally no fewer than 4 or 5 times.
Wow.
Maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality of her work. He's actually undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner.
That's awesome.
And a consultant. So I don't believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station fire has anything to do with anything because she was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day. And she had an entire staff that was there immediately. And in terms of the audit, it's a 25-year-old political fight that isn't quite what Mr. Brennan made it out to be. So I don't think any of these things are relevant for cross-examination. I'll submit.
Wow.
All right.
I just want to make a note that Attorney Jackson has a way with words to just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. Laposata.
I'm sorry.
5 times.
Did you just say that Alan Jackson makes things up? Alan Jackson makes things up? I might need to apologize to Hank Brennan because it seems that resignment is a word. It's a noun. Primarily refers to the act of resigning or the condition of accepting something with a lack of resistance. I've never used it in a sentence. Resignment. Could it be that Hank Brennan is smarter than all of us? No, I doubt it. But listen to him, what he says about Alan Jackson now, because you do not disparage smooth as butter Alan Jackson in this
I want
room.
to make a note that Attorney Jackson has a way with words to just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. Laposata 4 or 5 times. And so that is just a mischaracterization which he likes to do for the public. But the reality is,
He likes to do that for the public?
And the last time I used her, I'm not going to disclose why I don't use her anymore because it would be unfair without her in the room. But the suggestion that somehow I'm endorsing the qualifications of this witness, I am not. That's what I'm going to say on the record.
Okay. So the first two, the backlog issue, if we can call it that, with the ME's office, I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to get into that through questioning. Same with the Station Nightclub Fire, based on the testimony already in evidence.
Wow.
Those two areas, and
You
Mr.
suck.
Jackson, without leading, you can certainly go
sucks.
back and rehabilitate her. But those two will come
Wow.
in. I'm not going to do anything
they knew
with
this was
Tompkins
coming.
because I used it for the basis
Wow.
of keeping out
Good, let her defend herself.
what appeared to me to be
Kangaroo court.
biomechanical engineering opinions of this witness, and she's not
I don't
qualified
give a shit
to do
about that part.
So I have not read Patino. I will read it over the lunch break and see if we
Sucks.
get anywhere with that.
Court sucks.
Okay, so I need a copy of that. I want you to give Mr. Jackson a copy as well.
I will.
Okay?
He has a copy.
Okay.
Grave
so-
concerns?
All right.
The only other thing, I don't know if we're going to handle it now
Joke.
or after lunch or later, but I want to address the issue of the 3 personnel.
Okay, so let's mark those now.
This is a joke. The fix is in. A lot of people are like, I'm out. If you're leaving, just smash the like button on your way out.
Can we
I
mark
promise
them all
you.
as one
They will not get your
ABC?
DNA.
I have no preference one way or the other. It's just 3. They're all
Mr. Jackson, if you can I just see that?
Duty Ron and Ed call her lifeguard Bev because she comes in to rescue Hank every day. Hank, Ed, that comment went by too quickly. I couldn't even. As soon as Karen Reed gets a win, the judge has to knock it down, set up like a bowling pin.
ID.
Knock down. It gets to wear and thin. We are wear and thin on this. We are wear and thin. Anybody else? Wear and thin?
Yeah, it would be,
She's letting in this, Sue, she's letting in the entire line of questioning on the Station Nightclub Fire
You know what? Show me that one again, too.
and the audit report from the Station Nightclub Fire. How about the audit report for the Canton PD? Can we let that in too? Can we let that in too? Because that actually has relevance to this case. That's this case that we're all hearing. There's GUZMA in the corner. People have pointed out that he's a Pokemon character. Hank Brennan laughingly asked this very esteemed witness whether she has heard of the GUZMA coma score. It's a Pokemon character. This is a joke. For those of you who heard rumblings yesterday in the courtroom and you thought I was playing another stream in the background, it's the court reporter talking into her little thing. For some reason, we've never heard it before, but yesterday we could hear it. And I heard it a little bit before when Brennan was talking. She's talking into this thing, the stenographer. I don't know if they even call her a stenographer, a court reporter. And you can hear it.
an I, who I.
Then all right.
Shame on her.
Mr. Brennan, there's no objection to these coming in through another witness, so you agree that they'll be coming into evidence?
I'll stipulate
All right, and what's the objection to them coming in through Dr. Laposata?
it's not part of her report or opinion. She's gone beyond her report, talking about the fact that she's studied X-rays and given an opinion. think that suffices.
It's disgusting.
Really, I think it's beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with. I'd be gracious with it.
It's beyond the bounds of decency is what this is.
So you
Just when you think we
stipulate
can't
to
get
them
any
prior to
grosser,
Dr.
it's
Rentschler?
grosser.
I will.
So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler.
I expected that I could because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. But I should be subject to the entry of evidence in the defense case in chief. I understand I can use them in Dr. Rentschler's testimony, but I want to use them with Dr. Laposata.
Right.
She's a medical doctor.
Would you,
Considered them.
And these are
Although
X-rays.
it's her opinion. I cannot understand.
so what do you want to ask her about them?
Are these the X-rays that you reviewed? Yes, that's it. That's
Okay,
it.
okay. So go ahead.
That's all I was gonna ask, I won't have a problem.
Okay, yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
That's it. Literally, these are the X-rays that we talked about a little bit earlier. Yes. This is the right hand. Yes. That's the arm. The forearm. Yes. That's the upper arm.
All right, so they're cumulative, but if they're coming in anyway, I will let you put
They're
them in.
cumulative.
All right, so the last thing is Dr. Rentschler, I need to hear argument from both sides. I have a new PowerPoint,
Mr. T keychain.
so I'll hear both of you. Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you on your motion.
That was the chart we looked at earlier in that motion.
We've received the most recent update to Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint. There are some additions, different analysis in that PowerPoint. This is within 24 hours of him testifying. There are opinions on page 6 and 8 of his May 7, 2025 report. And there are a number of numbers that we have objections to. Dr. Rentschler just generally shouldn't be allowed to express opinions and conclusions about what he thinks about the case or about other
All right,
witnesses.
so I'm looking, I think, at the new,
Do you have a copy of the new one?
from today, page 6.
Do you have a copy of the new one? He just looked at Caleb Schillinger like it's his job to be his lackey book boy.
So what I have are just photos with measurements, so I don't know what the testimony that corresponds with those. I've read, obviously, the report of Dr. Rentschler from May 7th. That does not seem to detail everything, and that's no criticism. I'm just saying it's a scant report, so I don't know what the opinions are regarding these.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I
Please.
didn't want to speak over Mr. Brennan, I apologize. I just wanted to let the court know that we're talking about out now. We went through, based on Mr. Brennan's objections last night, and significantly edited the entire thing. Literally every single slide that you had a problem with. There were a couple that we disagreed with and we left, but it is very, very.
I see that a lot of the hearsay's been removed.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
She's so rude to Ms. Little all the time.
All right, so what are you both into? I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan first. What are you objecting to as the report now stands?
I have a most recent copy of the report now.
Exciting. Look at Nick Rocco's face. Nick Rocco's in the back row looking at him.
So 9 through 27,
Slides 9 through 27 or pages?
slides 9 through 27 now have Dr. Rentschler identifying and attempting to match different abrasions with different holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. And so basically what he is trying to do is to suggest that there are a different amount of abrasions relative to the amount of holes, or perhaps he might want to testify about that the holes in the sweatshirt were in a different place on Mr. O'Keefe's arms than the abrasion.
Really, you want to go back to the holes in the sweatshirt when you lied about the holes in the sweatshirt yesterday in front of a worldwide audience? You have the balls to get up there and talk about holes in the sweatshirt after what you did yesterday? Go on with your bad self. Remember Big Case Mike, you guys, and the way he spoke about Karen Reed on Court TV? I hate that woman. I really hate that woman. Where's Big Case Mike when you need him?
The reason why this is concerning on Mr. O'Keefe's arms than the abrasions. The reason why this is concerning is because there is no background for him regarding fabrics. This is a different and new opinion that we have not prepared or obtained an expert for. We probably have very little time to get somebody to rebut this analysis regarding fabrics. I don't see anything in his CV or his history that allows him to equate the number of holes in fabric with the number of abrasions on somebody's arm. It does not consider or account that there could be multiple wounds from one hole, or there could be holes that don't create wounds. So whatever the implication is going to be by Dr. Rentschler, we're not very sure, but it obviously would require some type of expertise, which I do not think that Dr. Rentschler has a foundation for. So those are 9 through 27 generally, and then specifically, I can run through quickly the individual objections I have. Slide 6 tries to define the theory of the alleged incident. Doesn't say whose theory it is. It implies it's the government. It's an improper suggestion.
Hold on.
Because you don't have a theory. You don't have a
So
theory.
which one of 1, 2, and 3 on 6?
One is objectionable. What's the core issue of the case? It's an ultimate issue for the jury. An expert reconstructionist or a biomechanical engineer shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence, not in a position to draw that opinion.
Wait, I want to hear that again.
Shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence, not in a position.
I'm sorry. Didn't Dr. Dr. whatever the hell his name is, Welcher's blue paint experiment indicate that the first contact was with the arm? That is what the entire blue paint experiment was about. Am I losing my mind? Because that is quite possible. I may be losing my mind. Isn't that your theory? Dr. Rentschler did extra work to the tune of 50 grand just to disprove Dr. Welcher's theory. Hello? Am I losing my mind? Hold on, listen to that again.
An expert reconstructionist or a biomechanical engineer shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence, not.
Those are the only facts and evidence. You claim the car didn't hit any part of his body other than his arm.
In position to.
This
draw
is about
that
Rentschler
opinion.
now.
And is 2 okay? Or are you moving to the whole slide?
No, on number 6, all 3 of them shouldn't be there. Asking what the core issue is in the case.
I'm getting too mad about
Dr.
this right now.
Rentschler and no expert should be defining what the core issues in the case are. They should talk about their training experience, any testing, observations, evaluation, and then give their opinions, not core issue in the case.
All right.
Slide 9 outlines perhaps his process. The first step of the analysis to determine if the arm injuries are consistent with the physical evidence. Evaluate the abrasions and compare the evidence. I suppose this is what he's done. This is one of the less offensive ones. Although unnecessary, it doesn't provide an opinion. I could live with that. The next one,
You could live with what?
number 9.
Okay.
You could live
Number
with it, so she'll
23.
allow it because you said you could live with it. See how mommy operates? Without the binkies and the boss babies. I could live with it. Okay, mommy allows it. Mother,
Again,
may
this
I?
gets into that new core opinion about trying to identify or
Look at Nick Rocco's face, man. He
I
is
think,
not happy
compare
either.
the abrasions to the different wounds. I think the part that's objectionable is the words measurements, question mark. I'm not sure if it's implying failure of somebody else. It seems to be an opinion, and I'm not sure of the context of it. 24. The expert is trying to define what Dr. Welcher had done. It may be that he's saying he conducted his testing based on the position of Dr. Welcher's arm. I think that would be an appropriate comment, but it's not clear what they're saying. The pain transfer test, number 2, is the only test noted with respect to the arm.
So without the,
Right. Why can't he
the
say what he's
text,
what
are you
what he
objecting to this
No.
what he
slide?
can live with? Who does he think he is, Nicola? Disgusting. Do you think he's a Mets fan? GUZMA plays second base for the Mets, says John. I don't think he's a Mets
31.
fan. Do you? Not with that accent.
Posits questions regarding ultimate opinions. I think it's inappropriate. And then 32, I think, is improper because it ultimately endorses or vouches for the witness's credibility. I think he certainly can give an opinion that the evidence is inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, but I don't think it should be on the slide bolstering his opinion.
Oh, could you live with that, Hank? Could you live with that?
33. Again, it's posturing the weight of the evidence. And it's resigning the government to a particular study, one study. It's really a commentary on the government's case. It goes like this. Number 1, Dr. Welcher only did A, and second part, A is insufficient. So that's really what this is saying. It's commentary, it's hearsay, it's inappropriate.
It's called Battle of the Experts. Look it up. Were you absent that day in law school?
34.
We're all in on
I
the
think
same
one
joke.
said that that's what he did. I, Dr. Rentschler, took a step to determine the kinematics of Mr. O'Keefe's arm during the alleged incident and asked how would this arm move. I think that would be appropriate. But he shouldn't be giving a opinion on what steps should have been taken by Dr. Welcher. Number 2 on slide 34.
People think that.
And number 3, I don't have a problem with.
Oh, you can live with that? Can you live with that? Do you think if Nick Rocco had a fork in his pocket, he would launch it into the side of Hank's face? Just
The
asking
next
for a
one
friend.
is 46.
I'm not saying that Nick Rocco is violent in any way, but you've seen him on court TV. He's very passionate about this case. I'm so glad I'm not sitting in that courtroom. I'm so glad. So glad. I might just get up and start yelling, "You're out of order. You're all out of order. You can't handle the
Again,
truth."
this is bolstering the expert's opinion by putting it in writing on a slide. I think some of these opinions are appropriate for Dr. Rentschler.
Can you
to
live
share
with them,
the
Hank?
jury, but his final ultimate opinion shouldn't be endorsed on a slide. 47.
So not prepared.
Again, this
Rusty
is
truth.
self-endorsement of the success of his tests and giving his opinion about his success.
Your experts lie about their
Number 1 and
degrees.
2, I think, are inappropriate. Number 3 has really no context standing alone. And number 4, if he notes that's his next step, I wouldn't have a problem with number 4.
Oh, could you live with it? You could live with it. You could live with it. Oh, okay. Mother, may I?
Page, slide 54.
Please, sir, may I have another?
Again, number 1 gets into his opinions.
Anyways.
Number 2, he gives an opinion about a different expert, a medical opinion. And number 3, it's, again, self-endorsement on his own opinions. So all these are opinions, either bolstering himself or somebody else's work.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it should be in a slide. 55.
He just wants to I don't know, take up the entire lunch period so that defense team cannot get any food because they have to go off campus to eat somewhere else. And so he's going to run out the
I
lunch
think it's
period so
accurate.
everyone
I
gets
think it's
hangry.
proper testimony. I don't think it's proper for a slide. Same with 56.
You're out of order. You're all out of order. You can't handle the truth.
I don't know that he has the basis for number 1.
You don't have the basis for this prosecution, but it didn't stop you.
Number 2, I don't have a problem with on slide 56. And number 3, again, it's bolstering his opinion. So I think 1 and 3 are improper, 2 not.
Nobody cares what you think.
Slide 58,
Newsflash.
I don't know what the basis for number 1 is. I suppose we'll have to see.
We can't expect you to understand anything, can we? Snark is off the chart today. Snark Tank, you got to start making me laugh because I'm
These
losing
are
my
Dr.
mind.
Rentschler's views. I don't know how they're relevant to the Commonwealth's case, but certainly I think he has the experience to make these conclusions, but it shouldn't be in a PowerPoint. He shouldn't be commenting on the reports of another expert in a PowerPoint, number 3. And number 4 is ultimately an opinion that he's self-endorsing. 66. Again, it is an opinion. I don't think it's an admissible opinion, and it shouldn't be in a slide.
Done.
He's trying to draw a conclusion on
Drawer.
what the jury should conclude based on the Commonwealth's evidence. He's not in a position to do that. 67. Parts of this are objectionable. I think that he certainly could testify. He hasn't seen any simulation by Dr. Welcher.
It didn't hit him, so it doesn't
But
matter.
posturing it about in a manner that suggests there should be doubt in some way is inappropriate.
It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
68, I don't think Dr. Welcher's report was introduced. And putting in a fraction of a report,
Australia's here. It's
I can't
2:45
appreciate the
a.m.
significance of it. It's hearsay. Perhaps there's a reason he'll be able to point to the report or talk about the report. I understand that, but putting in a random page from a report as hearsay should not be admissible. I don't know if there's going to be a conversation about trying to introduce the entire report, but one page will take it out of context. 72.
It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep repeating that all day. It's my mantra. Somebody said they're going to get a tattoo tonight. It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
I think the expert probably can, I think the expert has a basis for the opinion. I don't think ultimate opinion should be in PowerPoint.
I didn't watch that video, Lisa.
Self-endorsing.
I don't know what that is.
74. Again, it's a conclusory opinion. It's bolstering. Some of these can be said, but shouldn't be in PowerPoint.
Why can't
Same
she
thing
just
with
say, I read your
75 and
papers? He's now
76.
just reciting
They're
the
ultimate
chart that we read
conclusions.
earlier.
And so I'm not in agreement with all of the conclusions that the expert may try to introduce, but testifying about an ultimate opinion and putting it on a board to self-endorse shouldn't be permitted. And those are my objections.
GFY.
Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all,
Go to the podium.
there
Liza, go to the podium. Thank you.
stand here only because I'd like to be able to reference the PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, I appreciate that. First of all, there were no additions, just to be clear, to the PowerPoint. The only changes that we made were directly in response to the objections that were filed by the Commonwealth. We did delete a large section, trying to accommodate some of their concerns, as well as shorten some of the opinions and conclusions. So those were the only changes. I just wanted to make clear to the court, there are no additional opinions that have been set forth in the new PowerPoint. With regards to slides 9 through 27, that was not one of the issues that was identified in the Commonwealth's motion. They objected to slide 9. There's half of those slides are not referenced.
I do agree. It's a new objection. I just don't know when there's an objection raised how a biomechanical engineer is qualified to testify to tears and clothing.
So this is a direct test. His testimony is going to be based on his knowledge of forces and forces applied to certain objects and how that results in injuries.
And I understand that, but some of the specifics that he says, I'm just saying I had a concern, so I understand it's new.
I think the
All right, so we can come back to the fabric argument or whether it's beyond his scope of expertise. But what, actually, Ms. Little, if I can just ask you, and I can hear you later, as I assume everybody wants lunch and we're coming back in at about 20 of, quarter of at the latest. Can you just explain to me why these slides, if Dr. Rentschler is permitted to express these opinions, why we also need them on slides? That's the problem I have.
I think that's a great question, Your Honor, and the reason we didn't do these on slides is because we objected to Dr. Wilkins coming in on his PowerPoint.
So I looked at that yesterday.
Copy of the specific opinion that was placed up on the screen with regard to his opinions and conclusions. That was done over the defense's objection.
So which one? Because I did look last night at that and did not see it.
It's slide 136, Your Honor. The totality of the evidence.
Hold on one second. Is it a conclusion page?
I don't know. I just.
Hold on.
But it's page 136. It's entitled Evidence Reflexes Ictonic. And it states the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the big 2021 Lexus impacting the argument. And this JOK striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground.
Okay.
So if he's allowed to do that.
So that is different than what I said he could be asked on his ultimate question, right? But it still came in? Was there, I'm sorry?
Yes, that came in over the defense.
All right. Because what I did note is that I was very careful to say exactly what the ultimate question could be from Mr.
careful
Brennan.
with all
In
this
fact, there were
entire
objections.
case.
I sustained them twice, so I wrote out exactly what could be said. And Mr. Brennan asked a variation of the first one, and there was no objection. So I didn't remember.
She keeps track of how many times she sustains Brennan's objections. Or hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Could be from Mr. Brennan. In fact, there were objections. I sustained them twice, so I wrote out exactly what could be said. And Mr. Brennan asked a variation of the first one, and there was no objection. So
She only sustained 2 defense objections while Brennan was crossing, and she kept track of that. People kept track of how many objections Brennan made the other day that were sustained, and there was about 50 objections, 50 sustained, remember?
didn't remember that this came in. All right, so I will take a look at that. What I would like to do in the interest of time, so maybe we can talk about that in the conclusion page, but where he outlines everything else, there's so many pages with text that I may not have a problem with testimony regarding this, but why do we need testimony and text so much here?
This is to assist the jury.
It's what?
This is to assist the jury. There is a significant amount of information that needs to be relayed.
Okay.
This is an 80-page PowerPoint. This is solely to make sure that this goes efficiently and effectively. I think it's helpful for these. We've narrowed down the text on the slides significantly. It's important to see those PowerPoints.
Okay.
Just to the major issues. I think we've streamlined this a lot, but I think having the PowerPoint will allow us to make this go smoothly and quickly.
All right, so I will look at these. What I'll try and do is if there are any changes in the first 15, I'll try and get those done during lunch, and then we can have this argument afterwards.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right. All right, we'll see everybody no later than quarter of.
Until 1:45. It is now 1:26 right now. Wow, just wow. It's not easy to keep it together, Amanj. It is not easy at all. Thank you for your 10. We have about 20 minutes, which is about just as long as the piece that I did last night with Billy Bush. So let's watch that over lunch. Everyone go grab a drink, go grab your snacks. We're coming back at 1:45. And hang on one second. Thank you so much for asking. We will play that now. I did hot mics with Billy Bush last night on the Karen Reed case. And some of you said you wanted to see it, so I'm going to play that for you now. Well, I take a quick break. If you need to, you take a quick break as well. Here we go. Let me know what you thought about it if you watched it. Hold on, come on. Billy Bush now has a YouTube channel. It is called Hot Mics with Billy Bush. Billy Bush, and it's funny because his slogan is, "The mics are on, and this time we know." They asked me to come on to talk about Karen Reed. Peter Murphy has also been on the show, as has, I think Nick Rocco was on too, and Turtle Boy as well. So here it is. Scrolling below. Go take your break if you need to. I will be right back. Enjoy.
A win for now, I guess. Now we move to, it is the penultimate day, we believe. We are on the cusp of a decision in the Karen Reed trial. Karen herself said last week the defense would rest tomorrow. Today, continued testimony from the defense's crash reconstructionist from ARCA, Dr. Daniel Wolf, defending the use of crash dummy testing. He says there is no way Karen Reed's SUV could have struck John O'Keefe. We're joined right now by Melanie Little, New York lawyer with over 30 years' experience as a trial attorney and litigator, who's now a legal analyst and commentator. She's following the Karen Reed trial live every day. You can follow her, follow it. Hello, Melanie. How are you?
Hi, Billy. How are you? Thanks so much for having me.
I feel like I know you because we watch so much of this stuff. You're on it like crazy. I love watching you on it.
I'm so glad that you're on it and you know so much about the case, which is so exciting because, long time, first time, let's just say.
Long time, first time.
The feeling is mutual, Billy. The feeling is mutual.
I'm so hooked on this thing, I can't get over it. I don't know why. I mean, we're all like most of us are justice warriors, right? When we perceive a massive injustice, we're like, wait a minute, what? And I kind of just got off the Blake Lively. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's a different thing. I feel like there's an injustice being done over there. But on this front, and by the way, welcome to all you've got so many people that follow you during this whole thing. So many of them are here. And I just want to say hi to everybody who's in the Melanie Little camp and welcome. We love having you here at Hot Mics. So what'd you say, a good day for Karen Reed today?
No, today was actually, they moved for a mistrial for the second time with prejudice, Karen Reed's team, based on some egregious misconduct by Hank Brennan. Again, this is the second time they've moved for a mistrial with prejudice during the course of this trial. And Hank Brennan's behavior just seems to get more and more egregious and abhorrent with every single day that goes by. He's treating every single witness that comes to the stand with complete, he's been badgering them. He has been complete and total disregard for each and every witness. It's an abomination, Billy. I know you've been watching the trial. You can chime in on this as well. But after what Hank Brennan did today, trying to mislead the jury into thinking there were holes in the back of John O'Keefe's hoodie that could have come from contact with the motor vehicle for the car accident that didn't happen, misleading the jury, showing the hoodie, it's in between plexiglass. And then during the break, the defense team goes over, takes the hoodie out of the plexiglass, and we find out that there are holes in the back of the sweatshirt. Those holes were cut by the Massachusetts State Police criminalist who has already testified for the Commonwealth. Hank Brennan has, remember the prosecutorial misconduct in the Rust trial in New Mexico for Alec Baldwin and the way the judge just tossed that case out of court? What has gone on here is so much more egregious, in my opinion, than that. And here we sit still. This judge continues to allow Karen Reed to be railroaded. It is outrageous. People should be outraged because Karen Reed could be any one of us. Alec Baldwin's a celebrity. It got a lot more hype. It got a lot more publicity. And Karen Reed is any one of us. And this is this should not be going on in the United States in 2025. It's horrific. It's horrific. And the world is watching, and this judge doesn't seem to care.
What everybody who is following you on this trial is united in the fact that Beverly Cannoni, the judge, is just egregious, bought and paid for. She's getting killed in your comment section. I mean, the problem with the whole thing, like if you speak for the prosecution, to me is it's really hard to imagine, and yet I believe it actually happened, that so many people would get together and tell a lie together. Like it's just like isn't it amazing that all these people and they're all and none of them are going to crack. No one's going to, break
Have you heard
from it.
about the Catholic Church scandal? Because I handled those cases too. And so when I tell you that a secret can be kept for decades by a lot more than 10 or 12 people, secrets can be kept for decades. I live in New York. We know corruption here. Have you heard about, if the mafia existed, which, people say it doesn't, people can keep secrets to protect their family. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but what I'm saying is something happened to John O'Keefe and it did not involve a motor vehicle. So
right,
when
it's
people
a big
in my
enough,
chatter,
the repercussions are so big here for the entire state of Massachusetts and its entire law enforcement apparatus that, I mean, this is a house of cards that would come tumbling down. Maybe that makes it a little bit easier.
yeah, I mean, the twisted family tree roots of Massachusetts are just that. And it goes way, way deeper, I think, than the Karen Reed case. People who live in Massachusetts are mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore. And they will tell you that this corruption has been going on in Massachusetts for decades. And Karen Reed is just the tip of the iceberg here. The FBI was investigating this investigation, and the investigation goes much deeper than just Karen Reed. I mean, you can see that in DA Michael Morrissey's emails to the feds, where he ramps up and ramps up and ramps up and wants to know what they're investigating. The FBI was investigating not just this investigation, but several other things, which also led to the indictment of Matthew Farwell for the murder of Sandra Birchmore, which coincidentally, Canton PD and MSP, a lot of the same, ruled a suicide, and now he's he's in federal.
So you're saying this is a house
holding.
like if this thing goes against MSP and law enforcement, then watch out. What's next?
There's so much more going on here.
This is incredible.
This is just part of it.
Are you surprised that the Bryans, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, two the butt dialers, that they, neither them nor Michael Proctor were ever called by either side in the second trial? Does that surprise you, or is it like, I mean, to me, the defense might say this is so obviously bad, we're just going to take it for granted that people understand how shady these two are. And by not doing it, you're basically doing more. Maybe that's their strategy. And the prosecution knows we don't want either of these bumbling fools on there again.
Well, Brennan didn't mention Michael Proctor, I think, at all in his opening statement, right? So he's running as far away from Michael Proctor as he can. He got Yuri Buchanan to come in and testify about everything that he says that he and Michael Proctor did together. Michael Proctor, his text messages were brought in through another witness, and a lot of his egregious behavior was brought in other ways. And so, it's a strategy decision. Do you bring Michael Proctor in and give him the opportunity to try and defend himself? And because remember, if you call him in as the defense team, you can't cross-examine him, but it gives Brennan the opportunity to cross-examine him. So I think the defense focus this trial, we're calling it season 2, is John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. The judge has already ruled that they can't bring in third-party culprit defense on Colin Albert. He's out. So I think the focus has to be on the science, on the physics. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. The injuries don't support that. The damage to the car doesn't support that. And
the dog bites.
And the dog bites.
The dog bites, to me, are everything. I mean, if I had to pick one thing, it all comes down to that arm right there. I don't care how fast a car is backing up, a Lexus is backing up, what shape the taillight is in. There's no way, to me, it leaves marks on the arm like that. Those are clearly from some type of animal attack.
The Commonwealth wants the jury to believe that John O'Keefe's arm shattered that taillight. It magically exploded into 47 pieces, and all at the same time scratched his arm to look exactly like dog bites. It is under the laws of physics and science, impossible. Dr. Wolf from ARCA has already testified about that, but not about the injuries, but about the arm shattering the taillight. And then his partner, Dr. Rentschler, is going to testify, I believe, tomorrow to tell us that the injuries to John O'Keefe's body could not have been caused by a motor vehicle traveling in. They keep changing their theory, by the way. How many feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour it was in the first trial. Now they're not really telling us the speed. It's just physically impossible that his arm would not have been shattered or bruised. He would have had other injuries to his body. For those who are not familiar with the case, maybe they don't know that there were no injuries below the neck to the body of John O'Keefe other than what his arm injuries that Billy just showed in the photo. And anyone who's ever been hit by a car as a pedestrian knows that a car will leave bumper marks. It will leave injuries below the waist, to the knees, to the legs, to the hips, to the ankles. It's just physically impossible under the laws of science and physics that the body would not sustain much greater injuries. Something happened to John O'Keefe that caused a massive head wound, skull fractures to the back of his head, which radiated to the front of his head, many brain bleeds and brain hemorrhages. And we heard some testimony a little bit about that today from Dr. Laposata, who's another medical expert for the defense. She's a medical examiner with 40 years experience. Hank Brennan has stomped his feet and whined and tried to keep out every single expert, tried to hamstring the defense at every turn. And look, an ethical prosecutor is going to want to look for the truth. They're going to want the jury to hear all of the evidence so that they can come to the finding of fact about whether or not John O'Keefe was hit by a car. They are not going to turn around and try and hamstring the defense and try and keep out every single expert that the defense wants to put on, because it should be a search for the truth. It should not just be looking for a conviction. And I think the more people that are watching this are seeing the blatant disregard for the truth. And as Alan Jackson said infamously in his opening statement in season 1, they just wanted to pin it on the girl. Michael Proctor had this case solved within 16 hours. He called to tow Karen Reed's car from her parents' house in Dighton before he ever went to the scene at 34 Fairview, before he ever saw that taillight.
There you go. That's right. That's it. And we all saw the car back up and, you know, how it cracked its taillight. We see that. How it turned into a smashed taillight. We've seen that. 42 minutes of videotape missing from the Sallyport garage. As 42 minutes of Michael Proctor behind with this taillight. How can that be gone? Where did it go? Same place as the dog, somewhere else. The dog is gone. The Bryans are butt dialing in the. There's so many things. Are there other slam dunk moments for you that are just like that you could almost isolate out, that if they stood alone would be enough to exonerate Karen?
I mean, look at there's no chain of custody for any of this evidence, right? There are inverted video, the inverted Sallyport video that was shown in the middle of the first trial, which could have resulted in a mistrial right away, but no, it didn't. In fact, Yuri Buchanan testified, oh yeah, well, that's a fair and accurate representation of the way the Sallyport looked on the day in question. And it wasn't until cross-examination that he pointed out, yeah, well, you know, it's like mirrored, you know, like everything that happened in the video, but you know, it's just like everything is backwards, like when you're looking in a mirror. What world are we in, Billy? We're in the Twilight Zone, Narnia
How do you say
Matrix.
Ambulance backwards? I don't remember, but I've seen it before.
Yes. The missing video, the what clearly looked like dog bites to the outside of that sweatshirt. You know, there's holes in the sweatshirt. Where's all the blood from this head injury? Why is there blood all the way down the front of his clothing if the only injury was to the back of his head? So many things.
So many inconsistencies. Melanie Little is with us right now. She's got an amazing following here as she covers the Karen Reed trial. She's got 30 years of experience in her own right doing this, although you only look about 30, so you must have started as an infant. But Melanie, look, the one thing that's bothering me, too, I haven't heard too much about, just a little rumbling, is Kelly Deaver.
Don't call her Deaver, Billy.
Deaver.
Dever.
Dever.
Her name's Dever, and she attacked Alan Jackson for that.
Kelly Dever, who was very rude to Alan, very rude. But her huge pay raise from 2023 as a cop, she made $85,000, and in 2024, she gets $143,000, a 67% increase in pay for Kelly Dever.
Well, she went from Canton PD to Boston PD. She was rehomed too, just like Chloe, now Cora. You know, and then she gets called down to the Boston Police Commissioner's office. That was perhaps the most surprising part of her testimony, is that She was called down to meet with the commish of the Boston PD. She's like 23, 24
Kelly,
at the time.
you're doing a terrific
alone.
job, a great job, and we all want to honor all the hard work that you've
the
done.
right
And
thing.
here's a giant
Do the right
check,
thing.
and shut the hell up. All right.
I mean,
She's not going to win Miss Congeniality anywhere. She is very, very tough. She was so rude.
Veruca Salt. People are calling her Veruca Salt.
So what happens here? I'm so fascinated. So tomorrow we think the defense will rest in the end. They're bringing their big finish right here. More on reconstruction, right? More to
Maybe. Well, there's motions out there because Hank Brennan is fighting everything. And so the motions are taking a long time. And so we're going to hear from Dr. Rentschler, who's the other, we call them crash daddies from ARCA. They were originally hired by the FBI because, they're easy to look at, the crash daddies. So Dr. Rentschler is going to come in and talk about how the injuries are in no way related to this car accident because his arm would have been shattered, I imagine. This medical examiner wants to testify about the dog bites and the car accident injuries. The judge is not really allowing it. And then, of course, Hank Brennan is going to be allowed to put on a rebuttal case, which,
He'll put on, yeah.
again, we're in the twilight zone, to call back that Judson Welcher who did the paint experiment. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah, the Blue
that was
Man.
fun.
Yeah.
It was like Nickelodeon. And then he's going to call a dog DNA expert and a woman who swabbed the clothing. And then we'll have closing arguments, maybe by the end of the week. I don't know.
There's
I
no,
don't
and
know.
then
We'll
12
see.
people are going to say that she's guilty. I don't think it's possible. So I wonder, do we think that at that point, like OJ, we're going to go look for the real killer, or is it just Karen is let off either by mistrial or hung jury? Likely hung jury. I'm sure it would be the best situation for prosecution and for the state of Massachusetts. A hung jury would be great. And now let's walk away and drop it because we've tried twice. And now we don't ever have to really look any deeper. That would be the best case scenario for them. For obviously for Karen and the defense, that she's all 12 people say she's innocent and she walks. What do you think is going to happen? And will there be any follow-up case to see what actually did happen to John O'Keefe? I'd like to know.
I'd like to know too. I don't think they're ever going to let it go. I think they would try her a third or fourth time because that is how far deep in the and they've been known to do that in Massachusetts. The investigation was so poor from the beginning, and no other suspects were ever investigated. That will there ever really be justice for John O'Keefe? It's hard to say unless somebody flips and somebody knows what actually happened. The investigation was so poor that I don't know that anybody else could ever be tried for this murder, because it was a murder. Maybe it was an accident, but the crime could have been in the cover-up. Will that happen? I don't know. You've seen public division on this case, I'm sure, because you're covering it. You've seen the public vitriol that's out there for anyone who thinks that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. And the public is so divided on this that I just don't know if 12 people will ever be able to agree either way.
I think of
on
Jack
this.
Nicholson. You can't handle the truth. I mean,
Right.
like, can the state of Massachusetts handle the truth if the truth comes out that it wasn't Karen, therefore it was someone in the house? Let's go to the chat section here. Steve is in our control room, and he's going to pull up something here for Melanie.
Yeah, so Susie's watching, and Susie wants to know who's been the best witness and maybe the worst witness for Karen Reed.
The best and the worst witness, Melanie.
What do you think, Billy? So for Karen Reed, I mean,
I
we're
thought
not
Judd
done yet.
Welcher was terrible for the prosecution, the Blue Man Group. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a sideshow, and he was their big finish. I mean, this was this was the crescendo. It built up to this reconstructionist who said, and then because of this blue paint here, he hit me off balance, and he rolled like this off to the side, somehow ended up 10 feet on the lawn. He's tried to stick the landing, and to me, it was a giant anticlimax. That guy.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Shannon with one end, Burgess. I mean, no, that was Judson Welcher. I'm sure. I'm thinking of Burgess, the other one.
I thought he was pretty bad.
I think the state's medical examiner was an excellent witness for Karen. She did the autopsy on John. She is the only witness, and she was a Commonwealth witness, the only witness
Is this
who
Marie
examined
Russell?
the body of John O'Keefe. And she said she did not think that these injuries were caused by a car accident because she examined the legs. She opened up the legs. There were no fractures to the legs. She also has the cause of death as undetermined on the death certificate to this day. She has not ruled it a homicide. I think that we are going to see Dr. Rentschler, who's going to tie everything together and talk about how physics and science will prove that these injuries were not caused by a car accident, because if it's happening the way the Commonwealth says, the injuries would have been far, far worse.
Yeah.
The
They're painting
worst-
too perfect a picture. They're painting it. They're saying not only did the car back up, but it actually caught him at this just exact moment and off this arm, and then he spun over this way and that way. You need a video that shows that that actually happened. You need the guy's video camera from across the street, the retired cop and his Ring camera. Of course, that's not available. But if that video was there, you'd need to see something like that. You're painting a 1 in a million chance situation as, that's of course what happened.
Right.
Which
Right. And they don't have that, but it's funny because media
they
was
got.
originally told there was Ring camera footage of the incident, which is like everyone heard that and thought, oh, wow, that's a tragic accident, but they've got it on Ring camera footage, and it turns out that they don't. I think the best evidence the Commonwealth has, even though it means really nothing, are these interview clips of Karen's that they have been playing throughout the trial without any context. And they're trying to say that they're admissions of Karen Read. Look, there are people who do not like Karen Read because of her facial expressions. So if there's one of those people on the jury, they're going to point to those interviews and say, look, she said this, she said that, and she's got a facial expression, and she mocked Peggy O'Keefe, and so therefore she must be guilty. Unfortunately, that's the way some people think. You know, the red Solo cups, that was like some crazy evidence for Karen Read, the leaf blower. But again, the defense is being hamstrung. They're not allowed to call a procedural expert in police procedure to show how bad the investigation was.
I think the worst thing for Karen Read is the fact that she's texting Brian Higgins, "You're hot, you're wicked hot." When did you think I was hot? Oh, from jump, I thought you were so hot, the whole thing. And she kissed him and the whole thing. I mean, you and I could admit Brian Higgins. I have to say this every time. He's not hot.
He's not. And you know what? That's why the one reason I want to see him come in and testify, so that the jury could get a look at him and say, oh, yeah, she was totally yanking his chain. There's no way she thought he was hot.
But we don't like
and
her for
really wanted to
yanking
be
the
with
chain.
him.
She's no princess. I mean, what I'm saying, Karen is, she's being, I think this is, she's being maligned and railroaded and the whole thing. But I mean, the fact that she was flirting with this big lug, while she was with the great O'Keefe, who, what's lost in here, I like O'Keefe. I mean, he seems like, if I had walked into the waterfall and I had seen O'Keefe, I'd have thrown my arm around him and, bought him a couple beers. Thank you for your service, Mr. Officer, and have a drink. He seemed like a good guy. That's what's lost.
He did.
Here.
Seemed like a good guy. During the first trial, and I don't know if you watched the first trial, but there was all this evidence about an incident that happened in Aruba, where Karen walked into the lobby. They were on Aruba, and he may or may not have been a little handsy with one of the women there. And so Karen was mad about it, maybe still, and she wanted to get a little attention from Higgins.
Yeah, she didn't trust him. Yeah.
Soothe her ego a little bit. But apparently he doesn't know the bro code, and he was going after his friend's girl. So there's that too. Right? Like, where's the bro code, Higgy? Where's the bro code?
Higgy, baby.
He's got no game, this guy. He's a simp.
There's a guy, the guy on a golf course yesterday. People come up to me all the time about this trial and all the other things. This guy says to me, he goes, "Hey, Billy Bush, I got to talk to you." He tracks me down. He goes, "Do you think it's possible that, like, maybe kind of both things are true?" And I have entertained this at one point, where like the car might have bumped him like a teeny bit, or he stumbled into it, and then he goes inside and says, "Oh, you guys aren't going to believe, fucking Karen's so mad at me. She backed up. She hit me with the car, the door," or something like that. And then when they beat him up, or whatever happened to him inside happened, they remembered, he told us that she had knocked into him. Is that possible in the end? These are games that we play. They're non-evidentiary, but in the end, we're all going to be left wondering what the hell exactly happened.
Yeah.
There's theories everywhere. I don't know.
I agree. So they had the theory that or at least the ARCA witnesses built a cannon to shoot a cocktail glass out of the cannon at the taillight, because that was originally the feds didn't really tell them anything other than, what if a cocktail glass was thrown at the taillight, and they built a cannon and they said it was awesome, and that is pretty awesome. But explain the dog bite injuries to me, and explain rehoming the dog and selling the house, and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert destroying their phones on the exact same day and getting new phone numbers, and Brian Higgins cracking his SIM card in half and then throwing it in a military dumpster on a base somewhere. And
yeah, that's
this is all stuff the jury's not hearing about this time, which
I
don't
just
know.
think I can't imagine that this jury, doesn't know anything about the first trial. Everybody in that state knows everything about the first trial, so maybe that's already logged, permanently logged. Melanie, I know where I saw you. I know where I've seen you before. It was at a Dave Matthews Band concert.
I'm sending you a sweatshirt.
I think I might have seen you there, maybe at a Dave Matthews. All right. Melanie, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Billy. Appreciate it. How crazy is that? That was so much fun. Love Billy Bush. The fan is back. We're back. We're back. Billy knows a lot about this case. I mean, he has been speaking out about this case for a while now, and a couple of people have been on his show. Peter Murphy was on his show. I think Nick Rocco, Turtle Boy was on his show. And so, in an effort to get more eyes on this, I thought it was great fun. I've been a fan of Billy's for a long time. Oops, what had happened was. And so I was happy to do it. And he's a good interviewer. He's a great interviewer. I thought it was great. So I'm glad that so many of you came over to the chat and were there live with me. And that was fantastic. So thanks you guys so much. Go on over to Hot Mics with Billy Bush's YouTube channel and give that video a like if you don't mind. I would love to do it again. And I hope they have me back. And they said they would like to have me back. So that if they ask me back, I'll do it again. They were supposed to come back at 1:45. And of course, it is now 1:53. But what is time? Time drifts. Time keeps on slipping into the future. And all of that good stuff. We should be on real time now.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, the jury is coming over. I just wanted to tell you what I was able to do during the lunch break. So, Mr. Brennan, you argued for 4 points of admission regarding this witness. I'll allow in 1 and 2. I've had a chance to look at 4. I think I already told you I would not allow in 3 because I've already considered it. I've now looked at the 4th one, the case. I'm not going to let you get into that during cross-examination. If the door is open and you think you can get into it after redirect, please come to sidebar.
Thank you.
All right, and also I had a chance to look at the actual exhibit regarding what came into evidence from Dr. Welcher and Ms. Little. Contrary to what you said and what Mr. Alessi was nodding to, page 136 did not come into evidence. It's a blank page. So that PowerPoint did not come in.
What?
I had a chance to look at Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint, and at least for now, maybe you can persuade me otherwise, any text that has hearsay on it that you say will help assist the jury, what I want to say is I think we have to give the jury some credit here, okay? They have been listening to this case intently for weeks. I don't find that anything that you've recommended here comes in to assist the jury is necessary to assist the jury. So before Dr. Rentschler testifies, those slides that were objected to that have text are out.
Can I have a moment just to examine the Dr. Welcher PowerPoint?
No, not right now. You can look at it, yes. You can look at it while we're doing,
great
bringing the
username.
jury in.
Okay, because we have 4 copies of the PowerPoint, and I know that I'd like to be able to. 137 in the report.
Mr. Alessi, please.
Did you just shush Mr. Alessi? She shushed Mr. Alessi. Any men in the chat? How much do you hate being shushed? Wow.
136, 137, and 138 are all blacked out. All right, the jurors on their way,
I'm not going to
right?
give you a chance to replace those pages like I've granted every courtesy to Mr. Brennan. It's invisible ink. Anybody like to be shushed? I don't think you're giving the jury enough credit. You're the judge who ruled that a jury should know what proper police procedure is in denying the expert Michael Easter. You're the judge who has refused to grant a mistrial despite intentional, blatant lies by the prosecutor who shows his moral compass is non-existent. You are the judge who is not giving a fair trial to the defendant in this matter who is facing life in prison. Who's sighing like that? Was that her again? We have an emoji for that. Listen to this. What in the hell? What in the hell? What fresh hell awaits us this afternoon? It's like moaning. Who's moaning into the microphone? Listen. So weird.
Please rise for the jury.
God save us from the Commonwealth, everyone. And because she was referring to those, as numbers instead of, concepts, it's hard for me to follow what she's allowing in and not allowing in. Oh, if it's the doctor, then I'll allow it. Is the doctor already on the stand? I don't know. But if it's the doctor, then I'm okay with it. Because she's our queen. Queen Laposata. Mighty Mouse. Here I come to save the day. Here I come to save the day.
Right, Mr. Brennan, whenever, I'm sorry.
But now he's going to be able to get into the station fire. I'm sure it's not the first time she's been had to defend herself against misogynistic men and misogynistic women.
Good afternoon.
Am I on point now?
You
Won't
are.
be the last.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner.
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago.
Medicine
Four or
doesn't
5 years
change.
ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Autopsies don't
Yes.
change.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes,
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
yes, I have.
In Coup Contre Coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that
Counter-coup.
condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good, but in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination, part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes.
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
Yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you want to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give, and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you would look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
Okay. And the last time you took physics was probably, what, undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have no study in biomechanical engineering?
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood.
How many times did you say that?
Taught courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles, you're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination.
Here he goes.
Are those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, Station Nightclub Fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The Station Nightclub Fire.
Here he goes.
You received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way?
Didn't say that.
Examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The Station Nightclub Fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene, and you refused?
That's incorrect. First of
Okay.
all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Anybody else just get chills when she said that?
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours
From the
there was
media?
an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There were,
I'm going to allow it.
Did you get criticism from who? The media?
that's incorrect.
Hold on, Dr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you. Just
Oh. Okay.
hold on for a second.
I didn't mean to scare you. You've been scaring us for years.
Did you receive criticism that officials?
I'm going to allow it based on the
She can handle it.
pursuant
can
to the
handle it.
ending. Let's get it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was.
It was bullshit, she said.
Erroneous stuff.
Dr. Laposata said bullshit. She said bullshit. Hold on. Let's go back and hear that again. She's like, oop, I'm sorry. Well done, Queen Laposata. Listen to this. The media spins things, Mr. Brennan. You know that.
And showed that nobody called
She
me.
got the phone
All
records.
The phone records. It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous stuff.
You go, girl. You
Was
go, girl.
there other criticisms in 2005 before you left the office?
No, there was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state, and I'd done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years, which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Did you resign shortly after the audits and criticism?
No.
Same year?
Oh, I don't even remember.
After you resigned, you
Eat
opened
it.
your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How much of your business is consulting?
It's a consulting practice.
Yep. How much of your business, how much of your income is consulting?
100%. It's consulting.
Do you consult in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes, I do.
What percentage of cases are criminal cases?
It's maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes,
I
you did.
don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get
Consulting
compensated for your time.
Yes, I get paid for my time.
Dr. Laposata, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please.
No, I can't allow it. I think I forgot Billy Bush played that picture before, showed that picture before.
Now, would
But
it be fair to say, Dr. Laposata, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke the skin.
When you were asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact, or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground, perhaps?
No.
No, an object?
no.
If it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around.
Not 7'2",
No,
6.
He's more closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And
She didn't mean
that
7 feet.
spoiler on the Lexus, do you know how high off the ground that is?
No.
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
No, I looked at the photos.
Did you
wasn't
ever
hit by
ask
a
for
car,
any
so it
measurements or
doesn't-
try to take any measurements?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please?
It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Would you like her to
Did you
repeat
see
that 10
this
more
cut
times?
on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
That's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument.
72
Not a
inches.
cut.
Okay, got it.
It's a scratch.
72 inches.
Is
Okay.
there any scratches on the left side? Do we have a photo of the left side? Please? And that, you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing, like a knife, and a scratch is made by something that's kind of rounded, that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Okay. Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
No.
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it, one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch was on the left side?
Looks to be, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
If my memory serves me, there is a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side? And you said that could not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means a bladed, sharp cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
So what?
And you would say that that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could not have been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Wet paper straws
Did
he's
you say
grasping
it
at.
couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object.
Would
Like a sharp object, like it's not
You
an
can take that down, please.
incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
If somebody
Anything else?
is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going to spurt if you pull something out of a person's skin if
Did
they've
Karen say it's
passed.
spurted
You wouldn't
blood?
get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
He's trying to use Karen's statement against
I
her
just
from
want to ask
that
you a very
interview.
few questions about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees,
Yes.
and there's different ways to take somebody's or a body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature, so that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth, may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature for a medical diagnosis.
98.6 is an important temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our usual normal body temperature.
And
It's
so,
an important temperature.
is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia.
At 95 degrees?
At 95, you start to worry about it.
And could some of the things that happen is labored breathing?
Is what?
Labored breathing?
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, what, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got to the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance?
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth to him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
I see. And so inevitably, at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when he got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
And so that is a drop from the standard, or what's expected of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
No.
Healthcare data. Healthcare data? Do you mean like his health insurance company and ID number?
If there's no movement, assume for a second there's no
His
movement
allergies?
of Mr. O'Keefe after
Medical alert
12:30
bracelet?
to 16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours or 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees to 80 degrees in body temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside and they're alive and they're lying in the snow and it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour?
In a dead body.
Okay. In a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
No. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can it?
Yeah.
So if someone is in the cold,
He's dead,
let's
obviously.
assume they're not dead for a second.
She's laughing at him.
All
They're in the
right.
snow, below freezing, not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure. They just lie there. They can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
Well, losing body temperature makes you hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and hypo means below. So your temperature goes down and you're hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
And so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could also be consistent with somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the cold, under the snow, sub-freezing. They could be alive for some time. Their body temperature could drop. And then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within
No.
5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. Laposata?
No.
Oh.
No.
Because if someone can drop 4 degrees of body temperature in an hour,
A dead body.
yes, it would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at 4 degrees to go from 98.6 to 80. Yes?
Correct, yes. So he was exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate. Say they'd lose 3 degrees. And then, after that couple hours, they lose body temperature at 4 degrees. That would still fit and be consistent with a drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees,
No.
to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No, but you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at a body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature, out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32? They could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then pass out, die, and then continue to lose body temperature. Is that possible?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical opinion,
So sustained and I'll strike that.
Wow.
as far as
Dr.
your,
Laposata,
Yes.
could you listen to the question, please?
Of course.
Excuse me, you're going to direct this witness to listen to the question? Wow, she hasn't admonished any of the Commonwealth's witnesses, has she? Listen to that
rather
again.
than to be an advocate.
Rather than to be an advocate.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical opinion,
Advocate.
So sustained and I'll strike that.
as far as
Dr.
your,
Laposata,
Yes.
could you listen to the question, please?
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
as far as your medical experience, could somebody be alive, outside, in the cold, below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure.
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
Sure.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. And at one point you said that his injury was inconsistent with a taillight, and you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No.
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
He has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
Okay, if we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Laposata, have you seen this video before?
Is it the Blue Man Group video or the dummy video? Is it Rescue Randy? Oh, it's Rescue Randy.
No.
They're spelling her name on the Chiron
Thank you.
Elizabeth,
We can
not
take that down.
Elizabeth.
Did you see anything in that
Elizabeth.
video that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the
Did you go
vehicle's
Rescue
bumper?
Randy a mannequin?
I'm going to see your sidebar on this for just a minute. please.
She's never seen the video before. Now he's going to start questioning her about the video. This is something that he did not ask permission to do, but it doesn't matter because he's Hank Brennan and he does what he wants and nobody tells him what to do. Nobody's the boss of him, not even this judge. Jenny says, I'm behind, but maybe Hank is getting medical opinions from the Pokemon character GUZMA. It's pretty consistent with him getting the opinion offered by his fingerprint painting expert. Yep. While after we found out that GUZMA is a Pokemon character, I made a little logo to put in the corner of this trial because of the farce that it is. Thank you, Jenny. Let's scooch a little bit forward. It doesn't matter because it didn't hit him. We do need merch. Somebody needs to make a shirt that says that. East Coast chick just ordered her BS button on Amazon. Had to have it. Even got extra batteries because I guarantee I'll be clicking that thing nonstop. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I have one right here. Like DEFCON 5, nonstop. Fed Up says, thanks, Hank, for letting the doctor express her case and make you look foolish once again. Please, sir, may I have another? Please, sir, may I have another? Derp Derp says, I'll take care of Dr. Laposata's swear jar. Fine. Okay, Derp Derp. Thank you. Big Shot says, Hank couldn't butter smooth as butter's bread. If this judge and Hank aren't investigated, then our justice system is way worse than I thought. Thanks, Big Shot. Karen C. Karen is fighting evil from everyone with the Commonwealth. Bless her heart. There's no other explanation for this aggressive attack without the evidence. Pinning it on the girl. Nickname for the hat, Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth. Thank you, Muse. Rachel, is it common in trials for the defense to have to give its testimony so detailed prior to testifying? No, it's not. Seems the Commonwealth gets full testimony before testifying. Well, some of the testimony is from the prior trials, so they have those transcripts. Some of it, they don't do criminal depositions in Massachusetts, and so it is my theory and that of some others that Hank Brennan has been given these voir dires as like a deposition. So he gets to ask them all kinds of questions at these voir dires and get like extra practice, like a rehearsal with the witness. And the judge allows it and he gets it. He's using it as a discovery tool, in my opinion. And the judge is just enabling him. She's an enabler. She's an enabler. Thank you, Rachel, for reminding me to explain that. Haas, many Emmys have biomechanics degrees. What other degrees do you have, Hank? Let's talk Hank and Welcher's compensation. So proud of Dr. Laposata for the BS slip. Thank you, Lindsay G. I wish she asked her how much she was getting paid for her testimony and her time here today, because I can bet it wasn't close to $400,000, but it wasn't anywhere near $400,000. But, you know, he likes to just toss things out there and not close the deal. You know what I mean? Thanks, Fishy, for becoming a member. Ham sandwich, pizza, and pancakes. Oh my, says anyone who's seen the movie Rocky would know that could be a punch, meaning the injuries to the face. Becky's blue-eyed paranormal says Karen said when she pulled out that bit of glass, it started to bleed. What does that tell you? Well, I mean, if he died only in 15 to 20 minutes, perhaps that 507 phone call has more meaning than we thought.
All right, so jurors, I am going to strike the last bit of questioning of this witness in the video as it goes to this witness.
Oh, really?
Right.
So you let him show the video, and then they see the video, and then you're going to say, because now they see the video again, and then you're going to say, I'm going to just strike the video. Isn't it so funny how things work in reverse when it comes to the Commonwealth than as it does for the defense? She would have said, take about the garage picture. Take that picture down right now. A picture of the exterior of the garage. Really? And part of the garage doors were black, you know, like were hidden or covered the next time they put the picture up after the break. Some people say it was because they had a Ring camera on the outside of the garage, maybe, and that's why they covered that part of the photograph. But, you know, just let the witness see the whole, let the jury, let the world see the whole video again, and then just strike it. No harm, no foul, no biggie. No biggie. My bad. She might as well just say my bad, which is, I hate that. It's so passive aggressive. My bad. My bad.
Dr. Laposata, after you received materials, did you ever ask for any additional materials?
Let's see, I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness investigate and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the X-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
Were they
That was
hidden
newer?
too?
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is
Were
that
the
the rule?
X-rays hidden?
When you work in a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur and the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposata.
Remember what Karen said? Do your worst. Do your worst. A little redirect, perhaps? Smooth as butter. Room to scooch.
Hold on one second.
Dr.
Okay,
Laposata,
hold on one second.
Talk to the hand, Miss Jackson. Talk to the hand.
Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
may I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Laposata, you were just asked a series of questions about body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would cool would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes,
Even if indoors, if that indoors was cold?
absolutely.
Your Honor, may we approach along with the Commonwealth?
Please do. Let's talk about how his body was in the garage. How cold was it in the garage? Thanks, Chastity Danielle, for gifting a membership. Laura M. said earlier, I'm from Rhode Island. I was in elementary school watching the Station Nightclub Fire on the news. It was horrible. Now the Commonwealth is using it as a tool against Karen Reed. Yep. Imagine the victims' families seeing this. Well, I think, let me know what you think. I think Dr. Laposata handled herself fabulously. It didn't land. She was ready for it. And I think she handled herself beautifully. Katie A. said, Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, wicked smart and empathetic indeed. How about I'm Every Woman by Chaka Khan for the good doctor? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a playlist. Janet said, Nightclub Fire, you mean the year she won Best Doctor of the Year award for Rhode Island? Mm-hmm. East Coast chick. So Bev didn't have time for the curative instructions, but let's Hank take all the time he needs, nitpicking all this BS. Infuriating. Imagine how Karen feels. We're sitting here at home getting so angry about every single thing that happens in this courtroom. She's been dealing with this for over 3 years. It's outrageous. Legal onlooker says, love watching with you. Welcher was deemed unreliable by a Massachusetts court and prevented from testifying. Can defense bring that up in rebuttal? They tried to bring that up with Jessica Hyde, and it was denied. It was a Maryland court, I think. And the judge said no. But, different rules for Hank, different rules for the defense. We've seen it. This has been going on for years. We're used to it. Can they bring it up? That would depend on the judge. Will they bring it up and ask her if they can bring it up? I hope so. I hope so. Big Shot said, I can't wait till Karen and her team walk out of that courtroom saying we knew we would win. That's what happens when you tell the truth. Look at Mange changed her name too. We did not hit him, so it doesn't matter. Kept laughing too hard and twisting after spinal surgery. Well, don't do that. Don't laugh. I should put up a warning at the beginning, a disclaimer. If you are injured, do not watch my channel, because if you laugh, I cannot be responsible for any and all injuries that could occur. Andoril 8 is suggesting Kangaroo Court by Trash Can Sinatra's. It's on YouTube, but it is dynamite. I have a Spotify playlist, so if it's not on Spotify, I can't add it. Sorry. GUZMA is the leader of Team Skull. Punked. Thanks, Starflower. Thanks, Jeffrey, for becoming a member. Spanky's deviated septum says John O'Keefe didn't have frostbite. He was not outside lying in the snow. Ask if CPR would make the blood flow, AJ. AJ, if anybody's listening in the courtroom, please send him a note. Please send him a sticky note. Ask if CPR would make the blood flow. We heard what that Lucas machine can do to a person. Fractured his ribs. Damaged his internal organs, including his pancreas. Hank Brennan's faux outrage says, I'm sorry, Bev, if you have to explain what striking the video from testimony means to the jury, they surely cannot understand or know what proper police crime scene investigation is. Still mad. Me too. I'm still mad about it too. Nobody holds a grudge like us, right? Thank you, Lori, for becoming a new member. No, I think it was Charizard Pride. I'm not sure what that means. Is that a Pokemon thing? Thank you, Blues Movers. Tons of fun at 911. If he was getting chest compressions, that would have caused blood to flow, right? Great question for the good doctor. Guess she's not worried about, wasting the jury's time right now, is she? Thank you, Cheryl, for your Venmo. Says amazing coverage along with all the other BS. No one saw a body on the front lawn, right? That's why Lucky is a great witness. Jennifer McCabe didn't see a body on the front lawn, despite the fact that she was curtain twitching. She was looking out the window all night. Sarah Levinson didn't see a body on the lawn. And isn't it interesting how the Commonwealth did not call the one witness who said she saw a blob on the lawn, Julie Nagel? They didn't call her. Wonder why. Why do you think they didn't call Julie Nagel? Thank you, Todd. My penance for living next door to Canton and bearing this embarrassing sham trial for the second time. Thanks, Todd, for hanging in there with me. We're helping each other get through. Candace, what will these jurors think when this trial is over and they realize everything that was left out? Like I said on the Billy Bush show, I think there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it, and you're seeing it today. All that other noise doesn't matter if John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. The jury's not here to solve a mystery. It is not Karen Reed's job to prove who did it. The defense does not have any burden of proof, and to take on a burden of proof that does not exist may complicate things. Patricia, thank you, says Free Karen Reed. Marjorie says, my bestie Deborah and I are going to Canton tomorrow for a visit field trip. Have fun, Deborah and Marjorie. Thank you for your Venmo. Cheryl says, I miss Lally and the weather report. So many of us do. How does anybody else miss Lally and the weather report? Thank you, Joanne. This is a great analysis. Colleen says that this neurosurgical nurse knows the Glasgow the Glasgow coma scale, unlike Brennan. You can't make this up. You cannot make it up. Let's look at, well, Joni said, Hank's interference of his witness's superiority is reminding me of this gem for your playlist. Anything you can do, I can do better. Yeah, that's a good one. I think I put it on there. I think I did. Cassie sends a super chat and says, this is for saying the things that I think. Judy, thanks for the matcha latte. Judy says, in the first trial, Brian Albert testified that Chloe was in the bedroom on the floor next to him. Now, in this trial, Jen McCabe testified that she ran into their bedroom and she didn't say there was no dog. Well, she did say there was no dog. And if there was, wouldn't Chloe start barking to protect her owner? Jen McCabe did say she did not see Chloe there the next morning. If they are all so innocent, why are they changing their story so much? It's a great question, Judy. It's a great question. A lot of that's not in front of the jury. Although Jennifer McCabe did say, right? Did say that Chloe was not there in the morning when she ran into the room. Sarah Welcher said there were no x-rays taken. Ha, ha, ha. Well, Dr. Laposata just said she just got the x-rays. Were they hiding the x-rays? Does anyone know? If they were hiding the x-rays fell into a drawer along with all the missing Sallyport videos. Oh, I can't wait to find that out. We haven't heard them argue that in open court. But Brian said Chloe was. Yes, but Brian has not testified in this trial, so it is not before this jury, right? Brian Albert has not testified. He will not be testifying. Susan, thank you for your memo. Just says thank you. And Kimberly says, thanks for your commitment and coverage. I can't watch anyone else at this point. You and Bettero are my safe space. Thank you. And thanks to Rachel. I think it needs to be highlighted that the woman who shall not be named was served some nice crow today. Keep it up. Oh, I did not know anything about that. Did not know anything about that. Oh, UPS has alerted me that my silver play button will be arriving today. My 100,000 subscriber silver play button from YouTube. Maybe we should do a live unboxing. I'll allow it at some point. Right. And the missing socks too. And the missing socks. Aiden Carney said, listen to this. This was an hour ago. I saw Dr. Laposata hug Joe Krowski Sr., who is Hank's best friend. So you see sometimes Joe Krowski Jr. on Court TV and stuff. Dr. Laposata hugged Joe Krowski Sr., Hank's best friend, during the break. They definitely know each other well, as I assume Krowski has hired her before as a defense attorney. She testified for Kevin Reddington at the Turk trial, and I wouldn't be surprised if Hank has hired her before as well. And that is so interesting because apparently, although Hank denies it, he did deny it, didn't he? When Alan Jackson brought it up in open court 12 minutes ago, Aiden said, and there ends the worst cross-examination in history. Well, they're at sidebar, so is it over? Is it ever over? Is it ever really over? It's over now. That's on the playlist, LaBoz Skaggs action.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Laposata.
I forgot to change the banner. It's supposed to be
Stand back
redirect.
here for a quick second. Before I sat down the last time, I asked you a little bit about X-rays.
Yes.
And the effect of X-rays on an evaluation by a forensic pathologist. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are X-rays important for a forensic pathologist to consider?
Yes, they are.
Did you find any? You reviewed the X-rays, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to relegate my question to just the right arm of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you find any deformities, defects, breaks, fractures, or hairline fractures of that kind on any of the X-rays that you reviewed?
None.
May I approach you?
No
Yes, I
fractures.
have a question for you. When you printed these, did you print them from a flash drive?
May I have them look at?
Sure.
I have some assistance with this.
Why is the
Do you
judge
have
asking
them up
questions
on
of
the-
Alan Jackson?
We do have electronic versions of this.
Why don't we do that instead of the big, the large?
As long as I can mark the large ones, I want those marked and moved into evidence for reasons that we
discussed at sidebar.
So those will be, and you're objecting to this, Mr. Brennan? Okay, well.
Of course he's objecting to
even
it.
if
It kills
Commonwealth
his
objected,
case.
I'll allow those in, but I prefer to give the jury a flash drive with these on them instead of these big. So we will mark your flash drive, and you can just go ahead, do it in evidence.
What's on the flash drive?
We'll mark the flash drive. Flash drive will go in with the jury rather than these very cumbersome additional pieces of.
Not cumbersome. They get rolled up into it. Come on, man. Ever have a concert poster?
Discussion in open court, if it pleases the
All right, jurors, we're going to make this one really quick.
Grace says Hank didn't deny hiring her. He said it wasn't 4 or 5 times. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I'm talking about Randy right now. Love that name. Says dead bodies can develop frostbite per Google. Who knew? Any, Dennis the Menace, love you, man. I know you're watching from Canada, but any comments about Paul O'Keefe are not going to be shown on the screen. Just, I'm not going there. But you can keep sending the super chats. Joseph, who is Mr. Clean behind John O'Keefe's mother? I don't know. Again, I'm not talking about people in the gallery. Don't know, don't care. Maybe somebody else in the chat can tell you or not. I have no idea. But there's a lot of people who sit in that gallery that have been in some of the documentaries. And so if we know, we know. If we don't, we don't. Why does the defense eat elsewhere? There's nowhere for them to eat in the courthouse, Irish Mima. So they got to go off campus. And they got to, Billy Bush just said good things about me to someone I know and said he's a fan. Oh, I love that. Well, we just saw that in the interview. So thank you. That's awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm going to show these to you, and then I'll put them on an overhead. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I need to wait.
It said Coachella in the closed captions. I don't know how Coachella has just entered the chat, but it just jumped.
May I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Hewitt, sister,
Sure.
do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a X-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side, and we see here the 2 bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
Thank you. I may have this marked as next to order.
That may obviate the need to put it up, right?
It could.
The 229B.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is another X-ray at the medical examiner's office of Mr. O'Keefe. And again, it shows the right side. We see some of the ribs there. We see the shoulder and the humerus, the upper arm bone. And the upper arm bone is totally normal. There's no soft tissue swelling around it. There's no breakage.
Totally normal.
Fractures.
Totally normal.
Thank you, doctor.
Totally normal.
With the court's permission, next in order, sub C is in Charlie.
Yes.
Totally normal.
C.
Dr. Laposata, that's all I have for you. Thank you for coming.
That's all he has for her.
Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
All
That's
right,
it.
Dr. Laposata, you are all set.
You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
all set. Everyone, round of applause for Dr. Laposata. Best witness in the trial so far, in my opinion. I nominate her best witness in season 2. Best additional cast member, season regular for season 2. She deserves a pay raise. What say you?
All right, is there anything else today?
Nothing else today? My thumbnail has Rentschler on it. It's 2:51. I gotta redo my thumbnail, man.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
7th inning stretch for the jurors. Every day I have to change my thumbnail because what I think is going to happen doesn't happen. And the witnesses that I expect to come in don't come in because I don't have any special knowledge. Let's hear what Aiden has to say about the jurors and their reaction to. He said several jurors smiled as Dr. Laposata says several times that it doesn't matter how fast Karen Reed's car was going because the car didn't hit John O'Keefe. Elizabeth Little looked at the other attorneys and they all had huge smiles too. This is the most disastrous cross-examination ever. Well, that's interesting. Several jurors were smiling, so I guess they're picking up what they're laying down here. Dr. Rentschler was in the hallway, and he's 6'3", according to Aiden Carney.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask the court to invite Dr. Andrew Rentschler to join us.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to come on the stand. Dr. Andrew Rentschler is coming, and he's about 6'3". It's my favorite Crash Daddy. Just saying. No, I shouldn't say if I have a favorite, but I have a favorite. Good. Give the jury a little something to chew on before they go home. It's going to be at least an hour and 7 minutes.
Sir, I need you to step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Oh, happy day. We should put that down in place. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. I have to go off screen for a minute, but I'll be right back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please, pull that to you. You're a little on the tall side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. And in a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly does is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. Was a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, and a vertebral disc injury. Any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. You know, motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts, sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that. So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
You know, we have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on 1 second, Dr. Sure. Okay.
For the MRAP, which are the mine-resistant, ambush-protected, armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines. And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and the movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment, we look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up against the glass. And they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3, 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
Hockey players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said you used the 50 percentile hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy, an ATD, to do your work in furtherance of the NHL contract or commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to use a hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash test dummies. And you're probably most familiar with it if you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over. Well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different size people. So they record the force off of that, and they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy, and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
Is that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. They set, well, the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms, are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale, they have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is, yes, sir.
Dr. Rentschler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word, probably nobody knows. I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move and moves forward? Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction? That allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps. If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What are human tolerances?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They've tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the two bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism, and in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury occur?
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Dr. Rentschler, are you able to estimate how many of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Oh, I'm sure over the year there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent's automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
2004. Thank you. Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I have. I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before. Yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions. And then usually the author will make changes, send it out again, and that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation, we do the research and development. We have an epic sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS?
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction offered by SAE?
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give to the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, CAARS?
I've taken that as well, yes, sir.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school, doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities, so we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers, and then some abstracts, and I believe a book chapter as well.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a second, Dr. Rentschler, about how you began working on this particular case, the case that's before the bench. When were you initially retained in connection with this case?
We were initially retained, I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe, maybe it was the fall prior to that. actual trial. That was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
It wasn't an insurance company, was it?
It was not, no, sir.
Okay. What were you initially asked to do by this separate entity?
Initially, we were kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information? You were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at, yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I don't want you to get into his analysis, just what area he covers. In other words, you're dealing with a Lexus and Pedestrian, Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr. Dan Wolf?
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the injuries and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did you ultimately issue a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year,
Okay,
2024.
2024, okay,
Correct.
thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right, did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhage?
Subscapular is?
Yes.
Yeah, with respect to the head, is that what? Yes,
as it relates to the head.
Yes, well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There was, yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull.
You mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage? He
did, yes. He had sustained subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes, bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah, and so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior and left aspect of the nose?
There were some abrasions on the nose and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue?
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
You noted with regard to one of
tongue.
Mr. O'Keefe's extremities, abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about and what part of the arm.
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions, what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that.
1,400 to 1,600
The abrasions,
pounds.
superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. Laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
What kind of materials did you review? In addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down the
sorry.
cadence of your voice a little bit.
He's
Late in the
excited.
day, and I'm doing it again, aren't I?
Why wouldn't he be? You don't want to
I'll slow
waste the
down.
jury's time, but now he's got to slow down because it's hard for the court reporter. I get it.
I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. Any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case. And we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
They didn't know anything about the case.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
He did. He knows how to follow instructions.
The
unlike Mr.
undertaking, the
Brennan.
analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that it would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, a head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
What's the head's name?
Did you
Rachel
reach
wants
any
to know.
opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light. and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm,
Oop, there it
depending on the
is.
actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Right. Right.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I feel vindicated, I do.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify
Yes.
this year?
Staggerly.
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial.
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Although that would Brendan.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in
We-
furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
Yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Allegedly. I love how he threw that in there. Welcher's theory. They were provided with Welcher's theory. That's the only reason that they did more testing.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
Yeah.
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe what was reviewed and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Judson Blair Welcher. The joy that you're seeing on my face is not only because Crash Daddy, Andy Rentschler is on the stand, it is because I just scored my pre-sale stuff that I had to go off the air to score. And then while I was scoring my pre-sale stuff, I got interrupted by the doorbell and I had to talk through the Ring camera to the person at the doorbell. That is the joy that you are seeing on my face right now. If you know, you know. And that is that. Gabby says Hank's ship is sinking. He's probably going to ask who he drove to the courthouse with. Wouldn't that be great? Yeah. Take bets on what the opening question is going to be. Hit the like button, folks. What a day, says Victoria. Barkley says it's unlikely the Commonwealth don't have an insider on the jury. They did last time. I don't know if they did or not, but I don't know. Dennis the Menace. Max Headroom is the name of the head. Somebody else put in chat, I think it was Brendan, Stagger Lee, which is a Grateful Dead reference, which I will allow. Lindley, do you think the prosecution truly believes in their case against Karen Reed? I don't think Adam Lally did. And I think during the first persecution of Karen Reed, Adam Lally did not have any conviction in his case whatsoever. It was like he had the backpack on. He was slumping into court like the guy from Despicable Me with the big humpback every single day, like I gotta make the donuts kind of thing. He did not have any confidence in his case at all. We saw it every single day. He was browbeaten. He was a guy, I called him the one-man band. You know, he did a fine job with what he had. He had an accordion in his hands. He had cymbals on his knees. He had like a clown horn under each arm, and he had a harmonica in his mouth. He was the one-man band of persecution number one. And he did it all. He did every single thing. And this trial, he is relegated to second chair, and he's done nothing this entire trial. The big guns came in at $1 million, maybe by the time this is all over. The mob lawyer, Hank Brennan, hired to persecute Karen Reed for the second time. And I didn't think Adam Lally believed in his case, but I do believe that Hank Brennan thinks that he is here to save the Commonwealth and that he really does believe in his case. And that is a frightening thing. That is a frightening thing. It's one thing when a guy's just doing his job and collected his paycheck and, you know, do what I got to do. Dum. And it's another thing when a guy comes in here to make some money. Are they just after a conviction no matter what? Yeah, I think so. But I do also think that Hank Brennan really believes in this case. What do you think? What do you guys think? Do you think Hank Brennan believes it? Do you think he's buying what they're selling? Or do you think he's just there to collect a paycheck? Lindley says, I'm so confused by their motivation for bringing the case. Well, the motivation is there's a lot of powerful people that could be perhaps implicated if the truth was known. And it has nothing to do with only Karen Reed, in my opinion. It goes far, far deeper than just the Karen Reed case. Look what happened. Look what happened. Matthew Farwell was finally arrested. He's facing federal murder charges for the murder of Sandra Birchmore. If you guys don't know about the case, I have an entire playlist. That also happened in Canton. PD, first on the scene. MSP, a lot of the same players were involved. Initially ruled a suicide. Sandra Birchmore was 23. She was pregnant when she was murdered by Matthew Farwell, Stoughton police officer who met her when she was 11 or 10 during a Police Explorers program, took her virginity at 15, impregnated her, and in fact murdered her on the same exact night that his wife was in labor in a nearby hospital in Canton. Was the murder. I don't know where the hospital was. So prayers for Sandra Birchmore, because during the investigation of the FBI investigation into this investigation of the murder of John O'Keefe, it was found that certain police may have covered up the murder of Sandra Birchmore, including Trooper Fanning, including some other people. And now Lally's knee symbols are here. I love it when you guys change your name to match my quotes. Lally's knee symbols are here. I knew you'd hear me. I knew you'd hear the call, the siren call. It flew by, so I can't highlight your comment. But the motivation for bringing the case is that there's a lot more going on in Norfolk County and in Massachusetts. And that was another case of covering up for a cop. Who was it that Trooper Garino missed 34,000 text messages between Matthew Farwell, Stoughton police officer at the time, and Sandra Birchmore, in which their affair and his taking of her virginity at age 15 while in the Police Explorers program was all there to see. Trooper Garino missed 34,000 text messages. Why do you think he was so nervous when he was on the stand during this trial? Because he was afraid they were going to be able to bring that up. Sandra Birchmore was murdered exactly 1 year prior to the murder of John O'Keefe. She was murdered in early February, almost exactly 1 year, of 2021.
We picked up a lot of time today. I think it was because we did spend less time at sidebar and less time doing things outside your presence. So we're back on track, and we're going to let you go for today, and we're expecting a full day tomorrow. I can tell you, the lawyers tell me that we're definitely winding down. Okay, so please, those same
Rentschler's like,
do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please continue to be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you ready to start at 9 o'clock.
That is a great suggestion, Green Eyed Southern Girl. You know how I love Genesis. There's a lot of Genesis on the playlist. So for those who say, what is the motivation? Motivation is that perhaps, just maybe, some people think, in my opinion, that there are some very, very powerful people who could go down if the truth was found. And so therefore, why not just pin it on the girl? Why not just pin it on the girl? Because if she takes a plea, it's all over. If she doesn't, it's a whole other episode. We're in the episode now. We're in episode 30 of season 2, and we ain't got no quit, and we're still here. The jury's leaving. She's got some things to discuss with the attorney, but it's okay because we're still here. Don't worry. Some people think Officer John O'Keefe knew about Sandra Birchmore.
You're all set, Dr. Rentschler. I should
you.
have told you. I'm sorry.
Those, I wonder if anybody's going to trip outside the courthouse trying to get a selfie with him like
All
somebody
right.
did yesterday.
So first of all, anybody object if I give Ms. McLaughlin back the paperwork on the State of Rhode Island versus Michael Patino transcript or
Ms. McLaughlin.
whatever she was giving me? Any objection to that?
That's what I call her, and I don't care if it's
Thank you.
pronounced correctly. People like write me emails. That's
All
how you
right.
pronounce Miss
So,
McLaughlin.
Mr. Jackson, for
McLaughlin's
purposes of your
name.
edits, so the text will be removed from 5, 6, 8, 9, 23. The word measurements, I think, is perhaps the only word there. 24, 31, 32, 33, 34, 46, 47, 54, 55, 56, 58, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75, and 76. Separately, pursuant to what will be an upcoming evidentiary ruling on whether foundation has been made, if you could separately have a way to exclude, if it becomes appropriate based on whatever ruling, based on the foundation that you're going to attempt to put, slides 9 to 23.
Do we need slides? I mean,
Now, as
really,
I said,
after what he's already started to say, do we really need the slides? Do we really need the PowerPoint? John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. His arm would have been shattered. The tail, I don't know if we need them. But yeah, of course, she's going to keep hamstringing them.
to you at sidebar, once you do this, or if you talk to the Commonwealth, if there's no objection to some of those numbered slides that I said needed to be edited, if the Commonwealth agrees that they come in, you can go ahead and put them in because I would allow them if it's by agreement.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So do you expect that we will finish with Dr. Rentschler tomorrow?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be as long as I was with Dr. Wolf,
Okay.
depending on how it goes. If he has an hour and a half, I expect that'll probably be about an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
If he
Okay.
has an hour and a half.
All right.
Who's he, the cat's mother?
Then we'll figure out where we are Thursday.
Cat's father?
It seems that the case may be ready to go to the jury Friday, maybe Monday at the latest. But that's,
By Monday, based on our conversation.
does that seem like a fair estimate to you, Mr. Brennan?
I think we'll be ready Friday.
Okay. All right, so we'll see, okay?
We'll see.
All right, thank you. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
should I have Dr. Welch report tomorrow or wait for Wednesday?
Um,
Oh, tomorrow's Wednesday.
tomorrow's Wednesday already.
Oh, I forgot. I thought it was-
Can
thought it was
we,
Monday
Mr.
still.
Jackson, can we reevaluate that mid-morning or the luncheon break and see where we are, whether we need Dr. Welcher here in the afternoon?
Of course.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
I think Mr. Leslie would have one issue he wanted to address before.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to various exhibits that Your Honor said would be admitted based upon the issue that we had with regard to the Exhibit 88, Your Honor said you would...
Yes, we'll put those into evidence.
Thank you very much. Your Honor.
Okay.
That was the only item pressing for today.
Yeah, I said yesterday they'd come in, they're coming in. Okay, so those will be in evidence.
We don't rely on
Mr.
anything you
Brennan,
say
were on
'cause you
notice
keep
yesterday
changing
that I
your
was letting
mind.
those in. Okay.
We can't
All right,
rely on
we're all set.
anything
We'll
that you
see
say.
tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, she was mad about giving them off last Thursday. I never should have given you off last Thursday. See what I
Goodbye.
did? I shouldn't have given you off last Thursday, but she did. and she's crying about it. She's not happy about it. But we're done for the day, my friends. We are done for the we are not done here, but we're done for the day. With court anyway, but we still have lots and lots of things and stuff to get to because what a day. What a day. What a great day. Today is the day that many of us feel vindicated for things that we've been screaming into a closet for many, many years now. It feels like eternity, but we've been in purgatory for a long time. It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Dr. Laposata did an amazing, amazing job for the defense today, in my opinion. An amazing job, in my opinion. She's been the best witness for the defense so far. And now we see why it was not important in the defenses. It was not important to the defense, strategy-wise, to call Proctor, Higgins, Brian Albert, and every other miscellaneous NPC. That was good, right? NPC that took place in this farce, shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo that took place on January 28th and 29th of 2022. Because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car did not hit John O'Keefe. It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter how fast that car was going, said Queen Laposata. And that is amazing. They would have just muddied the trial, right? Do you see now when I was talking about this and strategy and keep it simple and John O'Keefe did not hit by a car. Focus on that. That's it. That's it. That's all they need to know. He wasn't hit by a car. The rest of that stuff will be figured out later. It will be. Trust me. I have a feeling it will be figured out later. The rest of that stuff will be figured out later. It will come to pass. Karma knows your address. Don't ever forget that. Karma knows your address. The lesson that some people need to learn. Thank you, Crazy Cat Lady. Kelly said the head should be called Rescue Eddie. Bella's mom rescues Randy. Another great username says, Hank, 5 minutes of fame, in my opinion. You think that's why he took the case? I originally thought maybe he had some political aspirations. Maybe he wanted to be the next district attorney. I don't know. Kristen says, Anthony looks close enough to anthropomorphic test. I'm not pronouncing that properly. Anthropomorphic test devices. Are you just trying to trip me up, Kristen? Are you a troll just trying to get in here to trip me up? Who's Anthony? Who's Anthony? Lori says, Portuguese Italian chick from Fall River. I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Thanks, Lori. There's the man passed out in the snow. Somebody super chatted earlier and said, can you say there's a man passed out in the snow? Karma knows our forwarding addresses, says Frank Fax. Alicia Joe, if Hank had stuck to his original promise, Karen Reed will get a fair trial. He'd now be chucking it out. Hank has sold his soul to the devil. Devil went down to Georgia. Devil went down to Canton. I don't know if that's on the playlist. Devil went down to Canton. Please, Ed. Whoop, there it is. I think it is on there, Lenita. If it is not, I will go back later and do all of this for you guys. Dottie, I believe Hank took the case as a challenge. He will be paid no matter the outcome. He will be paid no matter the outcome. That's right. His paycheck does not hinge on whether he wins or loses. He, in fact, has sold his soul to the devil, perhaps, maybe, something. And he's getting paid no matter what. But by the hour, he makes an hourly rate. So the longer he drags it on, the more he gets paid. $250 an hour. Not a lot of money. Gave up his defense practice for this. And what Norfolk County taxpayers were told was originally only a $75,000 retainer. And we know that before, as of a couple of months ago, you guys you dug up some public records and said he had already been paid something like $234,000 additional to the 75 he was already paid, I think. Plus, they're paying his paralegal too, right? Maybe he's been promised a judge position, says Catnat. Oh, you're right. That's an appointed position, so he wouldn't even have to win an election. He could just be appointed as a judge. Could you imagine having him as your judge? Talk about Dr. Russell's gasp heard around the world. Mystique, covering this case must be driving you nuts. Thanks for all your hard work. Thanks for watching from Canada. It does. If we weren't all crazy, we'd all be insane, said the late, great Jimmy Buffett. That, too, is on the playlist. And we would be, but you know what? I ain't got no quit. They tried to shut me up. They've tried every way to shut me up. I'm not shutting up. I'm not shutting up because John O'Keefe is not hit by a car. A car didn't hit John O'Keefe. And you know what? You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me. You can believe science and physics and medicine. Thank you, Mystique. I appreciate you. Nightclubs, where did they get the X-rays? I'd like to know. We didn't see them during season 1. They just appeared magically, like all that Sally Port video that wasn't around for season 1. You know, the missing ring camera footage. You know what else they didn't bring in this time? The library footage. They didn't bring in Michael Trotta. Not Michael Trotta. Who was the witness from the Louis Jutras? The witness from was he from the Department of Public Works also? Didn't bring in all of that library footage, remember? Where they had Karen Reed's car going by on her way back from 34 Fairview, allegedly. Right? Did they bring that in and I missed it? I don't think I think they didn't bring it in. If we weren't all crazy, we would believe the prosecution. So Darcel lands down. I would love to know where they got the X-rays. The jury's not here to solve a mystery. They're here to figure out, was John O'Keefe hit by a car? Or they're here to look at the facts and the evidence and determine if John O'Keefe was hit by a car. If John O'Keefe was hit by a car, then they're here to determine, was it second-degree murder? Was it manslaughter, OUI? Or was it leaving the scene of an accident causing personal injury or death? And here is something very interesting that we have not had the opportunity to discuss, so don't go anywhere yet. My job depends on this. Says this is the first day I've not taken edibles while watching 2 seasons. That's hilarious. Magnolia Gypsy says Hank's cronies or buds. Have rep to McAlbert. You are where you eat, don't you know? Here's something that we need to discuss. In the proposed jury instructions of the Commonwealth, they have abandoned 2 theories of murder too. And this is important. I don't know if anybody's talking about it, but I'm talking about it. So we're going to talk about it. They didn't do this at the first trial. And this is very interesting to me that they are now dropping 2 of the elements of second-degree murder, or 2 of the ways that they can find second-degree murder. And they are not going to ask the jury to be charged on 2 of these ways. So listen to what they have decided, or look, watch and learn what they have decided. This is the proposed jury instructions of the Commonwealth. And here is murder in the second degree. A lot of you say, what do you have to prove to show murder in the second degree? You have to prove the following elements. Here's the criminal charge. Murder in the second degree, general law, 265, section 1. This is the jury instruction. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. Number 1, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Number 2, the defendant A, intended to kill John O'Keefe, or, get my red pen out here, or, that's an or, B, intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or C, intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Footnote 1, this is the Commonwealth's filing. The Commonwealth requests the jury be instructed only on the 3rd prong. Do you see what's happening here? They are not asking the jury to determine whether the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. They want that out. Or intended to cause grievous bodily injury or harm to John O'Keefe. They're dropping these 2 ways of finding second-degree murder. They don't even want the jury to know about them or be instructed on them. That's huge. That's a big deal. They're dropping it. They only want the jury to consider whether or not Karen Reed intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. They're dropping the intention to kill him because she was so jealous she wanted to kill him. They're dropping she was so jealous she wanted to cause him grievous bodily injury or harm. Nope, they dropped both of those things. It's good for Karen. Huge. but it shows that they think their case is weak. It shows that they've changed their theory. The only theory that they're left with is Karen Reed intended to back up however many feet now it is, 87 feet in reverse, and she knew that in so doing, in her drunken state, that doing so would or could have created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. A plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Do you see? That's how weak they think their case is. This is an interesting point. If you're drunk, are you a reasonable person? Tracy Ryan wants to know. Well, here's an interesting fun fact about Massachusetts, which we only learned from covering the Dr. Turk case. In Massachusetts, if you're not driving, being under the influence of alcohol can minimize your charges. Because Dr. Harry Turk testified that he was so blackout drunk when he strangled his wife, Katie McLean, the jury was able to come to charge him or to find him guilty of manslaughter and not murder because he was so drunk. Weird how that is in Massachusetts, right? It's like being drunken is an excuse. Entitles you to lesser charges. But it shows you how weak the Commonwealth's theory, Commonwealth thinks their case is. They're abandoning the theory that she intended to kill him or intended to cause him bodily harm, just that she did something that she knew could cause his death. And I found that bizarre and disturbing that in the Turk trial, him being hammered entitled him to lesser charges, and that's what the jury found. And so that is all that the Commonwealth is asking the judge to instruct the jury on with regard to murder too. Now, with regard to the manslaughter, OUI, well, let me read the rest of this charge. So this is the only part that they want read to the jury, is what I just read to you about the defendant intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant is a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me finish my other thought. So in a motor vehicle accident, the drunk driving portion of this charge ups the charges, okay, and the sentence. However, in a strangling case, domestic violence case, like Dr. Turk, because he was so hammered, it entitled him to an excuse. I don't get it either. Welcome to Massachusetts. And then the charge goes on to say, let me help you understand this. Imagine that I'm the judge talking. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Well, they're going to say that the act was the reversing at however many miles per hour. This didn't just come out. This was filed like a week ago. I haven't had a chance to go over it with you yet. These are the proposed jury instructions. The Commonwealth filed their own set and the defense filed their own set. That's when we know that they're asking for the missing witness charge, which we covered in a separate filing. They want a missing witness charge for Proctor, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins. They're going to say that her backing up at a high speed, but again, they're not saying what the speed is. She knew that she could kill him. Okay? If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the victim's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill. Well, they're crossing that out. You may not find that the defendant intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Here's the manslaughter charge. Okay. This is different. Remember, she's charged. She has 3 charges: murder in the second degree, which I just read to you. This is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Well, I think we've got that, right? Because people saw her behind the wheel. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has the right of access. Well, we know that because she was on Fairview Road and she admitted to it. That is a public way. Third, wait, there's another footnote here that says the Commonwealth requests a special verdict slip that contains both theories: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of intoxication, liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol content of 0.08 or greater. So they want to be able to argue both 0.08 or greater. And let's see if we can figure out what that second thing is. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. So they want an or here instead of an and. I think that's what they said here. They want them both and or. Okay. Well, that's the way the charge reads. So let me take that away. Now, they may have some problems with the extrapolation calculations. But again, Karen's own statements say, and she did give an interview. I think one of those interviews that they played, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, did she say I had about 9 drinks, but I didn't drink them all? Because I remember when I watched that live on whatever that was on Dateline, Nightline 2020, some sort of documentary. I remember hearing it and going, the gasp heard around the world. She said 9 drinks at some point, right? You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember hearing it and I remember having the gasp heard around the world. Glamasu's cringed as well, yeah. So I think there's been admissions to the point that they could say, yes, she was driving that car. She was on a public street. She admitted she was intoxicated, even though those calculations are crap. And the extrapolation is BS and it would never hold up in a drunk driving case. This is not just a drunk driving. There is no, Karina said she wasn't drunk, but Karina, again, I mean, a great point. Karen's own admissions, in my opinion, are going to work against her for this purpose only. However, we need to move on to number 4, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high risk, a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. Well, if it doesn't matter because the car never hit him, then this is where we stop right here. She didn't do anything other than go home, connect to the Wi-Fi, and then leave some nasty messages. 5th, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Again, the jury goes back and says, "What did a car hit John O'Keefe?" And they all say no. That's it. They're done. We go home. Right? Of course, right. There's no proof that she was drunk, but people are going to say she admitted to it. And for purposes of just explaining this to you, I'm just going to say, assume some people believe that she admitted it, right? I don't care if she admitted it because he wasn't hit by a car. Do you see? It doesn't matter. There is no drunk driving charge. There's no straight up drunk driving charge. The most important part of this conversation that I want you to take away from this is that the Commonwealth feels that their case is so weak that they are willing to drop the jury instruction that the defendant intended to kill. This is coming out. They don't even want the jury to be told that. They don't want them to be told this either, that the defendant intended to cause him bodily harm. And that, in my opinion, is huge. This was filed. When was this filed? I think I could read that stamp. June 2nd. June 2nd. So I don't know that anybody has gone over the proposed jury instructions with you. We have been just trying to get time to do it. And it is too long of a show for me to do exactly right now, but we will try and do it before the charging conference, because that is when they will discuss the charges and what the judge is going to agree to charge the jury with. And so we will hopefully be able to go over these before that conference, because in the conference, they're just going to say, okay, number 1, number 2, number 3. And I want you guys to understand what it is that they're talking about, right? Picking up what I'm laying down? Okay. All right, moving on. Shane Groves from Australia. I know why Bev swivels in her chair. She's sitting on some eggs. The FBI might pop out when they hatch. That is just, I mean, come on now. That's hilarious. Shane, you are on fire. That was from early this morning. I put it up on the screen, but wanted to give you credit for it. Java Time says, verdict watch idea. Please do a collaboration with Andrea Burkhart, Alison Mata, and Linda Kinney-Bodden from Justice Serve TV. That would be amazing. I think everyone's going to do their own thing during verdict watch, but yeah, I'm open to ideas for that. And so that would be wicked cool, because who knows how long it's going to take. Last time we had how many days of verdict watch? 4. What is BAC? Blood alcohol content, Deborah. Blood alcohol content. Kat, do you think it's a problem that AJ brought Brian Albert, Higgins, and Proctor up, their butt texts, tossed phones in his opening, and doesn't present the evidence to the jury? Well, that's another thing that I wanted to do with you, is to go back and rewatch Hank Brennan's opening and talk about whether or not he has proven each and everything he said he was going to prove, and Alan Jackson's opening, and talk about whether we think that he has proven everything that he said he was going to prove. But I don't want to do Alan Jackson until after the defense closes its case in chief. But we can do Hank Brennan's, but I mean, we've been here for 7 hours and 13 minutes. I don't know if now's the time. So Kat, you tell me, chat, tell me, do you think that Brian Albert's been brought up, right? He never came out of his house. It's brought out through other witnesses, right? That Brian Albert didn't come out of his house. We know that. Brian Higgins has been brought up because his text messages were read into evidence by Yuri Buchanan with such feeling too. I mean, if the whole MSP thing does not work out for Yuri Buchanan, he might have like a future in acting, or at least table reads, because he was good. And he seemed to really enjoy reading those text messages between Karen and Brian Higgins. We also saw Brian Higgins on video outside Canton PD. And I think it came out that he, not the destroyed phone, but do we need it? Do we need it? John O'Keefe didn't get hit by a car. A car didn't hit John O'Keefe. Let the FBI sort the rest of it out, right? Do we really want to muddy the waters and make the jury think that they've got to solve a mystery and figure out who did it? No, this is not a whodunit. This is not a game of Clue. The defense doesn't have to prove anything, but I understand what you're saying. And we thought maybe they should hear some more of the pieces of the story. Proctor, is it better off that Proctor is a faceless villain in all of this? Because his text messages were brought into evidence too by his friend who did not want to read them. And when he didn't want to read them, Brennan read them. And Brennan told a family secret that I'm sure the niece and nephew of John did not know, did not want to know or need to know, and may not even be true, about their father allegedly overdosing on their mother's grave. That was disgusting. That was despicable. And that is just one of the many horrific things that Hank Brennan has done during the persecution of this trial that had no business being out there in the public, because those text messages were already in evidence. The jury was going to get to read them backstage. It didn't have to be said in front of a worldwide audience. And he's the man who said it. He's the man who said it. That was never read during the first trial. David Yannetti handled that. I think it was David who did that during the first trial with such grace and such class. And you can just see the difference in who's classy, who's not. Adam Lally had hell a lot more class than Hank Brennan. He was just doing his job. He just slung his backpack over his shoulder and trudged into work every day. What's happening here is disgusting. No, they didn't rest their case yet. No, not yet. Sorry, Margaret, if you're just tuning in late, they did not rest. They still have Dr. Rentschler on the stand. He will be coming back tomorrow. Good morning. This was from earlier. Can Bev sanction Brennan by not allowing rebuttal witnesses or allow dog bite testimony? Yes, she's got wide latitude and wide discretion, but she chose not to do that. He's going to be allowed to call not only Welcher, but really, does Welcher want to come back? I'm not muted. Are you muted? Go back out and come back in. Dr. Welcher, does he really want to come back and be publicly humiliated again? I mean, he can come back. We're here for it, and then they're going to bring in the DNA expert about canine DNA, who's going to say, we didn't find any dog DNA from the swabs that Maureen Hartnett did, but you can bet they're going to ask her if she failed her proficiency exam this time. They didn't ask her last time because they were trying to be classy. But Brennan's not so classy when it came to talking about Dr. Wolf and his wife not passing his exam on the first time. How many times did you take the bar, Hank Brennan? Wow, weekend of bevies, thank you. We went over this earlier. Any recourses for the unfair rulings? Yeah, appeals. Toodly Pip says, why can't they have an Ashley Merchant attorney in the YSL trial to step in to accuse Judge Bev? This can't continue. I like Ashley Merchant a lot. I'd love to have her on the channel. She's been on AV's channel. I was on AV's channel, and that was awesome. Maybe I'll see about getting her on the show once this whole thing is all over. I wonder if she's even been following the Karen Reed case. I mean, she not only was she on YSL, but she was also on the Fonnie Willis thing, man. She blew up that Fonnie Willis case and the texts with the lover, Nathan Wade, and she played Nathan Wade's partner. I love that girl. I love her. She's fantastic. John said, Bev is in quite a pickle being on the take, allegedly. AJ forced her hand. Hashtag no way out. Well done. Weekend at Bevy said, Hank's got more stunt experience on his CV than Randy and Arca stunt driver combined. I know, so funny. People like the trolls on the internet were saying, all those Karen Reed people were saying that it's impossible to go 24 miles an hour in advance. And look at the Arca driver did it. No big whoop. Yeah, that guy's a stunt driver. Don't try this at home. When I go out of my driveway, when I back out of my driveway at 4 miles an hour, my car starts beeping like I'm doing 80 to tell me to slow down. Liz from the UK wants to know if baby liar Brennan can be reported to the bar after the trial for his unethical behavior during the trial, and to Bev and her superiors. Well, somebody would have to report him, somebody that's involved in the case. And if the judge found that he had ethical violations, the judge would be mandated to report him to the board of bar overseers or whoever their body of people is that oversees the lawyers in the state of Massachusetts. I think that's what it's called, right? The board of bar overseers. Thank you, Steve, for your Venmo. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely like a stunt driver. Like stunt drivers can do that. Thank you, Kelly, for the Hot Mics compliment. We did watch the Hot Mics show. RJ Larson said, what if he doesn't get paid unless he wins? No, yeah, that was a funny one. And I think that was rhetorical, but that is not true. Brian Campbell said, it's very sad and shameful. Bev should be a role model for young women, yet she's a disgrace. All we can hope is young women will strive to be better than this judge. Bev should be removed immediately. Well, can't happen. Holy, really? With the doorbell? Again? Hang on one second, please. Oh, for Pete's sake. Hold on. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Brennan, it's pronounced Alessi, not Alisi, says, I have Chiari malformation, in simple terms, brain stem herniation. That's terrible. It's 1 to 2 millimeters and affects many functions, so a massive herniation would be devastating. I'm so sorry. Yes, and it is and would be devastating and would kill a person in 15 to 20 minutes, according to Dr. Laposata, who is one of the best expert witnesses I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. In the Turk trial, she testified, but I think she was sick and she only appeared by Zoom, and we didn't get to see her in the flesh. And what a dynamo. What a dynamo that woman is. She has her own consulting business now. She's an expert witness by trade. And boy, when Hank Brennan was allowed to bring up that stuff about the nightclub fire, forget the name of it, she had her answers ready. And he could not sink her no matter what. She was ready for it. I mean, amazing. A Seasoned Life with Allison says, didn't he say, I think your conduct is outrageous? I thought he said to the judge something like, I didn't hear him say, Alan Jackson, I think your conduct is outrageous. I did not hear that. But I'm sure somebody will clip it. It'll be out there on the cesspool. We can find it later, but that's not what I heard him say. D, why not bring up the vomit on Officer John O'Keefe's underwear? Nobody ever did. One more thing no one from the Commonwealth can explain. I mean, she did say that he could be convulsing after that blow to the head. That could cause, I don't know if she ever said vomit though. I covered this one earlier. Thank you. Did they ever use luminol for blood? Yvette wants to know. No, not in the investigation of the Massachusetts State Police and or Canton PD, because nobody ever went inside the house. They never investigated inside the house. Never. Never, ever did they ever go inside that house. So, of course, they didn't use luminol for blood, because why would they? Michael Proctor had this case solved within 16 hours. He was going to pin it on the girl. He decided there was a car accident because Jennifer McCabe said so, before he even saw the car. And he never took a picture of the taillight. I think this jury's picking it up, and I'm hoping this is going to be a very quick verdict and a very quick not guilty. And so, yeah, they had a leaf blower. Why would they need luminol, right? No, I mean, it's a great question. It's a great question. I have no shade to your question. Of course, in a regular investigation, in a real investigation, that would be exactly what would happen, but not here. Shane says, if any part of a victim is on somebody's property, the whole property is the crime scene and would be searched by competent police. I see you're from Australia, from the down under. There's been conflicting reports here, but excellent police officers like Duty Ron and Ed Wallace said absolutely they should have had a warrant to search that house. But, you know, they were protecting each other, in my opinion. Danielle, could the new homeowner speak up? Maybe he's watching the trial and notices something in the garage that fits this theory. Well, that could be exactly what happened. We don't know. We do know that they were not told that this was a murder house when they bought the house. And they are not crazy about all the attention and the drive-bys that they're getting. We also know they did turn over the ring camera footage from when JC, the name we will not be named on this channel, was creeping on their front stoop, or their side stoop, actually, and creeped up there to take some pictures and then ran away in her cape. So we know that they are not in any way against Karen Reed, and absolutely they could. And they did, in fact, let the investigator in there to take photos. So there's that. And look at drama must remain on the stage, says there remains a crumbling cement pad behind 34 at the end of the yard by the gate and bulkhead door edge and rocks. Another area which could have caused that ridge surface and pattern injury to the back of John O'Keefe's head that Dr. Laposata spoke so eloquently and forcefully about. Every time Brennan asked her a question, she said, no, that wouldn't have caused the massive skull fractures, the massive skull fractures, the massive skull fractures. How many times did she say massive skull fractures in response to Brennan's cross-examination? It was beautiful. It was glorious. It was everything. Muse, did you hear Mr. Brennan yell out, no, when AJ was about to read the transcript for the second time? Who really is in control of the courtroom here? I didn't, but I will go back and look for it. I will go back and look for it. Carrie, suplex wrestling move, just like what they demonstrated at the waterfall, in my opinion. Oh, you think that's what causes injuries? Interesting. The garage step had a sandpapered step on steel trim, says Ashley Lauren. I don't know how you know that, but thank you. Piggy Doo said, I think John went to the wrong door. The dog attacked him. He fell. They knew he'd die, but didn't want to deal with it. So they dragged him to the curb to frame the plow driver. That, my friend, Piggy Doo, is a reasonable theory that the cover-up was the crime and whatever happened to John was an accident, right? Very possible. Very possible. Because Dr. Laposata did say that the animal attack injuries were caused before death. And that makes perfect sense what you just said. Brian from Canada says, no matter how mad you are, you're not mad enough. I used to think there were a small percentage of innocent people in prison. Now I'm sure that percentage is much higher. Damn tragedy, to be sure. Can see it all the way from Canada. Nicka was betting that $10. Hank says dog. He didn't say dog at all during that, did he? Did he ever say dog or police dog? D Fox said. I don't think he did. Collusion, not collision. Very hypothetical. If Karen Reed found not guilty and moves to another state, the Commonwealth appeals for some reason, like jury misconduct, wins the appeal. Can they get her back? Well, no, they can't appeal. Once a defendant is acquitted, there is no appeal for the Commonwealth. In the event of a conviction, Karen can appeal. Commonwealth cannot appeal an acquittal. So excellent question. I see you're from outside the country, and so you might not know. Great question. No, they cannot. Nope. Now, if the case was dismissed without prejudice by the judge, charges could be brought again. When it's dismissed with prejudice, and that's the difference, you cannot bring those charges against the defendant again, because we have this thing called double jeopardy in the United as such States of America. And we have such things as such like maps and such like things. If you know that reference, let me know. However, double jeopardy, Massachusetts, whole thing went to SCOTUS. They didn't want to hear it. They didn't care. They didn't want to hear it. But typically you're not allowed to be charged twice for the same, tried twice for the same crime. That is double jeopardy. That is a constitutional protection that each and every as such American is supposed to have. Yes, Mangled Randy, civil liability is a real thing. If somebody dies on your property or your dog bites somebody, you could be held civilly liable. Yes, you could. Maria, how could he fall backwards, unconscious immediately, then flip over onto his back? Why not use that 911 Jen McCabe statement to prove more reasonable doubt? The jury heard the call. They may decide, they may talk about it backstage when they're doing their deliberations, but why throw more spaghetti? What? Let's just keep it simple, right? Because look, Jennifer McCabe said they just flipped him over, or we just flipped him over. I don't know if she meant flipped him onto his side because he was choking. I don't know if they meant flipped him from front to back. I don't think that it's worth asking Jennifer McCabe those questions, because Jennifer McCabe had an answer for everything. She's the one who said it, so she's the one who'd have to be asked, right? So no reason to muddy the waters here, I think. Killing Me Softly, I think I put that on the playlist, Bijou. Unique New Yorker, hi from Western New York, Buffalo. Glad I found your channel. Watch season 1 with Legal Vices. My first ever super chat is in his honor. R.I.P. Jeff. Thank you so much for sending that. I put it up earlier. I did not know Jeff, Legal Vices, but he did tragically pass away this year, and many of the LawTube community was very sad about it. Understandably, seems like a great guy. Did not have the opportunity to know him or even watch his channel before I ever was on YouTube myself. But thank you for that. I am honored that you would choose to join me. And I'm honored that I would be your first super chat. And RIP to Jeff from Legal Vices. That is very sweet of you. Speaking of Buffalo, I just watched a series called Sirens, and it's on, I think it's on Netflix. It was a little crazy. I was a little like the ending was a little unrealistic, but they were from Buffalo, and then they came to what I don't know looked like Block Island to me, but apparently they filmed it on the east end of Long Island. But did anybody watch Sirens? Could you tell me that those steps up to that crazy house, didn't that look like Block Island? Like it was like up a cliff, and it looked like Block Island to me. So I was confused by that. Could the head pattern have been made by the hat strap? She didn't say that though, did she? Red's daughter. Was she given that option? I don't know. Could Brennan lose his law credentials? Depends on what's discovered about if what he's doing has been all intentional and intentionally unethical, and that would be up to the board of bar overseers. That would be a disbarment, a suspension, a public spanking of some kind, which brings me to a side note, and I hate to sidetrack, but I'm going to do it. Okay, remember when we talked about the murder of Keith Boudreau? The murder of Keith Boudreau happened in Quincy at a hockey bar. He was stomped to death, allegedly, and killed and beat up by a man by the name of Paul Fahey, somewhere 2014, 2015. Don't hold me to dates right now. It was investigated by the Massachusetts State Police. Colleen Crawford, who was not called in for trial, and I really wanted to see her, and Trooper Fanning went to the Quincy bar. They stole or took, repossessed, confiscated the surveillance system. There were allegations of altered video in that trial. The ADA who tried that case from Norfolk County was publicly, I don't remember if he was suspended or publicly censured for his conduct in the prosecution of that case. So that happened. It's true. And because I know you like receipts, hold on a second, because now I'm going to have to find it. Somebody sent it to me. I'm not going to be able to find it right now. And I don't remember the ADA's name. But the weird thing is, hold on, maybe I'll find it real quick. And there's a way that I'm going to find it that's going to blow your mind. Okay. There's a law firm in Marshfield, Massachusetts. Okay. There's a law firm in Marshfield, Massachusetts by the name of, because you can't make this up. Hang on. Funny how I get to these things. The name of this law firm is Nuttall, McAvoy, and Joyce. Do you recognize that name, Nuttall? Yes, that is his name. Thank you, Christina Mello. ADA, Craig Kowalski. This is where he works now. Nuttall, McAvoy, and Joyce. Is Nuttall an unusual name? I don't know. Are there a lot of Nuttalls in Massachusetts? Maybe there are. But here's the attorney who tried that case. His name, as you just pointed out to me, I think is Craig Kowalski, right? So, let's go to About. It's an education law firm. Thomas Nuttall is the name partner. Oh, this guy, Craig Kowalski. Craig Kowalski. Let me look it up for you. BBO. Craig Kowalski, BBO. He was publicly reprimanded by the Board of Bar Overseers in his conduct. And this goes back to 2014. For his conduct in the trial of Paul Fahey. And here's why. You want receipts? And isn't it ironic, don't you think, that he's working for a firm named Nuttall right now? Timothy Nuttall was the star of this trial. Timothy Nuttall is the guy who said, he said, I hit him. Heard the siren call. Here's an order of public reprimand against Craig Kowalski, who was working for the Norfolk County DA's office when he tried the case against Paul Fahey. We'll just read it real fast because you just can't make this up. But it seems like the connections and the ties of Norfolk County run deep. This matter came before the board on a petition for discipline and a stipulation of the parties waiving hearing and requesting the matter be resolved by the imposition of a public reprimand. This just happened on November 12th of 2024. After Karen Reed was mistrial was declared in July of 2024. This just happened in November of 2024. No, this is his public reprimand from the Bar Association of Massachusetts. It is ordered in a judge that Craig Kowalski be and is hereby publicly reprimanded. It's like a public spanking. And here's a summary of the charges giving the reprimand. And so he didn't get suspended. He didn't get disbarred. He was given a public spanking. This was dated December of 2024. Listen to this. The respondent, this is him, Craig Kowalski, the attorney, stipulated to a public reprimand for engaging in trial misconduct as a prosecutor while on cross-examination and during closing argument, which was the sole basis for overturning the defendant's conviction on appeal. Summary. The respondent, this attorney, represented the Commonwealth as assistant district attorney at the trial of a first-degree murder case pending in Superior Court. This was in Norfolk County. This was the murder of Keith Boudreau. Defendant was Paul Fahey, F-A-H-E-Y. The respondent's prosecution theory alleged that the defendant had punched the victim in the face without provocation, then stomped on the victim's head when he fell to the ground. The crux of the defense was, in essence, that the defendant had been acting in self-defense when he made a split-second decision to punch the victim out of fear that the victim was about to attack him. On direct examination, the defendant admitted that he punched the victim, so the defendant testified in this case, but denied that he stomped on his head. On cross-examination, the respondent asked the defendant, this was the ADA, to answer questions that went beyond the established limits of proper cross-examination by, among other things, posing numerous rhetorical questions, some of which constituted badgering of the defendant. Furthermore, the respondent made numerous improper remarks during his closing argument that were inflammatory and constituted an improper appeal for sympathy from the jury. For example, this attorney, Kowalski, repeatedly called the defendant a bully and excessively mocked the defense as, among other things, ridiculous. Well, isn't that exactly what Michael Morrissey did in his hostage statement about Karen Reed's defense being ridiculous? The jury convicted the defendant of murder in the second degree, and he received a sentence of life in prison. The Massachusetts Appeals Court overturned the defendant's conviction and ordered a new trial solely based on the impropriety of the respondent's improper cross-examination and inflammatory closing argument. Specifically, the court found the respondent's errors on cross-examination and the respondent's closing argument were pervasive and in some instances egregious. The court concluded that the errors created a substantial risk of a miscarriage of justice, and the defendant was therefore entitled to a new trial with respect to the charge of murder in the second degree. The respondent's improper conduct during his cross-examination of the criminal defendant and in his closing argument during the murder trial violated the Massachusetts Rule of Professional Conduct 8.4D. On October 31st of 2024, Bar Counsel and the respondent filed a stipulation in which the parties agreed that the appropriate sanction for the respondent's misconduct was a public reprimand. On November 12th, 2024, the Board of Bar Overseers voted to sanction the respondent by public recommend. I mean, coincidence? Coincidence? When was the case first tried? Do you guys know? Here's the other thing about the stomping on the head. He denied that he stomped on his head. District attorney said they had video of it. Colleen Crawford and Trooper Fanning were the ones who seized the surveillance video from the bar. I got questions. I got more questions. The more I dig, the more I know. And that is the story of another ADA from Norfolk County who, by all accounts, may have been acting like a bully during closing or cross-examination, but did Hank Brennan do things that were even more egregious than what this guy did and got a public reprimand for it? I don't know. I don't know. Turtle Boy knows about this case. Chat with him sometime. I don't know who started talking about it first, me or him. But that's interesting. Thank you, Tristan. Maybe he did a deep dive into it. I don't know. Tristan Mars didn't get a chance to come in, so he didn't get to plug the watch, the Dave Portnoy watch, brick watch. Did he? Nope. CLV 2180, do I know anything about the civil case? Oh, yes, I do. Thanks for asking. I have a playlist on the civil case. It is linked below, or it is linked in here somewhere. It is the Karen Reed civil playlist. Of videos that I've done on it. We've done all the pleadings. Case is on hold right now. There's a wrongful death case pending against Karen Reed, the Waterfall and C.F. McCarthy's by Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe Sr., Paul O'Keefe, and the niece. Everything you need to know is in that playlist. Thanks for asking. Check it out. Aiden started on April 18th, 2023, talking about the Keith Boudreau murder. That's what I'm talking about, Suze. The Keith Boudreau murder. I know he started talking about Karen Reed way more than I did. I'm talking about Keith Boudreau. The incident happened in Quincy in 2015 and the defendant was convicted in 2017. Right. Okay. So 2017 is when this attorney, ADA for Norfolk County, tried that case. Took 7 years for them to publicly sanction him. And now he's working for a law firm with the first name Nuttall in the firm name. I don't know. Could be nothing, could be something. I don't know what happened with Turtle Boy's hearing. I don't know. I've been here with you all day, Mitchell. How the hell would I know? Miss Lisa, this morning when Hank interrupted AJ's argument, did Bev reprimand AJ instead of Hank? I don't know. I don't know. I can't even think all the way back. You sent that at 11:30. I'm glad you got your hoodie and it's wonderful. Thank you. Living that GP life. I think I thanked you, but if I didn't, thank you for gifting 5. My new neighbors are from Boston, so I want to ask them about the trial, but I don't want them to think I'm a crazy Texan. Oh, I'm sure they'll love to talk to you about it. Although if they start saying Karen Reed is guilty, you just run the other way and never speak to them again. And so, yeah, Proctor's dishonorable discharge from Canada said, is it possible we can watch AJ's opening over a lunch hour this week together? Thank you. I love you with all of my heart. Land of the Lost. Thank you, Land of the Lost, for the idea. Full credit. More of a Leslie said, last year's jury was so confused, they thought the defendant had to prove the Commonwealth wrong, completely reversed, right? So knowing what we know now, do we think it was a good idea not to call those other witnesses? Thank you, crafty councilwoman, for gifting 5. Sidebot Chick says, I was innocent and the only target of a house fire investigation. I showed up without an attorney and agreed to take a lie detector test. Oh my goodness, girl. I ended up in a room with a good cop, bad cop. Cupcakes, you need an attorney, especially when you're innocent. Yes, 100%, 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. I don't give out legal advice on this channel. You can take your legal advice from Sidebar Chick because she's right. That's horrible that happened to you. Haley, I love the way you spell your name. So glad I found your page. Love your commentary. Thank you. Wendy said, I bet there was an extra fridge in the garage. The guys were in there getting the beer, and Brian Albert. The guys were in there getting the beer Brian Albert said they got. That's an interesting theory. Tristan said, there aren't many Tristans around this area of Western New York. He's given my name a bad name. I know. But he did ask Dave Portnoy for a watch. He said, according to Dave Portnoy, according to no court today for Turtle Boy, back in court tomorrow. Thank you, Cusco. He did say, if you want to give me your brick watch, I'm going to be a witness in the Karen Reed trial. And, I can promote it. And, I don't know if he said I can promote it for you, but he did say, I'm going to be a witness and, I could wear it on the stand kind of thing. LG says, I just want to say that I love your blouse you're wearing today. So pretty. Thank you. This is last season Zara. I got a ton of clothes from Zara. It is a very reasonably priced chain and you can order online. ZARA. And they don't sponsor me. I just tell you because you ask. So thank you very much. It's actually like a little mini dress. It's a whole mini dress. It's not just a top. Thank you. Thank you. Love you too. Welch said, you had my husband Kevin at 5-finger death punch. Well, fun fact about me. Some of you may know that I'm also an actor. And, COVID, actor strike, writer's strike. Thought I would do something else in my retirement, pursue the dream. The dream was, to be an actor. And so I was out in LA one summer on bi-coastal, and I auditioned to be in a 5-finger death punch music video. And I didn't really know the band, so I started listening to it. It's the video about the woman president. I didn't get the job. I didn't book it, but I was down to the last 2. And if you know that song, I forget what the song is. It has to do with patriotism, and it's crazy, there's a woman president, and when you see who they cast in that role, you'll see why I didn't get it. But so that's why a little bit off today is on my playlist because that's what I started listening to. Anyway, writer strike, actor strike. They said create your own content, and so here I am on YouTube creating my own content, and this was like a happy accident. So here we are. Sandy, love from Northern California. I believe the J mark on the back of John O'Keefe's head is an indentation from an IV plastic tubing under his head. 40-year RN. Thank you, Sandy from Cali. Medgirl, I'm thinking the testimony we just heard should have been the last testimony the jurors heard before going into deliberation, and you put this in there right after Laposata testified. And I think if we stay tuned until tomorrow, maybe Rentschler's testimony is going to be even better. Maybe it's going to be the icing on the cupcake. Maybe. Misanthrope says, Dear defense, nolite te bastardes carborundarum. Carborundarum. That is, I think that's a made up phrase from The Handmaid's Tale. because I did actually Google it during The Handmaid's Tale, and I think it is made up. I don't think it's an actual Latin phrase, but they made it seem like one. I could be wrong about that, but I remember Googling it. Melanie, my mother sings along with your theme song. It says, "Good morning back to you." She thinks you have great taste in music. Thank you, Jesse. Your mom's really cool. Your mom is super cool. Has Karen Reed got any support from any congressperson? Not that I'm aware of, unless anybody can in the chat knows. You can let me know if Karen's got any support from any Congress people. And best gun losing detective Kevin Albert said, "I think we need you to say there's the MPS. Is the MPS out in the snow? Is the MPS down in the snow?" Thank you. Thank you for your super chat. Stephanie Park read a news article that regarding Dr. Laposata testifying in a case of a woman who fell out of a window. The window was described as an aperture. Just kind of weird. Yeah, that is kind of weird how things come full circle. Anybody feeling the full moon energy? Because I think it's like tonight. The full moon is a strawberry moon. Love you too. Thank you, Stephanie. Tricity, yet another way Brennan misled the jury saying there was no x-rays. How many times can he get away with saying things like that, then finding out it's not true? Yeah, where did he say that? Somebody will clip it. I'm sure tonight it'll be all over. That there were no x-rays. You couldn't determine. I know he said it. I know he said it somewhere. The cumulative effect of all of the intentional misrepresentations or outright lies, depending on which side you're on, Hank Brennan has told during open court. Welcher said it, or Brennan said it to Welcher. You know that there were no x-rays in this case, don't you? Something like that. He could find himself in some ethical hot water. I don't know. Alessi Suitcase of Receipts, I absolutely love her. My favorite witness over both seasons. Thank you for the last 2 years of emotional support. Free Karen Reed. You provide emotional support to me. All of you do. Even more than you know. So it's mutual. Feelings mutual. Once in a while, you get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. Oh, but no. Says twice baked potato. I'll allow it. The ridges in the ring someone wears. Says Lori. GUZMA is a Pokemon character. Oh, yes. Well, as soon as you guys told me that, I went off camera and I made this. And he's up there now in the corner. Because forever we will laugh about this. Dr. Laposata, have you ever heard of something called the GUZMA coma score? She's like, I've heard of the Glasgow coma score. No, the GUZMA coma score. And then I think he realized that he was talking about a Pokemon character. Or not. And there he is. I didn't know it either. But thanks for pointing it out, Robin. Hank, do you wanna cha-cha? Thank you, Electron. Heidi says, no, make no mistake about it. Dr. Laposata might be the smartest one in the room. She is sharp, wicked smart, and so sassy. She was owning Hank. Let's effing go. Free Karen Reed. St. Pete, Florida today. Does Hank understand could have is not reasonable doubt? Thank you, more of a Lessie. Thank you, Karen, for your super sticker. I'm talking about Randy right now. Didn't watch trial 1. Is this her first testimony? Yes. Dr. Laposata did not testify in trial 1. She was discovered by the defense and hired due to the, I'm sure, the amazingly generous donations of all of you to the Karen Reed Defense Fund, because without your donations, Karen Reed would not be able to afford all of these experts. So thank you for that. Dream until, and if you choose to donate, the link is in the show notes below. Dream until your dreams come true. Please consider doing cameos. We all love you. And although we'd love to meet you, we would never be able to. You could split the money between Karen and yourself. The Quincy, thank you. I wouldn't even know how to do cameos or how to get to do a cameo, but I'll think about it. Or that anybody would really even want them. Is there a demand for cameos from me? Mitzi, his head might have hit Higgins' snowplow, the ridges, and that might be why he keeps saying he was parked at the mailbox to keep from being connected. Huh. Like at the top of the driveway. Some people have surmised that perhaps Higgins' Jeep was actually parked at the top of the driveway. Some people have surmised that it was parked across the street in somebody else's driveway. That's a good point, though. We addressed that earlier. And GUZMA is the leader of Team Skull in Pokemon games Sun and Moon. Can't make this up, inverted sneaker. No, you can't. Dusty Truth said that Hank is not prepared for Laposata. Jody Lynn from the web. There's no indication in the available information that GUZMA, The leader of Team Skull in the Pokemon Sun and Moon games suffered a coma or has a coma score. Thank you. Thank you, Jody Lynn, for Googling that and for your 10. This is what truth sounds like, said Led Zeppelin fan. How appropriate that GUZMA leads villainous Team Skull. Thank you, BJSF. Divine intervention, says Mary. Medical Mama, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Fire, she is the crux of this case, says Be a Barrows, Truth Daddy. Yep. Yep. Aussie Steve, I think we covered this before. Hanky P can't put the genie back in the bottle. It didn't hit him. So it doesn't matter. Backed up with, it doesn't matter how fast the car was going. Yep. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Amanda, the women are smarter. I just put it on the playlist for you. I put the Dead and Company version on there. That's right. The women are smarter. The women are smarter. That's right. Dedicated to the three doctors. It was not on the playlist. I put it there for you. Thank you so much. And for me too, because I love them both. Ducky Fuzzer said she learned from her mistake, unlike the defense. Jackie said it wasn't that time period during, I don't know what that means. I can't see what your emoji is there, but thanks, Jack. Led Zeppelin fan Hank's grammar and pronunciation revealed that he doesn't read in general. Obviously, he reads what he has to, but that's it. I don't need a badge. In 2003, the Rhode Island Commission named her Woman of the Year. 2004 named her one of the top public health figures in the country. This is per an article in the Rhody today, dated October 3rd, 2008. Thank you. Plant Lady said the fix is in. Lala, thank you for asking. Mel, where can we see you on Billy Bush's show? I played it over the lunch break, but if you want to watch it again, you can go to. No, I'm not gonna unbox it today. It's supposed to be delivered today, but I'm not gonna unbox the silver plaque today. We'll do it another day. It is on Hot Mics with Billy Bush. He's got a YouTube channel now. That is his gig. Jackson should ask her, did Hank hire you 4 times? Thanks, Michelle. AJ's gonna have a field day with this redirect. I think we saw it. A walkabout couple. I think Judge Bev is filing her retirement papers right about now, along with the jury lunch orders, so she gets her pension. Kimberly says such knowledge of specifics proves his guilt on the sweatshirt. Thank you, Kimberly Sue. Dexter saves us from the Commonwealth. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I also have Dexter up there sometimes. If you know, you know. My hubby's friend died in the station fire. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that was coming. This idiot better not come for her. Those bodies were always treated with dignity by first responders and everyone involved. I'm a grammar snob as well. I'm so sorry for your friend and your husband's friend, and that is tragic and should not happen to anyone. Michael, survivor of the station fire here. Oh, and Michael is here, and he's a survivor of the station fire too. That was a tragedy. No one was prepared for it. States such as Massachusetts and Connecticut had to be called in to assist. Yes, and I think that she explained herself perfectly well. I had people going down there. I needed to get ready. I knew that we had 100 bodies coming, and so tragic, and I'm so happy for you and your survival. Melanie says, why didn't AJ bring up the fact that no previous cases were allowed that showed Hyde and Welcher were discredited? Excellent point. Excellent point. We don't know what they discussed sidebar too, Mel. We don't know. Letteros by Betteros and OG for 17 months. Thank you. Mama Morris. So we can't bring up the FBI, but can disparage actual medical professionals until, unlike Brennan, who can't keep up-to-date CVs. Yeah. Yes, that is 100% true. 100% true. Gross, Dr. Laposata, to Brennan. She did say gross to him, didn't she? Chastity just finished cleaning off the island in my kitchen. I was mid-drink of water when she said it didn't hit him, so it doesn't. Did you spit it out? Did not hit him, so it doesn't matter. So the Commonwealth is allowed. Time to make a case with the new sweatshirt. Now I'm hearing Rentschler argument. My head is lost. Don't worry. It'll come back to you. It's all coming back to me now. The heir apparent. Something asking Alessi to rebut without time, but Hank is allowed, the judge, I guess, asking Alessi to rebut without time, but Hank is allowed to assess and debut when he's caught off guard. Bev is incredulous. It strains credulity. I have merch. It strains credulity every day. My credulity is strained just a little bit more. Neon iguana. It didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. Game over. But hey, Spanky, keep embarrassing yourself. I kept putting this up throughout the stream, so thank you for your 10. Thank you, Laura. I did get the GUZMA picture ready. Michael said it would be pretty easy for the McCabe's and Albert's gang to keep quiet if they're never investigated. Tough guy Colin would flip like a pancake if he were actually interrogated. Thank you, Michael. I've arrived. Thank you for your super sticker. Karma matters. Justice for John O'Keefe. Officer John O'Keefe. So the x-rays are too cumbersome, but putting the shirts in plexiglass is not. Such a great point. Such a great point. The x-rays that can be rolled up because they're on paper is too cumbersome for the jury, but they should bring back those giant glass encased shirts. Well done, Karma Matters, and it sure does, doesn't it? Everybody Knows by Leonard Cohen. I think I put it on there. I think I did. CD, love watching your channel. Full circle. Dr. Laposata was my professor during my master's program, and one of my thesis advisors was one of the DNA experts in the OJ trial. That's so cool. That is so cool. Where did she teach? At Brown? Did you do your master's at Brown? You're so smart. You're wicked smart. Brandy, for the map, I wanted to go to Brown. Brown didn't want me. That was my top choice. But I'm really glad I wound up first year at Trinity College in Hartford, which I hated with a passion until I found out about Boulder and went to CU undergrad and finished there, SCO buffs. Loved it so much in Boulder that I went to University of Denver Law, but still lived in Boulder and commuted every single day. Brandy, for the math, everything happens for a reason, you guys. Everything happens for a reason. The universe has a plan. Brandy, for the math she gave, he would have been out there for about 4 hours, so he wasn't hit at 12:32. Thanks, Brandy, for doing that. And Victoria said, hit the like button. And Todd Sandler became a new member. And this was very funny, resisting arrest. I'm sure Dr. Rentschler was married, but this was a funny joke. If Melanie married Dr. Rentschler, the mods would be called Little Renchlers because they have those little wrenches. That was so cute and funny, and I'll allow it. Katja, thank you for your super sticker. Susie, Melanie, we experienced the marvelous, magnificent moments with you today. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, XOXO. Brian became a member. Tammy became a member because they don't want to miss a thing. Vic, Aperture Group, LLC, origin of the Blue Man Group. Wife's birthday today. Happy birthday to Vic Lindenmeyer's wife. Kels, happy birthday, Kels. She was born in Salem, Mass. and calls this trial a modern day witch trial so bad. Wow. The universe has a plan. Happy birthday to your wife. Thank you, New Hampshire woman, for gifting a membership. Draven, 2 songs to the playlist. Black Dog by Led Zeppelin. And this is The End by The Doors. Led Zeppelin and The Doors are both on there. I don't know if those exact songs are, but I'll look. Thank you. Tofu gross. That's what it was. Tofu gross. Tofu gross. That's what she said gross about. Thanks, Red's daughter. Melanie's little Renchlers. We're going to last about that for a long time. Melissa, is the second degree chart changes good or bad for Karen? It indicates to me how weak they know that their case is, because they're no longer arguing she intended to kill him. They argued that during season 1, right? Remember? One ringy dingy, 2 ringy dingy. Good for Karen. Same charge. Perhaps the same. It would probably be a different sentence, though. If they found that she intended to kill him, it would be a different sentence then. But it's up to life, right? She did an act that she knew could have killed him intentionally. The act was intentional. I don't know. Goblin says they know they failed to prove intent. Yeah. Yeah. I agree about the modern day witch trial, says Anna Franco. Oh, look, Karen says I was so entertaining with Billy and I looked awesome. Wouldn't that be so cool if we could do a show together? Just putting it out into the universe. Putting it out into the universe. Maybe Billy Bush needs a co-host. CPU Mod 1, who is the sister of Tom CPU, says Craig Kowalski graduated a year ahead of me. Wow. And his dad was the president of, I'm not going to try and butcher that, Massasoit Community College. You know I'm going to say it wrong. Justice for Tofu, says Katie. Tell me how to pronounce that. Now you're going to have to tell me how phonetically. CPU Mod 1. How do you pronounce the name of that community college? Massa what? Learned how to say Peabody. Quincy. Draven, we should start a GoFundMe for a life-size Help Me Hank stress relief doll. This prototype would be a talking dummy and not a talking mannequin. Did Randy get workman's comp? I don't think so. Esther, do you think there's enough testimony in for the jury to figure out the FBI hired ARCA? Do you think it matters? I don't know that them thinking the FBI hired ARCA is a positive for Karen, because they could think the FBI hired them because they were investigating Karen. So it's a great question. I think there's enough evidence for the jury to determine that they had no idea who Karen Reed even was when they took on this assignment. And they did not meet the defense team until 2024, right before the first trial. They know there's a first trial, right? I said it right? Massasoit? Now I forgot. Massasoit. I said it right. Yay me. You guys are teaching me. So yeah, Esther, I think they know that they were impartial because they had no idea who Karen was. Barbara, Hank's girlfriend paralegal needs, I don't know if it's his girlfriend. I don't know if he's I don't know nothing about nothing. This is Barbara's opinion. Needs her seat moved next to John O'Keefe's side. AJ speaks and she makes faces. Pee-wee next to her, that's Caleb Schillinger, is straight-faced, almost dead. Yes, he is very deadpan. He knows. He might have some work to do. No, she's not going to get convicted. So he won't have any appeals to do, but he maybe want to look for a job and not work for Norfolk County DA's office anymore because, integrity and honor is all but deceased. Zoe B says, Zoe, you are my statistician, girl. Nuttall is the 9,884th most popular name in America based on the data collected from the U.S. Census. Zoe you must be a statistician. Like, tell me you're a statistician. She keeps track of objections. You're fantastic. Need t-shirt with all powerful women experts, including you. Love you. Oh, that's sweet, Barbara. So where's Chloe's bite pics? Another Hank lie. No, well, he's not bringing Crosby. He's not bringing Crosby. Crosby was the one who was going to testify about it. And he's not bringing him, he said. Thank you, Ralph. So they spent all that money going to see Chloe/Cora, and they know that they can't prove it's really Chloe. They're not calling Crosby, and they didn't call Garrett Wing, the defense, because they didn't need him. Honestly, they didn't need him. They didn't need him. They got what they needed from Dr. Russell and Dr. Laposata. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. And really, do we need to see poor Garrett Wing torn a new one by Hank Brennan and have his family attacked? No, we didn't. We didn't. Jenny, 2026, Massachusetts state tax deductions, corruption, blue paint, and speculation. R.I.P. Chloe, bias Bev, Hanky, Panky, Pokemon, coma scale standards, red solo cup. Yeah, you forgot the leaf blower. Excellent work, Jenny. Excellent work. And Jenny, a super sticker. And Dr. L's pitying head tilt. Tofu, gross. Yuri knows hot Mike said he was scared last year. If you know, he did. He said something like, kill me now. When presented with some text messages, right? Kill me now. Kill me now. Something like that. Desiree, hi. I like your perspective on calling Proctor, Higgins, Tully et al., but still torn. What are your thoughts on defense calling Mr. Reed to humanize Karen? Thanks for your coverage on this. Include since preseason 1. I don't think they need him. I don't think they need him, and I think that why subject him to Hank Brennan's vitriol and hatred? And do we need to see Mr. Reed crucified? I have no doubt that Mr. Reed could handle him eloquently, but John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car does not hit John O'Keefe, and nothing Mr. Reed would have to say could prove or disprove that. And so I like where you're going with that. And I did think originally he should be called, but after hearing what I've heard, I don't think they need him. Kelly Denver, don't call me Deaver. Blue Man said he saw no x-rays. Oh, Welcher. Dr. L's pitying head tilt. So many questions. So have they picked a speed or not? No, I don't know. What is he going to close on? What did he open on? Thank you, Alicia, for becoming a new member. The crafty councilwoman says Karen Reed has the support of a councilwoman in Maryland. Not quite a Congress member, but still, it's not Massachusetts. Nobody in Massachusetts wants to take a stand on this. Very few people anyway. Matty Cake says, Garino said, kill me, after a question from Lally. It was about the text messages though, right? Oh, Katie said, I thought he was going to call him to rebut Laposata. Oh, you mean Crosby? Yes, but he announced today that he's not going to. He's not going to do it. People in Massachusetts, public figures anyway, aside from the woman who's running against Michael Morrissey, tell me what her name is again. I forget her name. But she's running against Michael Morrissey. She is fully supports Karen Reed, I believe, right? It was about the text messages. Matty Cakes. Thanks, Matty Cakes. Sydney says Massachusetts politicians a week. Listen, there's not a lot of Massachusetts lawyers that want to speak out about this either. Andrew Meyer is one of the few, the proud, that's doing it. But listen, yeah, if you have to practice in Massachusetts or live in Massachusetts, I can understand the hesitancy. Queens, the Who won't get fooled again. Well done. Well done. Thank you, J Feuder 1. I sent you an email regarding imprints on John O'Keefe's head injury. Thank you so very much. I will take a look at that when I have the opportunity at some point during the course of my life. Please don't send me graphic photos, you guys, or even like your handmade, homemade video links. I don't click on them. I just delete everything. I'm not getting, my computer hacked by Russian hackers who want $5,000 because that happened to me once years ago, and they wanted $5,000 for me to get my files back, and it was a pain in my ass. And my IT guy said, don't pay them because there's no guarantee you're ever going to get them back. And the files are just gone. Just live with it. And I did. Todd, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. And now I have a VPN, so it can't happen again. But again, I'm not going to open your dog bite pictures, your kid, none of that stuff. Jenny, no stake. Just curious why no more lively coverage. The thing was that I got so attacked when I did that. And I got so attacked on someone else's channel for going on someone else's channel. And when you go on another creator's channel, you run the risk that they don't moderate their comments. And so people can trash you in their comments, and the comments will hang around there and nobody will delete them. And that is just not nice, number one. And number two, I was like viciously attacked, and I was like down the middle on that thing. I was like, it was weird. And I found the hatred on either side of that to just be so repulsive. And also my demographic, I think, doesn't really care. My demographic doesn't really care about AstroTurf. Trolls are insane on steroids, says Look Cupcake. I think my demographic and my audience doesn't really care about Baldoni and Lively. And yes, on Billy Bush's case last night, he did talk about it getting thrown out. Justin Baldoni's case got thrown out. The judge may or may not have some connections. You may have a brother who works for like William Morris or some other big agency like CAA or something. I'm not sure. Hi, Olivia. Well, that was fun, you guys. That was 8 hours and 8 minutes together today. We have a long relationship. We have a long-standing relationship at this point. And where's our future, you guys? Where is our future? What are we going to do when this is all over? What are we going to cover next? We've still got a ways to go. It's not over till it's over. We got time to go. Oh, Peter Gabriel's Biko. Thank you, Patty Hughes. I do love that song. I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm angry. So I love each and every one of you who chose to spend your day with me today. You are amazing. You ain't got no quit. I ain't got no quit. It's 8 hours and 9 minutes in. And I am so grateful for each and every one of you that chooses to hang out with me for this whole entire day. Please do all the thing that YouTube likes. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, set the notifications. YouTube has been wonky lately. It may have unsubscribed you and maybe you don't even know it. So check to make sure you're still subscribed to the moderators. I could never, ever, 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 ever do this without you. You guys are appreciated more than you know. The reason we hit 100,000 subscribers is because of you. It's because of you and because of the way that you make this channel a place where people want to come, they want to participate, and they want to. I'm going to cry. That's very sad. I mean, it's very touching to me. And so I'll just say until tomorrow. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. We'll be here around 8:45, 8:55, something as such like that. I love each and every one of you with all of my hearts, and I'm going to see you soon. I'm going to die. Dejuna Perkins, that's her name, Dejuna Perkins, and Craig McClellan running against Marcy in 2026. Thank the moderators, you guys. They deserve it. They deserve it all. Until tomorrow, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Dave Matthews is not until tomorrow night, but yeah, we may have to wrap early tomorrow night, depending on, let's see how the day goes. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I know you can do it. I know you can. I love you each with all of my heart. Peace, my friends. See you hasta mañana. Good night.